Moon gang. Hello, folks. What is going on? What What a day to be an ape. Folks. Hello. We're coming at you live. Actually, hang on. Too many lights are on. All right. Set in the mood on the day, getting the lighting right. Lighting obviously has to be right if you're going to space, folks. Oh, hello. Good morning, Ape Nation. Good morning. Coming at you loud and clear through the interwebs. Once again, another great day to be an ape, to be a member of Dumb Money. Man, we do have some fun stuff to talk about. And mainly just relates to AMC and GME being amazingly green. So AMC trading at 47.44, GME trading all the way up at 222.50. Man, GME up 2% in pre-market. This is some awesome stuff. I think it's going to be an exciting day. Hopefully, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know if it'll be green, red, indifferent, but I think there's going to be more volume. I think there's going to be more volatility. We'll see how this is playing out. But AMC, I like how they're looking. If I'm being completely honest, SPRT looks weak to me. I know there's going to be some people who are still in SPRT that are going to get pissed off that I'm saying it, but it's my own opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe SPRT finds support at, I don't know, maybe right here at 28 and rips, but I'm just looking at what's kind of going on, and it does look like it might be trending down because the shorts, they started shorting SPRT already today, and just because something has a high short interest doesn't mean it's going to go up. I've stressed this day in and day out, and sometimes if there's a lot of shorts, it could go down. So be careful. This is why I think you should have a traded plan on anything. And actually, I don't know. I do want to have a conversation with all of you. Maybe I'll wait till right before market opens where more people are in here, because it's worthwhile to have this conversation just in reference to some of the drama and crap that I see going on, but I want more people to hear it. So I'm going to wait till right over for market open to really go into that one. We'll do that, I don't know, 9:25 or something. Anywho, let's hop into everything else for right now to get the day set up. So here are our numbers on AMC. They've already borrowed $1 million against it today, 991,000. That puts the short interest at 17%. Utilization is 92%. Shares on loan, 105 million. In terms of GME, they borrowed 70,000 against it today. Short interest a hair below 13%. Utilization at 35%. Shares on loan, 6.89 million. For SPRT, they've already borrowed 700,000 against it, and it's a low float stock, so that's considerable. Short interest is now up to 80%. Utilization is 93. Shares on loan is 5.53 million. So those are your Ortex numbers on these ones. I think a lot of people are still, I'm not in BBIG. Let me throw up BBIG for you. I already see a lot of people asking about it, just so we could get these numbers up. BBIG, they've already borrowed 1.66 million against it. The short interest is pretty much 40%, utilization 98%, and shares on loan 22.94 million. So that's all your Ortex updates. And if obviously throughout the day, we're going to be checking on them. And if you have questions, let me know. In terms of technicals, so this is exactly what I've been talking about in my update videos. Right now, both AMC and GME have beautiful looking charts in my non-financial advice, humble, non-fortune telling, non-legal opinion. This is a cup. This is a handle. I'm looking for the test of 48, an explosion. I want to recapture 50, and then I'm watching 53. I play it level to level. That's how I trade. I'm not saying that's how everyone has to trade. That's just my own methodology. I like playing level to level, and this is looking very good. Does a cup and handle guarantee a breakout? Absolutely not. You cannot look at it in that manner. But what we could do is talk more about the lines of okay, the deck is stacked in your favor. I think the analogy I used in yesterday's update video, it's like you're playing poker and you're dealt pocket aces. That's a very good hand. I would view this as a very good hand. Does being dealt pocket aces guarantee you're going to win? Absolutely not. No, but the odds are in your favor. And that's, to me, what trading is about. It's continually hunting for high odds setup, and then you really have to go to like that extra sniper level of looking for an optimal risk to reward, and you go from there. For example, if I didn't know anything about AMC at all, and I was just looking at this chart, if I was just like, okay, doing a quick chart review, I was like, all right, this looks strong. I see the cup and handle. You could risk a recent low such as 39.39, or you could be a little bit more loose and risk 29. But like, that's when I'm talking about risk and reward. At what price level would it have to go below that you're like, oh, okay, like maybe this isn't it? And honestly, that's what relates a little bit to why I'm saying I'm worried about SPRT, because I think people are going to be using the $30 and $35 mark to throw in the towel. And if it goes below that, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's going to hit there and it's going to bounce and rip. But I think there's some people who are like, okay, cool, I got in at whatever, 10, 15, 20. I don't want to lose all my profits, and they're going to lock in. Remember, it's one thing to go up in your P&L, but still you have to lock it in. Just because your P&L goes up, if you don't lock in that trade, that's not your money. And you could say that either way, like just because your trade goes against you, and you see your P&L is down, like, well, it's not really a loss until it's locked in. It's all about your profit, or your loss doesn't count until it is locked in. So anyway, if I didn't know anything about AMC or what was going on, those are the levels I would be watching. And right now, I think they are pretty strong support. The closest one I would actually watch a little bit more of an intraday trading is around 42. But overall, the resistance I'm looking for breakout, 48.30 is my first watch right out of the gate this morning. 48.30. 48 itself might be a psychological level. It's a round dollar, but I really do care about 48.30. And from there, I would be watching 50. In terms of GameStop, I love this bullish pennant. It shoots up, and then we basically have lower highs, higher lows, and then yesterday we broke above it. We're seeing strength today. This one's pretty easy. We're watching 225, and then after 225, we're watching 240. Both AMC and GME looking incredibly strong. In the past week, GME is up 3.78%, and in the past week, AMC is up 6.48%. So both of them trending upwards. We know that there's people betting against it. And as the stock goes up, that's putting more and more pressure on them. And at a certain point, and I think all the shorts that got in here on AMC are going to start to feel a lot of trouble, because they're seeing their P&L, which was profits at one point that weren't locked in, they're going to start seeing those diminish. And at a certain point, really, once we clear this 64 level, there's a good argument that almost all the shorts will be underwater, except for like the lucky few who got in on this day above 64. But as we track back up to this region, I think that's where the shorts against AMC are really going to start sweating. And if we did that same overlay with GME, I think you have a batch of shorts right in here from like this sell-off, so like kind of in this region, and then a different batch from earlier. So I would say this one's more of 240 to 280. I think that's where we're going to see some of the more recent shorts in GME start to panic. So definitely watching those levels, because I think that's, like I said, if you look at the average age of shares on loan and kind of track back to see roughly a rough estimate, it's not the best math, but roughly where they got in, they both on AMC and GME were in profits, and all of a sudden they're starting to see their profits disappear to the apes, and the ape P&L is starting to go from not as good to start trending back upward. We have all the makings of some crazy movement, and just because I think that, I strongly, wholeheartedly believe that, but just because I think it doesn't guarantee anything. You can't guarantee squat in the stock market, but right now, we were looking very, very strong starting off June in both of those stocks. Mid-June was some consolidation. From the end of June till mid-August, things sucked. Things were trending downward. People were losing their enthusiasm. They just there was less energy. And then ever since mid-August, you could see it. I could feel it on this side of streaming. The momentum started to pick up. We saw it in the technicals. The MACD was crossing over. We started taking out levels of resistance. It's almost the electricity you feel when the game changes. If you're watching a game, if you're especially there in person, there's something about the electricity in the air that you can truly feel. And I think that is honestly pretty similar to what the feeling I almost have on AMC and GME. You can feel things are changing, and you never know what it's going to become. And that's what we're doing. We're sitting here day in and day out. We're talking about it. We're trying to figure out our best. We're tracking the data. We're looking at the options. We're doing all the technicals, and you just got to enjoy the ride. I think a lot of us already have our ticket on the rocket ship, and we just have to see how high this rocket ship actually goes. All right. the other thing, so on SPRT, I wanted to zoom out on this one. It's looking weak right now. If you're in it, I get that could be upsetting, but if we go below August 27th's close of 26.33, I think there could be a gap fill back down to 20. I really do. I mean, we have a gap. We've talked about gap fills a lot. There's a point, if volume is lower, if we get to a point of volume exhaustion, that might not be good. It definitely is not going to be good. So once again, this is why I try to stress it enough, is just have your trading plan. With it, SPRT, I locked in my long gains on Friday. I was happy with it. Of course, I did a quick review of how I could have done it better, but it's a trade. If you're in the market, it's all about trading. It's just making money. You do your best to make money. It's honestly that simple. If you see opportunity, take advantage of opportunity. I'm not here to tell you trading plan is good or bad. I'm just here to beg you that you have a trading plan. All right, should I move over from Robinhood to Fidelity right now? I mean, that's up to you. I would not recommend using Robinhood. I think it's actually easiest to use public. What is this? Sent you a new video of cycles overlap. Easy to understand, and it's only 1 minute. All right, Stonks Batman. I don't know where you sent it. If you could like resend it so it's to the top of my Twitter. Can you and Trey live stream together, please? Moon Gang, Jimmy, AMC, BB, Gorilla Champ, what's going on? Trey has he does have a day job. Like, this is part of my day job. My day job is streaming and trading. He has a job. I don't know if it is or isn't disclosed, but that's up to him. And then his job is, after that, he has a YouTube job of doing his videos. So it's hard. We could probably do something on the weekend where we both have a little bit more free time, but during the day it is difficult just because of schedules. All right, what else do we have? Hey there, I saw TradingView yesterday for the first minute after market volume 16, a bug, or how does that happen? I don't know on TradingView where they source theirs. I would have to look into that. Good morning. Thoughts on Lucid's support, resistance, and overall outlook? Down over 20% this morning because of lockup period ended. So that tells me that a lot of insiders are selling. If the lockup period is over and Lucid is getting smacked, you just have insiders selling. This seems to be a pretty extreme reaction. It might just be a pre-market deal. Whoa, this is not looking good. Big gap down, and whenever you have a big gap down, that is the opportunity of a gap fill play back up, because we are currently going to open below yesterday's low on LCID. So I would view it more as, if I see some buying starting to step in, that might be a good base, and you're buying on weakness. I like LCID in the long term. I'm a fan of the EV sector, very much so. And this is more, I do believe that there's going to be an appetite for luxury EV within the US, and that's exactly what Lucid Group's all about. So I would be patient. I would be patient and wait for buyers to step in. But I'm a fan of buying on weakness if I like the company, and I do like Lucid, and it's just coming down. It seems like either insiders are selling or people are worried that insiders will be selling because the lockup period is over. But whatever it is, this is pretty extreme. And hey, if you liked it yesterday at $20, you're going to love it today at $15. Is it true AMC is moving to the MSCI index? It's being included. You don't move into it. It's just included. It's not like it moves from the Russell 2000 to the MSCI. You can be in multiple indices at a time. So it's just included in the MSCI. Like, they're going to be tracking it. Morning, dude. Can you give an analysis on LTCH? All right. I don't know. LTCH. Looks strong. Gap up. I wouldn't chase it. It's right at resistance. But if it holds, you can then watch 14, but don't chase gap ups. This thing has been moving from the 950 mark on August 19th. You're kind of late to the party if you don't already have it. If you already do have it, congratulations, ride the trend out. What else do we have? Thoughts on XCLA? I'm not the biggest fan of XCLA. I don't think it's an awful play. I just think there's better plays. So I'm not putting my money into it as of now until things change. But it's not the worst play. I think there's better opportunity right now. And that's my own opinion. I mean, this looks strong. What is the short interest on XELA? A lot of people are trying to say it's a short squeeze play, and I believe when I checked it out that the short interest wasn't that high, but let me just double check. So XELA has a short interest of 3%. So if you like it, you should like it for its fundamentals or its technicals, but this XELA is not a short squeeze play. So if you like it, you like it, and that's fine. Like I do see some bullishness in the chart. Like I like that it's turning back around. I'd like to see it get above 280, and then it could maybe push 340. Like I think there's opportunity there. It's just not like a top tier play to me. And maybe it rips, and maybe I'm missing out, and that's fine. Like sometimes you're not going to get every play. Sometimes you're going to miss out on certain plays. All right, 5 minute. Sweet. Should be a fun day. Here's the Russell 2000. Was looking very strong in pre-market, 227.80. Selling off a little bit in pre-market. Let's see if this bases. AMC looking good. It's holding in the green. GME looking very good right now. And like I said, SPRT looking weak. How is BBIG looking? BBIG, I would have loved for it to hold 840. That's a little bit of a bummer. So see if it bases very quickly and can recapture 840, but I have no BBIG position. Okay, so I'm getting some questions about other ones. Let me start writing them down, and we could do it like midday when things are a bit more quiet. What do we have here? We have COTY, and then we also have MDVL. All right, I have those written down. I need to find a better place for my coffee, folks. A better place for my coffee. Oh, people asking about CRSR before the bells. CRSR. Looking good. Honestly, it looks pretty solid right now. I still don't have it, and I'm afraid to get it because of just that news article. I don't want it to seem like a pump and dump. But I like CRSR. It is a short squeeze candidate. I like it because it's in the esports world. I think just esports is going to continue to boom. Right now, it is at previous support, which could be acting as resistance. And the CRSR could get moving above 36. So you have all of this junk back in here from April and May. So look for it to slowly and surely trend upward. It might take a bit, but I would be... man, this is actually pretty interesting. It's going to take a while, but the major breakout point I would say is 36 on CRSR. And if you're curious about its Ortex numbers, let me pull this up for CRSR. Corsair Gaming. All right. The short interest is 29.6%. The shares on loan is 13.5 million, and the utilization is 99%. So with it, it has the numbers it needs, but the final thing it truly needs is the price action. Like it needs to put more pressure on the shorts. All right. What else do we have? Can I get your thoughts on EEENF? Not popular, but they recently found a huge oil reserve in North Slope. It's the fact that it has 5 letters means it's on an OTC market, so I wouldn't be a fan of that. I wouldn't trade it. Hey, all right, we did that. Florida Auto Brokers shout out. Have you checked out TUP? Any feedback? No, I have not heard of TUP, but I'll throw it on the list. TUP. What do you think about Real? No thoughts on Real. A lot of people asking about SKLZ. Oh, this is looking strong. 15% gap up after gaining 11% yesterday. What is going on with SKLZ? SKLZ has a short interest of 20%, shares on loan of 69 million, and a utilization of 97%. Looking strong, obviously looking very strong. A gap up to actually, we talked about this yesterday, and I said, it might be a gap fill play to this zone, but it's actually gapping up above its previous gap. That's kind of weird. If it can continue upward, I would still be watching this 1575 level as like my next target. is how I would handle that. But I have no SKLZ position right now. And if it starts doing things, maybe I'll get a position. But like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of chasing. So I'd want to see like at least some intraday support or something to play off of. Dank, I see you, P. Geez. Okay. I do want to have a quick, I'll be breaking character, but I do. Okay. I do want to have an important conversation, and I just need to address some of the things that I see going on with social media in reference to AMC, and we have AMC and GME, and we've seen this before. And I mean this wholeheartedly, and like, let me break character for a second. So previous times that we've seen AMC and GME move, you get more of this rhetoric of, I guess in a way, like the whole argument of like diamond hands, and then you put out a price level, like I'm diamond handing to this level, I'm diamond handing to this level. And then we have people accusing other people of not being apes if they don't hold to the level that some other random person on the internet wants to hold to. Let me make this so abundantly, specifically, crystal clear. This is your trade. Do not worry about any other person on this planet, especially on social media, telling you about what to do and accusing you of not being an ape or agreeing that you are an ape. This is your trade. That person who's talking to you and like either saying something positive or negative, it does not matter. They are not putting food on your table. They don't have to pay your mortgage. They don't have to pay your medical debt. They don't have to pay your student debt. They don't have to do any of that. Even if you're already rich and you have whatever, this is play money for you. I need to make this so clear. This is your trade. For me, I don't care what your trading plan is. I just want you to have a trading plan, and don't let your trading plan somehow be formulated by some other dipshit out there that doesn't actually care about your financial situation. If your target for AMC is 50 or 75 or 100 or whatever, 250, 5,000, I don't care. Just have a trading plan and make sure you're not being bullied by this stupid crowd thing going on the internet. It's so frustrating for me because what I think is going to go on is people are going to have life-changing money, and I don't want you to let that life-changing money come into your hand and before you can grasp it, disappear. And I know people are going to get pissed off at me because they're like, Matt, why isn't he saying that we all need to diamond hand it to this level? Well, first of all, that's collusion. That's manipulation. And I don't want to tell anyone what level they should or shouldn't be holding to because I'm not a perfect trader. I am doing my best. I'm worrying about my P&L, and I want to make as much money as I possibly can. And if it's at the expense of these hedge funds, and if I could send a message to Wall Street of like some of this manipulation going on, that is perfect. That's what I am trying to do. So anyone out there, same thing with Jimmy. If your goal is 250, 300, 1,000, 5,000, I do not care. If you want to play stocks, great. If you're going in for options, also great. I don't care. You are worried about you. You are trying to make yourself money. Don't get bullied by this stupid internet crowd into changing your plan. Can I tell you what is a good plan, bad plan? I could give you my own opinions on things, but that's all it is. We all have opinions. Your opinion might be better than mine. It might be worse than mine. It's still just an opinion. And I hate that people are somehow like they feel like they have to hold it, or like all of a sudden if they're not going to this level, okay, this level makes you an ape. Who votes on this? Like there's no secret panel of like, oh, okay, we have a secret ape meeting and this price level makes you an ape and this one means your diamond hands and this one means that whatever. You're like, no, this is not how it works whatsoever. You are a retail trader. You shouldn't be colluding on a price. We shouldn't be manipulating to a price. And the most important thing is, it's your trade. It's your money. I don't know what you're going through financially. You don't know what I'm going through financially. We have no insight into other people's financial well-being. So let them trade how they want to trade. That's what the market's for. We are not something that's colluding for a massive price. And it's so frustrating to me. Our concern should be looking into what's going on in Wall Street, not arguing with other people in our community. Like that's a waste of time to me. We have so many more other things to discuss versus like all these people trying to like bully other people. Worry about your P&L, and I don't
care what you want to do. If you want to diamond hand it and higher and higher and higher, great. If you have a certain price level where you could pay off all your bills, great, sell it there. I don't care. I'm trading how I want to trade. You should trade how you want to trade. I think it's important, and I'll probably end up reiterating this, but I've seen this before. As I sat here for the past 6 months, this has happened as the stocks go haywire. I'm preemptively front running it this time because if you're watching me, if you're specifically a member of the Moon Gang, all I care about is you making money. Like, I want you to make good trades, and that's it. And I'm going to reiterate it as things continue to get more and more wild, I suppose. And it's just, when you're growing on social media, you care a lot about everyone liking you. Like, you don't want to see one negative comment. And now that I have more of a social media following, as you're growing through it, you care about everyone. You care about your likes. You care about your views. You care about the positive comments. And before, there was things that I didn't really push back on. Like, I would have some sort of argument, and then I saw that it wasn't the best received. So I was like, oh, okay, maybe I should not say that because it's pissing people off. That is so stupid. I'm at the point now, if I lose people because I'm saying things that are a little bit too much of a hard truth for them to emotionally accept, okay, bye, see ya, I don't care, see you later. But for the people who are no, hang on, I actually want to understand the sides of arguments, maybe where I should there's more to this than just us beating the drum and then just pumping everyone up on Twitter and Reddit and be yeah, it's going here, it's going here, it's going here, it's going here. Maybe it's going to go there, but you still have to have a plan. And if I think people are going to start doing things that are absolutely crazy and I see this building, I'm not just going to sit back and be okay, I don't want to say that because maybe I'm going to lose a subscriber, or maybe I'm not going to get more likes on my next tweet. I don't give a shit. What I care about with this audience, I truly feel such an incredible debt to all of you that I need to be in a way where I can speak what I perceive to be truth at all times and not worry about the repercussions. And I think that's a human thing where people are worried about repercussions. And I'm there. I get it. Of course you want to be liked by the most people. But we are at the point where we're talking about too much money for me to actually give a shit about some random social media account not liking me. Some person who's hidden behind a keyboard saying, oh, that's not blah, blah, blah. I don't care. It's too much money. It's too much of a life-changing opportunity for me to not be as absurdly straightforward and frank as I can possibly be. So that's why I want to have this. And with it, people are gonna be oh, why isn't he saying this of diamond hand to this level, this stock, that stock? Because I don't care. I don't care. You got to do what you got to do. Worry about your P&L. All right. And we'll go back into the fun character now for the day and like I said, I'll probably end up reiterating some of that because I do think it's wildly, wildly important. But there's a subset in this community that I think is damaging to the remainder of the community. And I will actively speak out against it because I care too much about this community to get screwed over by nobodies who have social media logins. It's honestly that honest. All right. And this is why I subscribe to the channel. Speaking straight facts, Moon Gang. Well, I still like you, Matt, not a hedge fund. All right. Get ready for the bell to go ding, dingity, ding, ding, ding. Get ready, get ready. Still long on AMC, still long on GameStop. Just for whatever, if you want that transparent. All right, let's get going. Let's get going. We are 20 seconds from hopefully Tendy Town. All right, let's go.
Attention, attention. The market is about to open. Ding, ding, ding. Casino is open for today, Wednesday, September 1st. Good luck.
Let's rock it, folks. Let's rock it, rock it, rock it. Not rocket as in like the space shuttle, rocket as in like, oh, we're rocking, like that kind of rocket. Well, I guess both would work on the day. Why do I have skills still up? All right. Gonna have some volatility. SPRT, of course, I still like to wait those first 15 minutes, but let's see how this goes out. But SPRT sub 30, not the best sign. Definitely not a good sign. Sub 26. 23 Mins in Mark is on a rant. Love you, kid. I'll tell you the same thing I tell my wife and her boyfriend. Just calm down. Don't know if you already mentioned BBIG. Do you have an opinion or advice? I could throw it up. BBIG, I wish it held above 8. I really wish it held above 840. So watch it. I mean, we know this thing can move, but it's worthwhile. I try to not make any crazy decisions, like just a lot of volatility and that type of stuff at open. So I try to sit on my hands for the first 15 minutes, but I see weakness in SPRT. I'm hoping it bounces off of 26. If it goes sub 26, I'm looking at a gap fill to 19. Oh, hey, Mark. I'm still diamond handing tulips too. Ducky Financials. I love it. All right. What else do we have going on? Stonks Batman. Okay. You pinned it to your profile. I'll check that out. Here, let me write it down so I don't forget. Stonks Batman. If that's the volume one you sent me, we were kind of talking about it yesterday. I actually shouted you out about you pointing out like the volume overlaps or like the repeating volume pattern. If that's that video, I did watch it. I liked it. And based on what you're saying, you're actually looking for an increase in volume right now, or I should say a continued increase in volume. My money, my trade. Anyone that doesn't agree can go pound sand. I have a target and will execute, and that target, period. Thanks, Matt, for addressing this. You rock. Yeah, I think it's very important, and I don't want, if you have a target, cool, sick. If like, even if you know that your target is below a bunch of other people's, above a bunch of other people's, who cares? It's your target. Wait, so what is the diamond hand level again? We'll have to come back. I guess there's a secret vote on it. I don't know what the diamond hand level is. I see all these different prices and whatever. And honestly, I think it's just fodder. I think it's just noise on the side. These people throwing out price predictions, I don't trust in any of them, and I don't agree with any of them. All these price predictions, none of them have like solid math backing it. For me, I don't know how you could have math or a model describing the current situation. I think all we can do is play it from level to level to level. That's all it is. It's just tranches, tranche to tranche to tranche. That's all it is. We watch support. We look for breakouts above resistance. It's that simple. I'm not here to be like, oh, okay, like this level. I don't know how any of them are coming up with it when it's too dynamic of a situation. I have to fix the roof on my house. I won't anyone bully me into my trades. My wife and kids need a new roof over a house badly. It's my trade. Exactly. Corn cob. Well, I like you, Matt. Sir, this is the Texas Roadhouse. Rant on Matt. We boom boom when you rant. Thanks for all you do. And this is why I subscribe. Shout out Brian C. Matt talking facts. Unless you're paying my bills, you're not telling me when to sell. Hey, Matt, the only anger I get from stonks is from my own stupidity. I love being wrong. If my fellow ape's still making money, just got to learn. So long, I'm at Kohrs Tabasco Dave. Shout out. Have you seen the CFTC tweet? I think you need to look into it. CFTC tweet. What is that about? What is this all about? CFTC. I don't know. The one, I don't know if I'm looking at the right tweet. Your spreading FUD is going to a gazillion, and the trading plan is to sell at 5 cents, then donate everything to Citadel. Ooga booga, keyboard warrior, what's going on? All right, we are 5 minutes into the day. I like to wait those first. Wait, is
Is my trading view frozen? What's going on here? Are things updating? All right, there we go. Did it like froze for a second, and then all of a sudden we saw giant green bars. Oh, that's hilarious. All right. SPRT bouncing nicely off of 2750-ish. I like that. If it can hold that level, maybe it's not going to go to a gap fill quite yet. Maybe it still has some buyers left in its tank, but I'm a little bit nervous about SPRT at the moment. I want to see, we don't want it to go below 26 because then that makes the gap fill down to 20 a very real possibility. AMC currently trading at 46.62, down 1% on the day. GME is trading at 220, which means it's up 1% on the day. But it looks like the 46 level, let me just go to the 15-minute really quick right here. This is right where it bounced. This is some resistance. So basically, the resistance from yesterday looks as if it's becoming support today. So I really don't mind that back test. We're just kind of reaffirming it. We're just building our scaffolding higher and higher and higher. So if it wants to bounce off of that, I'm all here for it. I would love to see this swing back around and basically watch 47 and then watch the intraday high of 47.85. All right, first target. All right. There's the 47 level. BBIG holding 8. BBIG holding 8 is nice. Holding above 840 is even better. Is SPRT, what's going on with SPRT? They've borrowed $1 million against it on SPRT. All right, 27.58. Let's throw up some MACD just to see where this momentum might be changing on both AMC and GME. All right, perfect. There we go. AMC, just look for the MACD to cross. GME, look for the MACD to cross. This break above 47, who knows? This turnaround, depending on how much momentum it really gets built up from here, I wonder if early morning is the dip buy of the day. But watch 47. You want to see it, recapture it, hold it, look for the MACD cross. GME looking good at 222. AMC about to go green. It's down by 0.2%. And it's back almost green. AMC just went green. Looking good. Look for that MACD to cross, showing some strength. GME definitely showing some strength. Speaking of which, let me check some of that. CFTC staff provides temporary no action relief for certain financial reporting requirements to bank swap dealers. That's the news. You need to look into it. Okay, I'll check out what's going on with that. Here we go. All right. AMC got that pop, trading at 47.44. We're watching 47.85, then 48, then really 48.30. GME moving. It's at 230. All right. So just so everyone knows, I think I need, what's Roblox at? I think I need to get out of Roblox for the temporary just so I can get more money for AMC and GME. I'm just juggling around some capital. I still like Roblox, but I need to temporarily get out. So I need more money. I need more capital. Wait, I think I entered that wrong. Hang on. How do I get out of this? I have a covered call position on Roblox that I want out of. Oh, okay. I got out of. I am out. I am out. All right. And now I have more money, right? More money, more money, more money. More money, more money, more money. I do. I think that gave me some liquidity. Sweet, sweet, sweet. And now I can buy. Is it 9:45? All right. Patience, patience, patience. I am sticking my rule. I just wanted, I still like Roblox, but I am now flat on the position. I just need capital. I need capital. If I want more AMC, if I want more GME, I need capital. And I'll probably be getting some capital on some of these SPRT puts as well. But once again, just need money. More money, more problems. All right. AMC, GME, both looking awesome right now. Showing some strength. SPRT, I'm watching that 26 level. If it looks like it's going to bounce off of 26, I'll just lock in my puts right there. But if it breaks below, I'll hold it a little bit more. I'm just trying to quickly generate some extra money. Waiting. And I haven't bought anything today. I'm just trying to wait till that 9:45. Futu is on the move with 240 price target. Please advise. Good morning. You are the best. Also check out retest level and CRSR. All right, let me put those both down. Futu, CRSR. Ben, I do not. Can you check out BB? All right, people are asking about BB. We got that. Master that. Duck, thanks for all you do. AMC, OG, any thoughts on skills? All right, yeah, a lot of people asking about skills. That was looking strong. I buy AQST and AMC because I lost everything in 2008. Susan, I hope you make all that money back and then some. BBIG looking good right now. BBIG looking good. AMC looking good. GME looking good. All of them are showing strength. And you're looking, if you're in SPRT, if you're long on it, you're looking for a bounce off of 26. And me, who currently owns puts against it, I'm watching 26. If it breaks down, I'll hold it till 20. If it looks like it's going to bounce, I'll just lock in my profits. Easy. That's my trading plan. Whatever your trading plan is, my trading plan good or bad? I don't know. But like the whole point is just to stick to it. Stick to it. All right. AMC battling it out at 47.60 right now. GME battling it out at 230. GME above 225. If it holds up here, especially on volume, I think we're cruising to 240. That's my next level on GME. Matt found an old pic of you and sent it to your Twitter DM. Enjoy. Clips photography. I'm excited.
Oh, brother, AMC and GME are looking like they just came from Tendy Town. AMC pushing its current intraday high at 47.85. GME pushing its intraday high, and it's trading at 230.19. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Who just said this? I agree, Scott. BBIG is Clove 2.0. Who cares? If people are making money, they're making money. There's a weird obsession now in this community of people, like, apparently you're not allowed to make money on something else. Like, you need money to make more trades. It's honestly that it's that straightforward, and it's like cringeworthy to me when people are saying you shouldn't be trading something else. Like, what? You're not my mom. Like, it's stupid and silly. If people want to trade other things, let them trade other things. It's 100%. It's them. It's their trade. It's their money. Why? Like, you're not the arbiter of someone else's like portfolio. Who cares? I wish everyone the best of luck. Whatever you're trading, I hope you kill it. If it's AMC and GME, cool. I'm right there with you. If it's something like BBIG, I'm not in BBIG. But if you're in it, I still congratulate you. You're up a lot of money. That's sick. Cool. I hope it moves so much that it ends up flowing into AMC and GME, and I think that'd be cool. But if not, also whatever. People are so oddly judgmental about other people's money, and it's really cringeworthy. BBIG halted. Actually, it's run so much. BBIG is up 16% on the day after having a good day yesterday. Right at close, it showed some strength. Hey, Matt, shout out from Sunset Park, Brooklyn. Do you expect shorts to cover at the same time, or would it take several days? I
as of now, think it will take several days. Hypothetically, if everyone but one person sells their shares at 1K during the mother of all short squeezes, that one person can hold it till 500K because hedge funds need to buy back all the shares. Hypothetically, yeah, but you're never going to see that in reality, ever. Just because there's going to be other people engaging in the market. Remember, so you just said, hypothetically, if everyone but one person sells their shares at 1K during the mother of all short squeezes, that one person can hold till 500K. The issue with that is that there's other stock market participants. It's not exclusively retail holders and then these other shorts. You have market makers, you have high frequency traders. There's other people who will be actively trading the market. So it's not like that one person will hold out Holly. So that's not how it will play out in reality. There's just too many other players in the game. Grabbed 9 calls for BBIG this morning on the dip, up 96%, and I expect much more today, which will get thrown into AMC when it's over. Moonshots. That's awesome. Congratulations on an awesome trade. BBIG halted. Yes, it's halted. Volatility halt. It'll be 5 minutes. It halted at 44, so it'll open back up at 49. 9:49, so it looks like it has about 3 more minutes. AMC, as of now, double topped at 47.80.85. Currently trading at 46.60. Would love for it to put in a higher low and start turning back around. Pay attention to the MACD. SPRT holding on, barely holding on at 27. Quick Vortex check. Okay, AMC, they've borrowed $1 million against it, short interest over 17%. GME, they've borrowed 71,000, short interest 12.88%. And then for SPRT, they've borrowed 952,000 and a short interest of almost 82%. All right, AMC, turn that back around. And let me just quickly go to this. Filters, BBIG, where was the halt? BBIG halted at 944.23, so it's going to unhalt at 949.23, a volatility halt. Remember, with these volatility halts, it's in no way decided by Webull or Robinhood. They are not the one who stops the trading. It's like, in this case, it's the literal NASDAQ that stops the trading of BBIG across everything. So it's not your broker that gets to decide it. How do you get out of a covered call? I sold 2. You just buy those 2 specifically back. So if you click on it, there should be like a buyback button. I can't. Moonshots. What a great dip buy on BBIG. You're already up 96%, and we're not even 20 minutes into the day, and you're also doing that with a halt. That's just crazy. Trying to learn the stock DMAC has a gap on the daily chart. Is that something that should fill, or am I looking at it wrong? Gaps commonly do fill. They don't have to, but like there is a statistical edge to gaps eventually being filled. It's not like it has to get filled the next day or something like that, but eventually most gaps on charts are filled. All right. SPRT battling it out at 27.70. What's going on with IW? Is this about to unhalt? Okay, yeah, BBIG is about to unhalt, so I'll leave it up just so we can watch the fireworks, the volatility. There we go. Wow, look at that thing. Moving. BBIG at 964.57. Wow, BBIG is up 20% on the day, pushing $10. I think from previous technicals when we were checking that out, BBIG, I think above 10, it almost looked like it was clear sailing to 12 or something along those lines. All right, SPRT. I need this. I need more money, more capital. All right, let me lock in these. Do I want to lock in the SPRT
put gains? Or do I want to give it a second to breathe? No, I do not. Stick to your plan. Stick to your plan, Jan. All right, BBIG showing some serious strength, already exploding to 11. Whoa. BBIG going absolutely haywire right now. Absolutely haywire. AMC is at 46.18. Man, is it halted again? Yeah, BBIG has to be halted. Insane volatility. Crazy. Congrats if you got up 37% on the day. Man, moonshot. You're probably up even more. Matt, good morning on SPRT. Do you see a scenario in which you would get in? It's obvious it's down because low volume and shorts doubling down. If it shows strength, I would go long on it. And if it shows strength, I would buy calls. If it shows weakness, I would buy puts. But right now, I'm currently flat on SPRT as I'm saying this. But it's showing some strength. Maybe if it recaptures 30. But I'm in the mode where I'm trying to free up capital for AMC and GME. If I see maybe a quick trade I can make to generate a little bit more, I might hop on that, but it would be like a very quick day trade scenario because right now, I mean, I just see so much strength in the AMC and GME charts that, especially if on an intraday basis, if I can get a slightly better fill, a little bit of weakness, I'm going to take advantage of that while I can, like, get it as it's cheaper because I see a lot of strength. At least the way I understand technicals and charts and volume and follow through and momentum and all that stuff, I see a lot of strength in AMC and GME on their daily time frame. So if I can find a little bit of weakness on a shorter time frame, I'm going to take advantage of that. Got into BBIG after the first halt and I'm up 50%. Let's go. Tendies for AMC, baby. Got 100 BBIG at 490 on Friday. Let's go. Why is BBIG halted again? Volatility. It moved too much in a short period of time. 37 calls on BBIG, up over 10K. I love the community we built together. So much power collectively. Yeah, BBIG. People have been calling it out. I don't have a position. Maybe I'll make one right after the halt if there's some like quick money in there. I don't know. It's all... Right now, I am fully in the mode of freeing up capital and trying to quickly generate some extra for AMC and GME. That's the mode I am in. I got to put on SPR expire 17th, 32 calls. Any thoughts, non-financial advice? Carlos, I mean, you're looking good today. SPRT is down 11%, so you're probably up a good amount of money. If it breaks below 26, look for that gap fill to 26 down to 20. But it could also bounce right off of that. 26 would be a level of demand. So you have to watch that closely. Quick question, Matt. I'm trying to develop a good exit strategy for high volatility stocks, BBIG. What is your suggestion, not financial advice? There's a couple ways you could play it. Each scenario is not the same. But with this, I mean, just you do your best to read the tape, to read the price action. Maybe you just want a certain percentage gain. Maybe you're watching a certain dollar mark of like, okay, I see resistance at what? Value X. Maybe you just want to sell there. Or maybe you want to let it run, lock in some and let the remainder run. It's okay to scale in and out of plays. You could sell some right here. Like if it runs like crazy, you can lock some in and let the rest ride and you'll be a little bit more comfortable. Put 2K into BBIG, up 10K for AMC. I love it. Thank you. Thank you to this community. Missed out on SPRT, riding BBIG to roll back in AMC after this moonshot. So with it, just remember, like, don't get to what's your goal. Have a trading plan. I don't care if it's AMC, GME, BBIG, SPRT. Just have a plan. Where are you getting in? Where are you getting out? Make sure it's defined. So when you get to crazy moments and insane volatility and halts and all that stuff, you already have your plan. You're not going to get like confused and you don't want to be like a deer in the headlights situation. When does this halt end? BBIG 950.57, so 951, so basically 956 it'll unhalt. So you have about
50 seconds till BBIG starts trading once again. AMC not holding that 46.50 breakout. Come on, we got to turn that back around. 45 call options on BBIG plus 700 shares, up 200%. More attendees for AMC, baby. Coyote Gamer, shout out. All these BBIG attendees will be headed to AMC. Matt, Futu got upgraded to 220, the move to 150. Also a comment on CRSR, please. Thank you. Yeah, I have that written down. We'll check out CRSR and Futu. We will check those out, but we're trying to watch the current action on the screen. All right, BBIG is about to start trading again. About to start trading. Insanity. Wow. BBIG. Man, I'm looking at the options on it. I'm trying to bring up the options on it. They have to be so juiced right now. There's no way that they're not. BBIG. What is the implied volatility? Has to be nuts. Oh, they only have the monthlies up right now on BBIG. Huh. Crazy. Crazy. Okay, AMC trying to recapture 46. Watch the MACD for the turnaround. Same with GME. GME is up 2.82% and AMC is down 2.7% as of now. AMC trading just below 46 and GME is trading at 224. Halted again, volatility. Yeah, it's just these halts, just to clarify, it's just when it moves a certain percentage in too short of a time frame, it gets halted. And it's kind of funny. The reason that they have these halts is for, I guess what they want is for the market to calm down. And usually with halts, it doesn't make it calm. And in fact, sometimes right after halts, you actually see more volatility. So they're kind of counterintuitive to like what they're supposed to be doing, but they're supposed to calm things down and stop the wildness. And as you could see, I mean, it went from 1193 down to 1031 within like seconds, which is just wild. So that's the third halt of the day. And with it here, BBIG, while it's halted, let's look at the daily. I mean, at this point, it went above 11. I mean, it did hit a new all-time high. What is this high? 1163. It already cleared it today. So you're looking for it to hold above 1163, its previous high. But I definitely assume we're still going to see volatility. When does this one unhalt? 56. So it's going to unhalt at 144. So basically 10:02 is when a BBIG will unhalt. We have GME going flat at 224 and AMC definitely in a downtrend to start today off, but let's see if it's going to pull the old reversion tactic. SPRT looks heavy in my opinion. Watch it at 27. Look for it to hold 27. AMC, what are you doing? It's at 45.82. Just looking for it to get back above. What is this level? Right here, 46.33 is the level I'm looking for it to recapture. Above 46.33 with a MACD cross could be getting us out of this downtrend that started at 9.43. All right, I am curious. We have about a minute and a half BBIG. It's fun to watch this stuff because it's just crazy. It's just pure insanity. So it is kind of fun just to see how it's all playing out and what it is or isn't doing. Matt, took your advice on scaling in and out and trades at critical levels. Sold through my 12 BBIG options, now playing with the house money. Love it. Morning, Matt. Good news for a small ape. Got in all my all-time fame company, Lockheed Martin. Today's my actual birthday. Shout out and happy birthday. What's going on, Jeremy? Congrats, man. So halt's just you telling your significant other to calm down. Pretty much. Did shorts cover on SPRT? As of now, the data is actually suggesting that they got more short. But remember, if they get too short, like a lot of short, well, that's just a lot of selling and they might end up pushing it down. That's what shorting is. It's creating a position by selling stock. Another way to put that is you're increasing supply. And when you increase supply, if there's not enough demand, the price drops. Patrick Allen, stop covering pump and dumps. You're short-sighted and you just don't understand what's going on. It's not a pump and dump. This is a legitimate BBIG, which I do not have a position in. It's not a pump and dump. It's a legitimate short squeeze play. That's why people are talking about it. A pump and dump, you're just pissy that you're not making money on it. It's honestly that simple. I have no BBIG, but I'm still like, I guess, man enough to understand why people are in it, and I'll congratulate them for making money. Do I wish I were in it? Of course I do. It's up 26.5%. Of course I wish I was in it. Why would I not want more money? I remember when Matt pulled up BBIG for the first time on my request, so thanks to Matt for more 8 money. Congrats. Congrats. All right. AMC and GME trying to turn the ship around on the day. GME doing it though, and it's still green. AMC has some room to make up, but this might be the change of trend. Just look for it to get above 46.33. The MACD already crossing, so we're getting some of the technicals starting to confirm, but we need a little bit more of a follow through. BBIG opened back up. So volatile, so insanely volatile. What's it going to do? This is probably a very good indicator on also why you shouldn't chase it on BBIG. Like right here, people quickly already went from buying it because they got excited at like say 1150 or the high 11s, and then they quickly became bag holders. And I'm not saying it's not going to come back. It very well could come back, but you want to get it at more reasonable levels, like back here when it was like starting to pick up around like 820 or something like that. Chasing once in a while gets you money. Like if you started to chase it at 940, okay, well, if you got in at 940, sold it at 1140, you just made a huge killing in and out. But you also, that was very risky. And right here, if it bases a little bit, all right, well, that gives a little bit of credence to maybe you're risking the 950 level. There's many ways to trade. There's swing traders, there's day traders. You could, whatever, stocks, options. It's just whatever it is, have a plan. I just beg everyone here to have your plan. Know what you are or aren't going to do. SPRT looks a bit heavy. GME flat at 223. AMC flat at 46. BBIG, short interest of 37%, shares on loan of 23 million, utilization 98%, and they've borrowed 2.22 million against it, which means the short interest is actually up to 40%. And once again, that is for BBIG. All right, come on, AMC. It's at 46 right now. I like that it's holding 46, but I would much prefer that okay, cool. We tested 46. It's support. I'm fine with that, but let's turn the ship around and see if this actually can get some technical breakouts. Use this to teach us about how to handle trading around halts during the squeeze. Also, during the squeeze, market sells versus limit sells. I would never do market sells ever, because when you do a market buy or a market sale, you don't know the price. Like at least with a limit, you're saying, okay, like if you can get it filled, fill me right here. Market buy, market orders just in general is like, it's such an easy way for market makers and high frequency traders to make money off of you. So I try to never use markets. Fake Trey Subway Cup posting in chat nonstop, pumping AQST. Take advantage of me being away because my dad died. So mess up, boot him and ban him. Okay, if I see, where is this account? If I see him, I'll boot him right now. All right, Trey Subway Cup is a member. Where's the fake one? Let's get him out of here. Stealing a cup's identity. Inappropriate. All right, if I see him, I'll ban him, or maybe a mod already got to him. Where's this other Trey Subway Cup?
How dare you? How dare you steal identity? But for real, that's like not cool, using another account's likeness to like pump some crap. I guess I shouldn't say it's crap. I don't know much about AQST, but I'm not a fan. I'm not seeing comments from the fake one today. If I see them, I'll ban them. I got you. Oh, wait. Can I do at how? Why can't I just ban them from? All right. He needs to rear up his head for me to possibly axe it off. Jimmy C becoming an astronaut. People forget that AMC and GME weren't the only stocks unreasonably shorted. All this tells me is that they're finally starting to cover. Yeah, I mean, people are just, they're so weird, like, of what you are or aren't allowed to trade. Why is SPRT not being hyped? It's over 80% short interest now, and CNBC said there's only 6 million shares left this morning. Trying to figure it out because it already moved. It moved on Friday. Remember, when these things squeeze, they don't stay at that value. It had like a huge, at one point on Friday, it was up 200%. And I'm not saying it's done, but right now it might be done. This is why you can't be like overly greedy on certain plays, and this is exactly why you have to have a plan. At what point, like, you have to pay attention to it. You have to employ your plan on it. SPRT, just because something's highly shorted does not mean it's going to squeeze. But I would argue that SPRT had its movement. It had a beautiful movement, and I'm not saying it's not going to have another one, but you need buyers. If demand is not there, it's not going to be bought, and it's not going to squeeze. Alex, hey Matt, I signed up for your Patreon yesterday, but how do I get invited to Discord? Once you sign up for Patreon, you should just be able to link it right in there. Like there should be like a link button for your Discord through Patreon, and then as soon as you open your Discord, you'll see the new Moon Gang server. Like, it should be a new server for you. But as soon as you're signed up, you just connect it there. If you're having issues getting it connected, Alex, don't hesitate to DM me on Patreon, and I could help you out. 2 guys, 1 Subway cup. We all know the real one, the real Trey Subway Cup. All right, AMC still hanging out at 46. I mean, if it's creating a base here, like, I'm not gonna be angry about that in the slightest, but I do want it to get back above 46.33. GME itself currently trying to wake up. Watch that trend. Even AMC, here are the trends I would currently watch on a small time frame. Oh, BBIG, what are you doing? Just some early morning insanity. If you're in BBIG, you want it back above 10. You want it above this trend line. And I know there's many people who are going to be chasing, and I don't think it's that good of an idea. But right now, I guess you could argue that you could use this as support around 930. At least that's what I would watch. If it goes below 930, if I were long, I would start to be like concerned about it. But right now, it's trying to fight back. It's trying to get above this trend line. It might be gearing up for round 2. Fake one is Trey's, real one is oh, okay. I just don't, they're not like commenting, so I don't know how to boot them. All right, shout out Jimmy C. What's someone? Ooh, BBIG on the move. BBIG on the move. All right, GME, try to get that breakout, but got smacked. AMC came very close to its own line right here. Come on, AMC. Maybe it's just, I mean, it's had 2 really good days recently, so maybe it's just a breather. SPRT just got smacked, selling. If it goes sub 26, I would be watching the gap fill zone to all the way down to 20. Is there any advantage to being on your Discord versus your YouTube channel? Yeah, I mean, they're completely different. YouTube chat is just YouTube chat, while the Discord is like a built out, like it's just a bit more, I guess, organized. There's voice channels, like they're wildly different, wildly different. All right, SPRT getting that bounce thus far. Very weird flush from 27 to 26. What's this? 2637. Interesting. Could bounce. We know the low 26s is an area of demand, so there's a chance of a bounce there. But if it goes below it, I'm telling you, there's that gap fill region all the way to 20. All right, people are asking about skills. Skills had a nice gap up, but also selling off. Is the market, what is going on today that like a lot of these things are starting to sell off? Like we're seeing just some selling in the market. Skills looks weak on an intraday basis right now, but still very much green on the day. It's up 7%. What is IWM doing? IWM, man, is that what's dragging everything down with it? IWM trying to hold on to 225.50. What's the S&P 500 doing? S&P 500 at 452. We see some selling in the broader market. Right here, BBIG got rejected at 10, coming back to 9. This is a good lesson on why you don't chase. You're seeing it real time with BBIG. When something's ripping like this, if you don't have a position before, it's dangerous to chase. And this is representative of it. Of course, it could turn around, but it could also keep selling off. So even if you did chase, which I'm not a fan of chasing, on top of that, you still, whether chasing or not, what's your plan? I mean, right there, I was saying, okay, maybe they would be using 930. Well, it's below 930. So the next downside, or are you really going to risk it all the way to 840? Just ask yourself, what is your risk? GME, what is going on right now? We're just seeing some weird selling. Both of these simultaneously getting hit, AMC and GME. Simultaneously. IWM, SPRT. SPRT sub 26. If it doesn't recapture 26, let me just double check that is the level. Yeah. So you're now below the low of this like gap up sell off day. It looks like it's trying to do this gap fill to 1999. But you're at the region right now. Okay, AMC 45.50, GME 219. All right, is BBIG gonna try for a third time? 1, 2, third hit on this trend line. Let's see if it can reverse its own trend. The artsy cart, no, still away for the week. Do you anticipate the chaos in Louisiana due to COVID and hurricane to affect the market? It could. I don't know if it'll impact the individual stocks that we're currently watching, but the market, it could have an impact on if something unexpected happens with all of it. Look at Ortex data today and yesterday. Who wonders they are going down the shorts more and more, but everyone make your DD and follow your plan. Alex. Yeah, so some of those messages are old, Alex. Like I said, you need to DM me. It's a little bit easier than just those posts. But those posts, if you look at the posts, it tells you how to connect right there. Those are still all the valid steps. But once you connect your Discord, it's going to work for you. Hi, Matt. Thanks for all you do. Could you give me a quick opinion on HUMA? HUMA. All right, I'll write it down and we'll come back to it. HUMA. But thank you for that update, Alex. I'll check those out. If you have recently tried to sign up for the Moon Gang Discord, if you have issues, let me know. And feel free to DM me if you're having a problem. But you should be able through Patreon to connect it to Discord as soon as you sign up. And then the server should be there after the proper connection. But once again, if you have issues, DM me on Patreon. Isn't today the collateral change by 25% of hedges said to start at 10 a.m.? I have not heard of a collateral change. I don't even know if that would be Elvin. A collateral change. What is this one? Private payrolls were expected to grow by 625,000. Instead, only grew by 324,000. Maybe something. So that might be what's putting a bit of pressure on S&P 500 and maybe IWM. But right now, AMC is down 3.3% on the day. So yesterday, where did AMC close out yesterday? We closed out at 47.13, and it was on decent volume. But right here, like we're just dancing around in this region, like all these shell lines, it's resistance, resistance, resistance. So I think people are like doing a lot of jockeying for position, trying to figure out what's going on. And you just have to calm, cool, collected, patience will pay, watch the chart, look for the crossovers in whatever you're using, whether it's stochastics, whether it's MACD, whatever. Look for it. Look for the bases. You want to identify that support. The collateral he speaks of is the SLDs, the secondary liquidity deposits. Oh, so you're saying the clearing brokers getting the more money. Hey, Mark, what view, 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, do you recommend for tech analysis, charting, trend lines? All of them. You need to use all of them. It's not like one time frame is the best to use. It doesn't work like that. You want to do the technical breakdown because sometimes it works on, you'll see different things on different time frames. So you want to use the more the merrier. Any weekly options that are trying to stay below? I mean, I don't know if it's the best to think of it like that. You could, for them, the people betting against the stock, the lower the better. And then for us, the higher the better. Like every single cent counts. You can look at where some of the volume is in terms of like where the highest open interest is. AMC has some interesting ones at 45, 50, and then I think 60 for this week. But I think more and more people are paying attention to the September monthlies. And really, in this range, 40, 45, 50, 55, pretty much all the major $5 ones have a sizable open interest. If B&B isn't a pump and dump, in your opinion, at what point does it become one? Thanks for the clarification. I mean, people are using a pump and dump. Like, what's a pump and dump? It's BBIG is a legitimate short squeeze play. Like, it's not a pump and dump. A pump and dump is when people are all just talking about a stock and they like are generating enthusiasm for fictitious information that isn't viable or backed by any data source. And it's literally just like an enthusiasm play. BBIG is being talked about because people notice it could be a short squeeze play. You have to look up what a pump and dump is. A pump and dump is when you're spreading fictitious information, you get people excited, they all buy, it runs up, and usually the person who's starting the pump is the one selling into it as it's running up. BBIG is not that because the data kind of supports what's going on. It's a legitimate short squeeze play, and with the craziness this morning, you could see some of the shorts pulling out. So something doesn't eventually become or not become a pump and dump. It's either a pump and dump from the start or it's not a pump and dump from the start. It was a short squeeze play. SPRT, a short squeeze play. What's up to 17 million shares at the end of the day? That could just be, wait, the 17 million share. I don't know what stock that's in reference to. If you're remember, if you guys are sending these messages,
if you're asking, like make sure you're associating what stock you're like referring to. What's up, Matt? Can you show us the Ortex data on LCID? Please also talk about the Phase 5 UMR regulations that are starting this month. I don't know anything about the Phase 5 UMR regulations. LCID, though, it's selling off today. It sounds like the insiders are starting to sell. The lockup period is over. But LCID, I don't know if it's... Let me check out its short interest, LCID. It's not a short squeeze play. That only has 8% short interest on LCID. Lemons, please. Let's squeeze. LCID on sale. I do admit LCID, the dip right now on LCID, it is, it's interesting. Interesting. Thoughts on MMAT pre-merger TRCH shorted since 2016. MMAT is a little bit more of an intricate situation that I need to dive into. MMAT as itself doesn't have a high short interest, but it did acquire TRCH, which did have a high short interest. So a little bit more of a unique position on TRCH, definitely. Hey Matt, please, what is your opinion on SPRT? How come you have it on your stream? And please show Ortex for this one. Thank you. It's on it because people have been asking about it, but my opinion right now is that it's looking weak. I mean, it was down yesterday. It's down again today, 16%. It's just, I mean, it feels like it maybe created some bag holders that are now like panicking out of it. It does have a high short interest, but people are inappropriately connecting short interest with having to squeeze. Just because it has a high short interest does not mean it has to squeeze. If there's not enough demand, all that additional shorting pushes the stock down. A short squeeze is when there's so much demand that's overwhelming the current shorts. SPRT, in my opinion, right now looks weak. Could that change? Could it come back and start swinging up? And would I then say it looks strong? Yeah, of course. But right now, I mean, you can't fight reality. It's just downtrending. It's been downtrending for 2 entire days now. That's weakness. And we have this level at 26 that's pretty important. And if it stays below 26, that makes it even more weak, and it opens up the gap fill opportunity all the way to 20. That's how I would look at the chart right now. Benjamin Grant becoming an astronaut. ATER might be squeezing also. Maybe, but this is BBIG on the intraday basis right now is a perfect example of why you shouldn't be a chaser. Everyone probably got excited unless you were getting in on like a technical play early this morning around $8. You're like, okay, I see this is an important level, and you ride it up. Okay, that was somewhat reasonable. But if you were just chasing it because it was running, this happens. Unfortunately, there are now bag holders created because of BBIG at these levels. And if you're watching here, I mean, what I've learned is to not chase. In my experience of trading, you don't chase these run-ups. If you still like BBIG, okay, target support. There is support at 840. Maybe you'll get a bounce off of 840 back up to 10. That is a possibility. But in here, if this is all we knew about the chart, like, okay, BBIG, if you knew it had excitement, you're like, okay, hang on, minute 1 sucked, minute 2 better. Oh, okay, minute 3 is strong. Maybe you're like, I like it at 8. Let's see how this happens. Maybe you get in at 8 and then you're messing around. And you're like, oh, okay, strength, sweet, 840 breakout, great. You're riding it. You have to have some sort of plan. Did you scale out a little bit at 9? Did you scale out a little bit at 10? Did you scale out a little bit at 11? But when you're seeing this right here, when it's ripping, you should not be thinking, oh, I need to buy right now. You are chasing a running stock. It's going to work out for you once in a while. It could have ripped. It could have ripped to 12, 13, 14, 15. And you'd have been like, oh, great. I'm in, like, I'm making money. And that works out once in a while. But then there's times where, and like, now you just have some bag holders. And like I'm saying, is BBIG done? Absolutely not. It just needs to swing back around. I'm just trying to say that this zone right here was not your time to chase. If you like BBIG, you still have to wait for some sort of support to be created, and you play off of that support. You don't just willy-nilly fire and buy. It's just not a good methodology. It creates bag holders. You're risking top ticking and losing money. And if it starts to bend back around, we could do some intraday breakdown of like, okay, what would you risk? What should you risk? What shouldn't you risk? At least the way I would personally look at it. But I just know chasing's not good. But AMC waking up, finally getting above this wedge, above 46. Watch 46.33. Roman for AMC. Hey, AMC coming back around. What are your thoughts on Trey's prediction AMC might retrace to 42 support before retesting 48 for the fourth time? Those ranges are too big for me. I think we have more important support and resistance in between those levels. Right now, I'm watching this 46 level. If we get above 46.33, I'm watching 47. Above 47, then I'm watching 48.30. So I have levels of support and resistance. To me, calling out the range of 42 to 48 on an intraday basis is too wide. There's important levels to watch in between those levels. Yo, Matt, I got into BBIG at 8 last night. Woke up unexpected, looking good from my perspective. Solid advice, though. Good anti-chase lesson. Yeah, and with it, if you're in it, so you're up 12%. That's awesome. That's a good trade. And you just have to, in it, what's your exit plan? That's all I ask of anyone. And I'm not telling anyone that their exit plan is right or wrong. I'm just saying you got to have an exit plan. Did you scale out a little bit at 1163? That 1150, 1160 was a good zone to scale out because that was the previous all-time high at BBIG. So right there, maybe not all, but some of mine, I would have been like, okay, I need to scale out there because that's legitimate resistance. Like that might have been the top tick. You don't know. And that's why I guess that's why I'm a fan of scaling in and scaling out. What else do we have? Stephanie Kimmerman tweeted that we were closing print for 60 million shares at close yesterday. That's what I think we were referring to. Okay, so that's just a big buy, but is that true? I didn't see that volume spike on AMC in right at the last one. I'd have to look into it. Can you give some info on BB, please? Shot up this morning. Now it's currently looking weak. I have no BB position. Daily chart looking strong, though. It's kind of a nice, I guess, a cup and handle. BB, it's daily chart. I like it. I think the time to create a position was not today, though. I think it was previous. It's hanging out at some resistance right under 12. Man, kind of hard to pull out resistance just because it's slowly bled off, but it is, BB is showing strength on the daily chart. I'll give you that. Give you that for sure. All right. The current trend might be changing on BBIG. Watch 975. Look for it to get above 975 to get out of the current bearish trend that started at 956. Joshua, Lucid, should I sell? Joshua, up to you. I don't know. Are you in it for a day trade, a swing trade, long-term investment? You have to have I don't know what your thesis is. Can you look at Disney calls up 80% this morning? DIS. Whoa. Disney looking awesome. Disney looks like it wants to come up to 185-ish, like this zone in here. Maybe 184. I would watch 184, 185 on Disney, but showing some strength. I like this uptrend. Disney definitely showing some strength. My range would be that 184, 185, closer probably to 185 on Disney. At 4:15 a.m., AMC was over 48. I was excited. Bam, bam.
Hey, Matt, been watching your live stream since May. Just want to show you a small token of my appreciation to say thank you. That's very kind. Can you take a look at coin? Been in since 253. Looks like a gap fill to 274. Possible retest. All right, I'll write coin down. Coin. Gotcha. All right. AMC messing around at this 46 level, trying to get a nice foothold right at this range. And then GME's back at its breakout level, or at the 217 to 218 range. We're watching this trend right now. The trend line, BBIG, what are you doing? BBIG trying to hold on top of its own trend line breakout. SPRT recapturing 26. That is good news. But watch this trend line right here. The bulls definitely want SPRT above 26. Hey, AMC waking up. 46.12. Watch 46.33 on AMC. All right. SPRT trying to get out of its own trend line. Just so everyone knows right now, I have no SPRT and no BBIG position. Right now, BBIG, SPRT, as I'm saying this at 10:31, flat on both of those, no position. Oh, wait, do we have a spammer? Looks like we do. All right, AMC waking up. AMC waking up. SPRT getting above 26. That's good that they couldn't hold it below that. But watch it. It's in that danger zone. All right, AMC, just push that 46.33 level. Let's do this, AMC. BBIG trying to hold its own trend line breakout. And GME not doing much in the moment. All right, we need a 3-minute, and then let's also throw up the MACD on that. Let's go actually, let's leave up the 1 minute because we're getting some action, but let's throw up the MACD, BBIG, bouncing right off the trend line. All right, there we go. There we go. All right, better. Hope everyone can see this a little bit more easily. There we go. All right, AMC, we're still just fighting tooth and nail at 46. Currently trading at 45.87. GME battling it out at 217. Currently trading at 217 flat. SPRT got back above 40 or 26, fortunately for it. And then BBIG is now still flat, just above 9. I got 297 strike call for ZM. 917 thoughts, 297. Let me write this one down. ZM. I need a stretch or something. My legs are cramping. Maybe we should stand up, work on those 6-packs. AMC, what kind of volume is AMC at on the day? It is at 32 million. 32 million. Is that good or bad? We are about an hour into the day. So it's okay volume, a little low on AMC. I want to see a bit more. Interesting. GME is at 2 million. So GME actually having more volume than I would expect. Interesting. Morning, Big Cat. Give a looky at TTCF. All right. Lots of other stock requests right now. Let's quickly run through the list just so people are happy. TTCF. TTCF. So the point to get into TCF was back here around 17, at least in my opinion. You could have played the gap fill, sold some at the gap fill, and then let the rest ride, and that would be working. But if you're getting it like TTCF, depending on your time frame, if you're swinging it, it's already, ever since August 20th, it's been running. It's already up 36, and right now it's at resistance. This is by no time the mean. You don't want to buy at resistance. That's a ballsy play because you might top ticket. This one, if you're in it, let it ride. The trend is your friend. You're looking great. Maybe you'll get lucky and it can go up to 23.50. You have some junk in around the 23 area. But I would not create a position now. I'm just late to the party. I would have preferred to get back in here around 1740, 1750 and ride the trend. There's a lot of people who are trying to chase runners, and I'm not ever going to be supportive of that. ZM, ooh, the gap down. This one, if it shows some strength, so ZM, obviously its earnings didn't go the best. So if it starts to show some buying, you might be able to get a gap fill play on it on Zoom. I don't think. ZM. I guess the closer to this support, the better that buy, 281. I don't know when, but I do think eventually this one will end up filling this gap and trading back up and at least getting to this 340 level. I don't really see Zoom going anywhere. It's just adopted by too many businesses. But I would want to dive into its earnings and want to understand why it fell off so much. Coinbase. What's Coinbase doing? Nope, too many eyes. Coinbase looking strong, trying to gap fill from this August 11th low at 274. Coinbase, I think this will go up as long as crypto is kind of remaining semi-strong. Ethereum ripping. Congrats if you're in Ethereum. HUMI looking good. If you're in it, ride the trend, but it's at resistance. I in no way would chase that one. That would be crazy. SKLZ gapping up and then selling off. Gap up and sell-offs like this are usually bearish when the market isn't accepting the pre-market gap. That's not a good sign. We did BB Futu looking strong. If it can hold up here, I would say the next stop is 116ish, another $10, and then from there I'd pay attention to 128. Could be I like the nice risk reward setup. You could risk 90. Do I like it? $14 gain to a $16 risk. I actually don't like the risk reward setup on Futu right now. COTY. Another one that's awesome. If you're in it, ride that trend out, but don't chase it because it's currently sitting at resistance. All right, SPRT, nice, recapturing 26, moving back up, showing some strength. That's good. GME showing a little bit of strength. AMC showing a little bit of strength. BBIG showing a little bit of strength, all on the 3-minute chart. BBIG, I think, goes back into play above whatever this high is, 978. Been a while since I watched, so ignore if this is discussed. Shang-Chi is the most important movie that has come out since this started. If it flops, movies will get pushed back. I don't know if I would say that's the most important movie that's come out since this has started. Fast and Furious was pretty popular. On top of Fast and Furious, what else was pretty popular? Black Widow was important. SBRT, man, bouncing right off of 26. And this is why you identify the levels of support. Exactly why. Let's do this. Let's get some demand in here. Let's get some excitement. This is really, really on AMC. Just reiterating how important the $46 level is. I mean, this is why I've been talking about 46 now for the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And this is why we're seeing such like a mega epic battle at this level. SPRT showing some signs. Nice recapture of 26. Nice trend line breakout. Let me get this set up. BBIG showing some strength. Is it going to hold though? All right. Is BBIG going to do it? What's it going to do? BBIG currently trading at 978. All right, SPRT is at its breakout level on an intraday basis at 2760. I like that strength. AMC flat just south of 46. GME flat actually just above 218. I like that. I'm watching BBIG right here for an interesting trade. So I have no BBIG position, but I'm thinking about making one, and here's how it would work. Basically, I would risk either $9 or whatever this low is, 870. So that's how I'd look at it. That would be my defined risk. I would want to see its reaction to 1030, and then I would watch 1082, and then I would go back to that 1160 level. But it is bending back around, and I'm just seeing if we're going to get enough strength to really get it above this 978 and hold, which I would use as like my entry trigger. Once again, this, as I'm talking about it, very much treating it way, way differently than AMC and GME. My thesis is different. My trading plan is different. And right now, as I'm saying this, I do not have a position, but that's what I'm watching. I'm waiting. I'm trying to snipe this play. If it's a big conditional statement. If it can get above 978 and hold, then I'm like, okay, I would be willing to risk $1 for the potential to make 2. That's a 2-to-1 setup. My risk is defined. My reward is defined. That's what you do. You have a trading plan. That's an example of a trading plan. I would enter upon it holding 978. I would risk whatever this low is, 870. So I'm risking $1. And I want to see the reaction to 1030, and then I would follow that up by 1087, and then I would be watching the 1160, 1170 area. That's a trading plan right there. Is it a good trading plan? I have no idea. You'll find out, but I at least have my risk defined, I have my reward defined. I know what I do in all scenarios. All right, SPRT might have its own little cup and handle going on. Get in with us, BBIG apes strong together. I mean, if I see it, like I just explained where I would enter. I just need it to see some strength at this level. AMC showing strength. Watch the 4633. All right. BBIG is showing me enough strength. All right. Just created a position on BBIG. So once again, just entered. Why? Well, I like the strength. I want this breakout. I just explained my plan. I am risking this 870. That's my plan. So right there, I don't know how it's going to play out, but I'm just telling you my risk, and I'm telling you what I'm watching in terms of my reward. But I see it's bending back around, and that's the shot. It's a risk-reward setup. You don't know how it's going to play, but for me, this is much more of an active trade. I'm not sold on BBIG in terms of just diamond handing it higher and higher. To me, this is an active trade to see if I can quickly generate a little bit more money for AMC and GME, because I think that they're more so of the
interesting opportunities in terms of like their daily chart. So if I could quickly generate an extra, I don't know, 20%, that's more money for me to be able to buy more AMC shares, more GME shares, more calls, whatever I want to do. Someone said, no chasing. I don't think this one's chasing right now. I think early this morning it was chasing, and now the way we're seeing it, it's not chasing if like I define my risk. Chasing, I would say, is more so of like when it's way, way too far away from your risk and you're just buying it on this rip up. Right now, it reversed trend, it reaffirmed this trend line, and I have a reasonable risk point and reasonable reward. That's all it is. You have to have a trading plan. Did I buy options or stocks? I bought options. And actually, before I'm talking about all this, I should make sure that it actually filled. But to me, I very much view it as you just always want to find optimal risk to reward setups. And you want to do it, you want to trade when you have an edge. All right. Obviously, I like it above the 975 level, and now I'm just watching 10. 10 will act as resistance. AMC slowly but surely getting above, more comfortable above 46, and we're just watching this 46.33 level. All right. Come on, push 10. A little bit more interested though in AMC pushing 46.33, and right now GME's battling it out at 219.07. The trend though, the MACD on GME just switching up, going a little bit bullish. I've been seeing at YouTube, Matt Kohrs takes long position on BBIG. Everybody stay calm. You're making my boy get wrinkles. Matt, read my Discord name, sir. Need more. Mr. Boulay, my guy. What level would be your stop loss on BBIG? I'm risking this recent intraday low at 870. So I'm risking $1. It's a 2-to-1 risk to reward setup. I'm risking 870 for the chance of 1170. 2-to-1. I see the trend change. It's actually kind of a simple, straightforward setup. What else do we have? Is AMC showing a cup and handle on the 1 minute? Not really. It's more so just sideways chop, just almost range bound, really, between 45.50 and 46.30. So this is definitely the zone to watch on AMC. Come on, 46.33. GME though, getting interesting. GME building up some momentum. Watch this 220, and then after that, the level I care about is 225. Right there, 225 on GME. All right, just my luck. Was BBIG a fake out breakout? Or is it a cup and handle? You never know, you never know. And this is why you have risk reward. This is why you have well-defined risk and reward. You were talking earlier about gap ups and filling gaps. I'm curious how you identify the gap has been filled. Because when you're looking at a chart, for instance, CRSR has 2 gap ups to around 30. Does that mean the gap is filled, or is there a retracement below 30? Or does the physical gap on the chart actually get filled? The physical gap actually gets filled. So if you gap up or down, like you need to see the bar actually trade within that zone for the gap to be filled. MMAT breakout, the diamond-handed bean.
BBIG whales are buying the $20 calls, 38 million premiums so far today. That's crazy. Thanks for all your advice. I have 2 Apple 155 calls with expiration October 1st. Thoughts? Okay, AAPL. What do you have? 155. I mean, oh, that's awesome. Yeah, no, ride that out. Apple just hit a new all-time high. That's crazy. Yeah, no. I think you're looking good on that. The word you were looking for yesterday is pundit, not a financial advisor, but a financial pundit. Pundit. Give your thoughts on BBY. Bed Bath and Beyond. Nothing boring, sideways, not moving, not trending, just sideways chop. Do you use Google Trends to see if people are talking about stocks? Right now I'm comparing BBIG, ATR, and SPRT, and ATR is picking up on Google searches. Yeah, I'll use Google Trends. Obviously, that's not the end-all, be-all, but I think it's like another piece of the story. What else did I miss? Can you check SLI? A gap up and a hold. Looks like it maybe is getting out of this recent daily bearish trend. But now it has the gap. So on Discord, you were just asking about the gap. Like you have like the physical gap below it. Today's low is still higher than yesterday's high. So you have like an actual gap in the chart. And there is a statistical advantage to playing gap fills. But the issue with it is time. It's not like it has to be filled the next day. It could take a while. And also it doesn't necessarily even have to, but like I said, there is an edge. An edge. SPRT showing some strength, actually seeing a cup and handle right now. Ever since it bounced off the support at 26 right here. We were watching 26, looked a little weak, recaptured it, and now we see a cup and handle battling it out at 27.60. Matt, roughly 10 times over the last 2 months, I tried to sell order 5 shares of AMC for 10K each. Gets rejected each time. Submitted this morning. Accepted. DTCC computers are ready for the squeeze. Well, it was rejected just because I guess your brokerage is saying that like that's too far away and they're not going to let it sit there. But it's interesting that it was accepted today. I wonder what changed about it. I hit big on BBN, sold and putting gains into AMC. Shout out Krieg. All right. Not the biggest fan of BBIG coming back below 975. Obviously, I wish it held that, but maybe it's setting up for its own cup and handle. But I would love for this to move right now just so I have a little extra capital to buy the AMC GME intraday dip. What else do we have? AMZM. SPRT waking up, by the way. AMZN. So you were asking AMZ. Okay, so here's another example of a gap. AMZN still trucking back upwards to get the gap fill at 3,580. That would be my target on it. On AMZN, I would be looking for this gap to get filled, but now it actually has a gap the other way. It gapped up today, and you have 2 gaps to be paying attention to on AMZN, but I'd be looking for this to continue upward. SPRT getting interesting. What's it going to do? SPRT, my next level would be 28.40, seeing how it reacts to that. Taking profits is key. 100% agree. Hey, Matt, do you like playing gap down, gap up, gap downs? Sometimes, if I like the stock. I have TED 124 feels good. I have resistance at 240, 280. Do you agree? TEDU. SPRT showing some strength. TEDU. All right. 240, 280, 240. Yeah, that's the gap. But first I would be watching 2. I'd watch this 2 level and 240. I'd watch $2, then 240, then 280 on TEDU. Been following you since the first live stream back in the first GME squeeze. Shout out Mad Ting. That's awesome. An OG. All right, AMC, very much just boring sideways trading, but looks like it might be trying to get out of that boring sideways trading. It's at 46.15. I love it holding above 46, but we are looking for the breakout at 46.33. So in a way, like the way I was just explaining BBIG, I think we have some day traders who are currently probably looking at AMC the same. They're like, okay, it's sold off, and now we see this resistance is coming back up. It is I guess I would say this is kind of a cup and handle on the 3-minute. And I think some day traders are like, okay, hang on, it's pushing this. They might want to buy to get the breakout. And I think those day traders would just be risking the intraday low at 45.20-ish. Set risk, and then their reward might be 47.85, or maybe they're just going to end up watching the recent highs of like the 48.30 level. But I think that's how like the day traders of AMC are probably paying attention to it, if I had to guess. BBIG reaches record of 1190 today with 2.4 million new shares borrowed on an average cost of borrow of 267%. Estimated short interest 40.56 of free float utilization back up to 98%. So those are all good metrics, but understand just because it has those metrics does not guarantee a squeeze. It just says, okay, it could squeeze. You have learned and taught me a lot. Shout out. Your thoughts on Hex, please. I know I'm in Hex, which is a crypto. I'm up a lot of money on Hex. Hex is currently trading at 25 cents, and I got in at 8 cents. Oops. So I'm up a crazy amount of money on Hex, crazy percentage as well. But my thoughts on it, if I'm being honest, I'm on the fence. If you Google anything about it, there's people who are super, super into it. And they think it's the next best thing, and they think it's the best crypto and all that. And maybe they're right. And then I have other people and other, I guess, videos and commentary saying it's a complete scam. So with it, I don't know. I know I'm up a lot of money, but I also know that I need to look more into it so I can better understand the technology myself of like what's so special about that blockchain and if it is or isn't a scam. So, I mean, that's just me being fully transparent. Yes, I'm in it. Yes, I'm up a lot, but I do see very, very bullish articles and I see very, very bearish articles. So if you do it, if you're paying attention to it, just make sure you do your DD, but you should be doing your DD on everything. It is your money. It is your money. All right, AMC, we are still waiting at this level. Not 46.30. We had the low from 5 minutes into the day, and then that turned into resistance, acted as resistance, and still acting as resistance. But the MACD's crossed over. All right, so we don't really need that. The GME. Both of these are just kind of quiet. Both of them sold off, and now we're just going sideways, but it looks like they are trying to fight back. BBIG at 923. All right, would very much like for that one to turn around. AMC, surprise, surprise. Stop me if you've heard this before, at 46. What does DD mean? Due diligence, like your own research. And that doesn't, your DD is not watching a YouTube video or reading a tweet or reading a Reddit thread. That's not, it could be a part of your DD and you might get some good links and sources, but that should not be exclusively your DD. You need to look into the company, look at its balance sheet, look at its any recent news, look at the options chain. Matt, I think you become the bag holders when you were talking about BBIG. That's why you don't chase stocks. I'm playing. I mean, no, I was happy with my trade. I thought it was very much, I mean, I explained all my reasoning for this. We're seeing some strength. We know it can move. It's proven that it can move. And I'm accepting my risk on the trade. I've defined risk. I've defined reward. That's what a trade is. And then once you have it, you just let the die roll. Let the die roll. AMC at 45.86, GME at 218.75. Let's do a quick Ortex check on all of these, I suppose. AMC, they borrowed 1.25 million against it, a short interest of 17%. GameStop, they borrowed 71,000, a short interest of 12.8%. SPRT, they borrowed 1.66 million against it, and short interest of 84.8%. And for BBIG, they borrowed 2.45 million against it, short interest is 40%. Is there a way to look up short data without Ortex? Yes, but I don't think anything's as accurate as it. For example, if you're using Fintel, that's not going to be that good. Stonko tracker for the short interest data, not that good. Even Bloomberg is a little bit behind. I still think Ortex is the best one. And even with that, even some of theirs are still estimations and more of like conservative floor bets, and not even none of these data sources really provide you info about the illegal, illegitimate ones, because by definition, they're not reported. So what data source would have them if they're not reported? And that's why when you're using things like this, you have to understand where the data is coming from, what it is or isn't going to be, and also understand that when you're using it, by definition, that when people are talking about naked shorts, those numbers, they're not going to be in there. No data source is going to provide those. Any book trading for fundamental trading? Some of my book recommendations, Jeremy, are in the description of the video. All right, we are waiting. Thus far, pretty boring day on AMC and GME. It might just be a big cool off. So maybe we have to wait for the afternoon session for things to pick up, just because both of them have been hot over the past 2 days. Might just need to kind of chill a little bit. But I'd like some momentum and a breakout to start developing. But anyway, watching 46.33, followed by 47, followed by 47.85. And in terms of GME, basically I'm looking for it to get above 220, and then I'm watching 225. BBIG, I am looking for it to get out of this trend line. BBIG is kind of just setting up with a wedge, really. You're waiting for this wedge to break in one direction or the other. SPRT showing some strength. My next watch on SPRT would be 28.43. Futu. Yeah, we talked about this already. Futu, it's looking strong, but I'm not necessarily in love with the risk to reward setup. We talked about that one. And CRSR. CRSR, still on my watch list, still newsworthy, but not the best day. It opened up at 30s, sold off to 28.70. But if it can hold 28.40, if it can hold this, I still like it. I just like it because it's in the esports world. And that's a growing world. It's actually growing at a crazy rate. This particular play does have a higher short interest. It's a little bit of a lower float. So there's potential there. This is the level I would watch. So it's 28.40. And then if it broke below that, I would watch 27.80. I actually might care more about than 28.40 on CRSR. All right, we are still in this wedge. higher lows, lower highs on BBIG, waiting. And then AMC and GME are going flat. All right, come on, BBIG. Breakout. AMC, wake up. GME, wake up. I'm not a fan of NAKD, Jeff. Looks like we're in a handle of AMC from the 48th retrace to the 0.33 fib zone today, almost to the dot. Interesting. Man, we need some limes to see these rips. You should probably add them to your watch list too. It's just, hang on. Let's take a look at the 30-minute AMC. Oh. All right. AMC. It just kind of feels like it is taking a breather. What are some of these fib levels? Hang on, the fib levels I think are over here. I haven't used the fib levels on TradingView. Yeah, so these are the fib retracement. Looks like it got pretty close to the 45.07. What did we hit? It hit 45.23. Interesting. Might be worthwhile to keep this up for a bit. So, and it's also kind of interesting to note that this fib level, which could be support or resistance depending on what side of it you're on, that's 46.41, and we've been watching 46.33. It's interesting on how you could see like multiple of these kind of overlapping with each other. I bought an AMC at 12. I'm in on Robinhood. I'd like to switch to Webull, but I'm scared as soon as I transfer, there will be a squeeze. Thoughts? I don't know. There could be a squeeze. I think it's more reasonable though to switch over to like something like Public, or you also don't have to switch. Just open a brokerage and do all your new trades on the new brokerage if you want. You don't necessarily like have to transfer. I mean, personally, I wouldn't want to do it on. No way would I want to be on Robinhood. All right, BBIG battling it out right now at this wedge still. AMC still at 46. And Jimmy at 218.51. BBIG consolidation. Yeah, I mean, it's in the wedge. We're just waiting. Kind of, I mean, honestly, a lot of things are just sideways trading right now. A lot of things. SPRT just, it had a nice moment of strength, still showing some strength, but ever since 9:51, AMC moved for the first 20 minutes of the day, and ever since then, just sideways chop. GME moved until just past 10 and then sideways chop. Just sideways. So we have to wait. Sometimes stocks trade sideways, and when you're seeing sideways, that's some people, well, there's a bit more of a look to it when you call it barcoding, but it's kind of the same thing in the same realm. And when that happens, I would say the best way to understand it is just the strength of both the bulls and the bears is equal. The supply is roughly equal to the demand, and you're just not seeing much of a movement. And when one doesn't outweigh the other, that's why a stock doesn't move, because it's saying that it's pretty much priced at equilibrium. Thoughts on holding shares through Cash App? Not the biggest fan of it. I don't think Cash App, like I wouldn't consider that to be like a legitimate brokerage. What's the story behind BBIG? Is another short squeeze plays? Thanks in advance. Keep liming it. Yep. High short interest, relatively lower float. It's getting traction. More and more people are paying attention to it. I get someone was just saying about a merger. I believe kind of a somewhat of like a quasi NFT short squeeze play. Yeah, low volume on AMC today. Feels like maybe just things are taking a bit of a breather ever since, like, I mean, it's ripped for 2 full days, rip. So a bit of a breather. It's interesting to note that where it's hanging out right now, this 46 level, the mid 45s actually, is the high from 2 days ago. So I wouldn't mind if it bases here and just starts to turn around. GME didn't hold on to 218. It's at 216 right now. 2 cup and handles back to back, significant. I don't know what stock you're talking about or what time frames. Is that 2 different time frames? I need a little bit more information. Frozen. Shout out Keyboard Warrior. Hey you, Daniel, what's going on? Wish. Dan, what about Wish? Is it moving? It is moving. All right, Wish, you're looking for right here, the high at 786, and then it above 786, it becomes a very real gap fill potential play to 934. So this is another good example of a gap fill, finally showing some strength, but obviously it first needs to clear this. This will act as resistance at 786. Watch that, and then on top of it, then look for that gap fill. Man, BBIG getting ripped all over the place. Looking strong, then it gets smacked. Getting choppy. Choppy. What else do we have? Can you do a quick how-to of actually reading, interpreting the fib, please? Also, is the difference between retracement and extension? Well, extension would be like how much farther could it actually go? Like you're looking for like a continuation in the run-up or sell-off, while a retracement is exactly that, a retracement. But I should probably make a standalone video on fib stuff. I'm not the biggest Fibonacci user, but I'll use it. Like, I'm not against it. It's just not my like favorite tool, but I think it's interesting to see when the fib lines are starting to align with like all the other lines of support and resistance and that type of thing. All right. Wish. Going to the moon. SPRT not holding on to 2760. Pay attention to that 26 level. Now, even BBIG is just going sideways. It feels, is it just going to be a sideways day? Referring to talking on the cup and handle yesterday from AMC, seems like a big bull forming now, another cup and handle. I mean, if you're seeing him on more and more time frames, like I would say that's more and more bullish, yeah. Oh, here we go. Shorts took advantage of BBIB and SPRT distraction. No. There's this weird misunderstanding that somehow it's like retail that's like the thing that's really moving AMC and GME when it isn't. It's part of it, but like you have to understand there's a lot of Wall Street money at play in AMC and GME. No one took advantage of like who comes up with this stuff? Seriously, like this is a distraction, that's a distraction. Like, is there like a special board that votes like, oh, okay, no, that's a real play. No, that one's a distraction. Like who, if you're making money, how is it a distraction? If you're in the stock market to make money and you're engaging in a play to make money, that is by definition the opposite of a distraction. You're doing what the stock market is there to do.
It's so silly. Like, I honestly think one of the strongest correlations, like we're here about data and data sources and correlations and patterns. I think the strongest correlation I've really noticed in this entire thing is that people who keep calling things our distraction, the correlation is that they're the jealous ones that they didn't make money. I think that's like the strongest correlation. These nuts are a distraction. I in no way think it's like any surprise that SPRT ran on Friday. A lot of people make a lot of money. And then shortly afterwards, AMC and GME did well. I don't think that's like a surprise. So the name of the game, AMC needs more money. If you already bought your shares and you're no longer pouring money into it, that's your support for it. Just holding stock does not move stock. When you bought it, you helped it. You provided demand against the current supply. But if you're just sitting there and not doing anything, of course, selling hurts it. But if you're just sitting on your shares, you are no longer influencing the stock. What moves the stock is the current buyers and the current sellers. For AMC and GME, for all of you out there who are like specifically saying, okay, what is the game plan for the mother of all short squeezes? To get to the tipping point where you get the shorts to squeeze, where you trigger a gamma squeeze, where you trigger a lot of FOMO buying, you need the price to get up and you have to get over that tipping point. To get over that tipping point, you need money to flow into these stocks. It either needs to be new apes coming in and joining the fight, or it needs to be existing apes coming up with more money that they're willing to put into these stocks. So when people are making money on SPRT, on whatever, all these other stocks that I'm being asked about, on BBIG, on Wish, on anything, I'm happy because I understand that if an ape is making more money, there's then a greater chance of an inflow into AMC and GME, and that gets us a little bit closer to the tipping point where we can see these things rip to kingdom come. So be very, very careful when you're calling things a distraction, because I just don't think you're thinking about it properly. For me, when I see these other things, when I see everyone get excited, they're like, I made money here, I made money here. I get excited because I know that that means that my position in AMC and GME might do even better, because I think a lot of people are taking their money and doing the inflow back into AMC and GME. So that's why I sit here and I'm happy and I'm congratulating everyone, because they're making money, and there's a very, very good likelihood that that money flows back into AMC and GME. What's up, Matt? You sound a little down. I'm just waiting. I mean, the stocks are just trading sideways. There's nothing to really like go on about. We're waiting for some sideways trends to break. Gonna squeeze these nuts for the ultimate distraction play. If 2 red days of AMC after this 6-2 spike is fine, why is 2 red days after a red and SPRT after Friday spike bad? Both only had 5% covered during. You can't really compare those two. Completely different. Well, first of all, AMC didn't have a massive gap under it, and AMC has a bigger community support as of now than SPRT. So you can't say like, oh, look at this. If you're comparing, you can compare SPRT to itself, but not to AMC. They're wildly different plays, different floats, different short interest, different community support. It's a different play. Matt, I have unilaterally decided that your soundboard is a distraction from you talking to us. Ken Gaffney, what's going on? How weird is it that both Kramer and Gasparino have gone completely dark since the 26th? No TV, no Twitter. Something is up for sure. Thoughts? Maybe. I don't really spend any of my time thinking about those guys. Hey, Matt, I just joined your Discord, but I'm new at it. How do I watch your lives on Discord? You don't. You watch the live on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch. The live isn't. That's more of like a chat where like I'm chatting with some people during it, but they watch it on like the normal platforms. All right. Sideways, sideways, sideways. We're a lot of the times you're just waiting for something to happen. Patience, patience, patience.
All right, this obviously not mattering too much at the moment on BBIG. We're just patience. What's going on with crypto? Bitcoin in its own bull flag right now, traded upwards, downward channel, wait for the top trend line test and ideally breakout. Ethereum running like a madman. It's at support, which is now acting as resistance at almost 3,600. Then you have a little bit more. Yeah, 3,600. You want it to get above that, and then I would watch 4,000 flat, but it needs to sit nicely on top of 3,600. So congrats if you're in Ethereum. Cardano looks like it's trying to break out. It's at its own top trend line. Watch for it to get above 288. If it does, I think it's on its way to $3. That's for Cardano. Hey Matt, what is your zodiac sign? I was born in mid-July, so I believe that makes me a Cancer. Curious on your thoughts of the September 3rd margin increase. I'm not holding my breath on any of that stuff. I mean, everyone throws out. I mean, in the past 6 months, one of the things I've learned is that when we look at dates like that, it's none of it has ever come to fruition, ever. So I'm not really putting much weight on any of that. Are you bullish on Solana? Yes. Couldn't the opposite watch as shame and counter us play against what we think is happening? Yeah. Why not? Of course they could. But that's, I like, they're not, they're worried about like their multi-billion-dollar portfolios and positions. Like they're not, I don't know. I just find it a little bit like far-fetched. Oh, you're gonna tell us the squirrel story? Yeah, that was funny. So, in near the end of my freshman year in college, in my English class, we had to write a paper on like a piece of art. There's like an art museum at Penn State, and you had to go in there and pick a painting you like and write your essay on said painting. So I was going to the art museum, and when I was walking in, I heard a weird noise, and I looked up and I saw that this light was swinging, and I was like, oh, it was like the creaking or like the weird noise of just like a light going back and forth. And so I walked over just to see what was going on, and I realized that it wasn't. It was actually the sound of like a baby squirrel like calling out. It had like fallen from its nest. It was like a very, very small thing. And I was like, oh, that's crazy. So I went back, like I didn't even go into the museum. I was like, oh, I wonder what's going on with the squirrel. So I went back to go get some of my neighbors and from my dorm. I was like, dude, there's a squirrel. Like we got to do something. Let's figure out what's going on. So we like quickly Google some things about squirrels. And one of the things is you had to wait a little bit to see if its mom would come back to return, like to get it back up to its nest. And it said like, I don't know, there was like a time frame that it suggested waiting before like a human intervened. So I was like, okay, let's wait. So I went and I did my painting stuff, and I looked at it and I came back out. And at this point, how many ever hours had passed, and the mom didn't get the squirrel. So I was like, all right, time for me to become a squirrel mom. So I get my buddies back, and we made like this little housing basket thing for it. We like so many people in the dorm were like becoming squirrel experts. Like for hours, people were just like searching things with squirrels. And one of the biggest things we found is, especially with newer squirrels, they have a tough time producing their own heat. That's why they're like somewhat reliant on their siblings and also on their mother to like give them heat. So like we had to like warm up a water bottle and like kind of put that in like a washcloth thing so it could sleep. And we got it. And obviously the first day or two are always like kind of sketchy. So at this point, like we're building out like a little squirrel habitat in our dorm, and like of course you're hiding it from the RA and everything like that. And a day or two passed, and you could tell that it's getting healthier. Like it didn't seem the best at first, and like now all of a sudden we're buying like weird like Pedialyte mixtures, but you could see energy is returning to it, and like we're getting more of like a better diet for it, not just liquid. Like we had a syringe and we were like hand feeding it, and people would take like shifts. Like the entire like dorm floor was like taking shifts of paying attention to it. And at some point
there was a video that was going viral of this guy named Kai. Like he was this like hitchhiker dude. So we decided to name him Kai out of like the craziness of like that video. So we named the squirrel Kai. And at this point, maybe like a week had passed. And it was funny. Like everyone had their own like little stories with him. And like sometimes like you would lose him because he was still a baby squirrel. So he would get like lost in a dorm and like people would find him in like a jacket pocket or like the warm like heater or something. But you'd like lose him and people would freak out and like search for him for an hour or two. And you'd find him in like a tissue box. And then from there, when he was getting more and more strength, like at, I don't know, a week or two passed, we'd start taking him outside and like playing with him on the grass. Like we'd let him run around and we're like, oh, like at some point someone realized they're like, hang on, like maybe we need to teach him more squirrel stuff. So they would bring in like almost big panels of bark to their room and like see if he would actually like climb up it. And he was never the best at that. And then it was about like 4 weeks in that we all started having our finals and stuff. And then after finals, especially the second semester, people had to head back. And so we ended up finding like a vet in the area, in the Penn State area. And we just like left it with the vet. We're like, hey, like we had it. And like, they're like, well, how long have you had him? We're like, oh, about 4 weeks. And we explained like all the things. And it was funny because when we delivered the squirrel to this vet at the end, like this, whatever, I guess, outfit they had, all the guys that were involved with this, and there was like 12 of us, like all got in cars. So it was just like 12 college kids, like all showed up to this vet thing to like present the squirrel that we saved over the past month and started messing around with. And then from there, I guess like they like gave it to like a sanctuary or something like that. But yeah, that's the story of Kai. He was like a little, actually, I think I have pictures of it. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can track down a picture of Kai to show everyone. It was so funny though. Like just all these college kids showing up to deliver a baby squirrel to this vet. They're like, what are you possibly doing? Do I have pictures on this phone? No is the answer. Hang on. Do I have it on? Maybe on Facebook. I haven't been on Facebook in so long, but maybe Facebook has some pictures. You guys got to see Kai. He was a real straight shooter. Albums. Man, I haven't been on Facebook in a hot minute. All right. I found Kai. How do you, oops. What is, why is this not working? Something weird is happening over here. Whoa. Whoa. BBIG looking good, by the way. AMC still flat. GME still flat. I wish I could make this picture bigger to show everyone, but the start panel is not behaving the way it should. BBIG picking up, watch the $10 mark. Is my keyboard just not working? No? All right, something weird going on. I guess I need to restart this, but here I could show you. I know this is going to be a bit small, but still worth it. Still worth it to see what the life of Kai looked like. Here is Kai. So this was in a dorm, and this was him, little guy, and that's like the syringe. This was probably like a week into. Can I zoom in on this so you guys could see it a little bit better? That's Kai. So a little baby squirrel, and there's the syringe that we had. This is probably, like I said, a weekend, but he was small. Like he would fit in like half of your palm when we first got him, and he really liked this syringe. Well, that's how we fed him for quite a while. But anyway, the life of Kai.
All right, where are we at? AMC 45.40. The current intraday low is at 45.23. Where does the SEC is looking to Robinhood for their share filing thoughts? Do they fractionalize their own share? I'd have to look into it. This is news to me, but basically, if you're saying, do I think that Robinhood is doing suspicious stuff? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. AMC, not a dead scroll. Made 1,200 on BBIG, all into AMC. Distract these nuts. Thoughts on CIDM? CIDM. CIDM. Looks strong. Looks like it wants to go up to 220. I would watch its reaction to 220 though. And then after that, I'd be paying attention to 234. But I wouldn't be getting into it. The point to get into it was at $1.60, like on this turn back around, and you would be risking $1.50. That's a better. It's if you're in it, congrats. It looks strong, but I wouldn't be hopping onto it now. SPRT. SPRT, 3 minute. All right, now even SPRT is doing nothing. AMC is at 45.40. GME is at 217. All these things are just kind of like, they're in their just sideways chop range. BBIG, what is this one doing? Thus far, we've had multiple rejections at the $10 level. So you're looking for it to get above 10. And then I would watch maybe like 1065-ish. Maybe a little better at 1030. Yeah, so watch 10, then 1030, then 1065 on BBIG. But right now, you just need the follow through. There has to be enough demand to outweigh the supply. There's going to be people who got into it sub 8 and are more than happy to take their profits at 10. That's a nice gain. So I think there's going to be some sitting sell orders there. So let's hope that there's enough demand to actually push it above that and keep it going. Good dip buy opportunity on AMC. On an intraday basis, yeah, I would be watching. If you're looking for today, I mean, I prefer it. You might want to wait for it to see. I mean, maybe you could get it closer to 45.25, but 45.50 might be it for the day. This might be the turnaround. I would employ some tools such as like the MACD to see if it crosses or something like that. Or you could watch for a trend line breakout for a little bit. There's a couple ways you could play it, but yeah, it's obviously picking up at 45 is way better than picking it up above 47. Like you're saving yourself $1.50 a share. You got to see Kai's interview auto-tone to a beat. I'm sure it's hilarious. BBIG 30-minute cup and handle forming. What do you think? 30-minute cup and handle. 30? What did you mean? Oops, sorry. 30-minute cup and handle. Not, I guess, kind of. Not really the handle's an ugly handle. I mean, I guess it's close enough, but it's kind of an ugly handle for the cup and handle. I'm more so just watching of it shot up today, it came down, it based, and now it looks like some demand is coming back into it. Some demand coming back into it. I understand your position on not chasing, but you realize you're saying not to commit FOMO buying. We can't squeeze AMC without FOMO. I think we can squeeze without FOMO. And I'm saying that to this community so people make more money, better decisions. There's going to be a lot of people that aren't part of the Moon Gang who are going to FOMO buy. And just FOMO, it's dangerous. You're going to have bag holders. You're going to have people with it. But the buying from gamma squeeze and short squeeze alone is immense enough for it to move. Like, you don't necessarily have to have FOMO, Devin's Law. It helps out, but we know the community is 4 million people. There's 20,000 people in here. So if the people who are watching here, if I can help them make better risk reward setups, I mean, that's solid. There's going to be a lot of people in the community who they see it ripping and they buy more. And they're going to be FOMO. And in something like AMC and GME, like FOMO buying, it can work out. Like, you could be the person. It's almost like a game of hot potato. You just don't want to be the last one really holding it. And on AMC and GME, FOMO, it's interesting when you're talking about FOMO buying because it really does come down to a time frame. So for example, on BBIG, on the daily chart, my buy was a FOMO buy, but on the intraday chart, it wasn't a FOMO buy. So I think it could be defined differently based on the time frame you're actually paying attention to. And I think that's important to note on AMC. For example, I'm sure there was some point in the low 30s where it was ripping on the intraday basis, it would have been FOMO buying, but looking at it now on the daily, that was probably actually a solid buy. So this concept of FOMO buying, it still comes down to your time frame, and maybe potentially more importantly, like, okay, if you're getting in at that level, what is your relative risk? FCUV. I see a lot of people talking about FCUV, Focus Universal. Whoa, it's up 278%. Advertising, marketing services. Was there news on this? Was this an acquisition? Is this the short squeeze play? FCUV. Whoa, wait. FCUV. It's a OTC market, so I wouldn't trade it. This isn't listed on a normal market. BBIG, very much struggling to get above 10 right now. It just got knocked to 950, but we are still seeing a pattern of higher lows, which I'm a fan of. But anyway, with FCUV, it's up a lot. I don't know what the news is on it. It's not highly... oh, wait. Is it? Hang on. Sorry, I was on the wrong stock. FCUV. Wait, this says it's on the NASDAQ. I'm getting some conflicting info on FCUV. Yeah, I can't seem to track down its short interest because this says the NASDAQ, but the one I see is on the gray market. I'm a little confused on FCUV. Looks like it was halted for a volatility pop. Probably, I can't seem to really track down what's going on with it. Just want to say thank you for teaching me about trading. I don't know much about trading, so I made a lot of mistakes. All I knew was how to use drugs and go to prison. Now I'm 16 years sober, making money. Thank you, sir. Hey, congratulations on like pulling that U-turn. I'm happy that your life's on the up and up. PDP, crushing it. Congrats. I'm sure you've had to overcome a lot of things, and I don't know, maybe I think sometimes people don't really acknowledge how hard it can be to pull such a U-turn in your life. So I think you deserve a congratulations. Glad I didn't buy back into BBIG. SPRT this week, made money last week, got more AMC. Average costs mid-June was 57. In between profits from options and other plays brought it down to 40, 50 overall. Learned that watching/listening, reading, and my own DD. Thank you, sir. Patience. Eric Kling coming in with a massive super chat, and you're crushing it, man. Congrats. I've doubled my money on 30 minutes with FCUV. Congrats. I mean, this is this is literal chasing right now, so I wouldn't touch it. And I'm a little bit confused of what's going on with it. I can't seem to track down data. Nasty George W. on the 2-minute AMC. On the 2-minute, I've never used 2-minute trading. It could be a George W.
if we exceed the 46.33. This 46 to 46.30 is very much the line in the sand for this like resistance support. If we're below it, it's going to be resistance. If we're above it, it's going to be support. But I do like the early bounce. Someone before was like, oh, is this a good dip buy? Thus far, that was a nice dip buy at 45.30, 36 technically. So we're just 46 is nice. Let me mark that out. But I'm really right now watching this 46.30 level. Can't set high limit for AMC due to being too far of the share price. Now what? Let them during the squeeze or use market orders. Thanks. Well, as we get closer to it, whatever that level is, you could do it. Pulled my first 10K trade on BBIG. Nice. Del Toro. First 10K trade on BBIG. Huge congratulations. All those, like your first 1K trade, your first 10K trade, your first 25, 50, 100, all those should be celebrated. Oh, people are saying this is an IPO. Is it an IPO? Maybe it might be. If it's an IPO, I definitely wouldn't mess with it then. I don't like trading new IPOs. But congratulations, Del Toro. All those first, like those big levels, like the first time you get those trades, it's so exciting. And I think that they should be celebrated. Good for you, man. I wish I had a 10K trade today. I wish. SPRT showing a bit of strength. AMC actually now waking up as well. GME trying to wake up as well. Come on. Let's keep the enthusiasm going. Would love to see AMC pop another 19 cents, battle it out once again at 46, which is where it's been battling it out all day. But I like how when it goes under it, it's not really getting pushed that far. Like there's clearly some buyers living right under this 46 level, keeping it up, which is solid in my opinion. Solid. Oh, FCUV first day on the NASDAQ. Okay, so was it previously on the OTC market and then it got uplisted? Usually that's solid news. All right, what's BBIG gonna do? Is BBIG gonna live up to being that big? High quality comedy here. Oh yeah, there's a picture of Kai. Or no, that wasn't Kai Brambles. That was just a different squirrel. Oh, that's a small squirrel. Oh, sorry. I thought that was one of my pictures that you found. The squirrels at Penn State were nuts. Like they had no issue, like if you had food, like running up on your pants and stuff, just like your picture. Benzinga having some trade news. Man, Benzinga putting out all this news. They had my CRSR. Now they have one for trade. Trades for test trend is a signal, a breakout for AMC Entertainment. Interesting. And he was, I guess, talking with them on their Power Hour show. Oh, that said it was last week. I've never actually heard of a 4 test. I've heard of like a 3 test, as in like a cup and handle where it has 3 tests. 4, I would have to like actually ask him what he specifically means by the 4 test. Interesting. I want to dive a bit more into it, see what it's all about. All right, BBIG battling it out at 10 now. Let's see. I would watch. Here are my levels of interest. Everyone knows my trading plan. I'm watching 1030. And then I'm watching, 1090. All right. If it can hold 10, which that's obviously an if, because right now it just got smacked by 10 for the umpteenth time. 10 is very, very important. So there's going to be people who are just quickly in and out. There's going to be a lot of sell orders sitting in that key level of 10. So we need quite a bit of demand to get above it. And then from there, I'm looking for, if it holds up above it, I'm looking for a quick push to 1030. And above 1030, I think we'll start to see some larger bars from people who had this on their watch list from this morning, trying to like pour in. But remember, if you're pouring in later and later and later, that means that your risk is farther and farther away. So yeah, you might be able to capitalize on some recent bullish movement, obviously. But the higher it is, the bigger your risk. Trey says 4 specific to AMC, and it's been right. But if we haven't done 4, how do we know if it's right or wrong if it hasn't done it? No Ape knows the day or month but squeezes Christ is coming back for all whom believe. Oh, okay. Trey says that. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Trey says that 4 test is a trend that's he's seen specifically in AMC since January. Gotcha. So like okay. I get what you guys are saying. So he's saying that in AMC, he's noticed a pattern where it needs to test levels 4 distinct times and then a breakout. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I'm here for it. If that's what it ends up being and we need that 4th test and that rip, that's cool. Interesting pattern to notice. We are trading above 10 now. BBIG trying to hold above 10, and let's see how it reacts to 10.29. But it's still in this battle. I keep hoping this story didn't end up with a hawk. No, it did not. The squirrel was A-okay. Could you see the government or SEC freezing the market if the price gets stupid high? I guess they could, but I think the chance of that is extremely low. Extremely low. All right. 10. Push it. BBIG waking up. All right. What is my current position? The question is, do I want to peel any off at this first level of resistance? Not particularly. Not really up that much. So I'm BBIG currently up 15%. 15%. 1.5. All right. So I will, and I don't have shares of BBIG, just so everyone knows. I have calls. I got calls at like the 970 level when it started to bend back around, and I'm risking 870. And overall, I just like the 2-to-1 setup. I like the risk of $1 for the potential reward of $2. So 2-to-1 on a stock that a lot of people are paying attention to with the enthusiasm. That's my trading plan. Well-defined risk, well-defined reward. I feel like the edge is in my favor. And if all that stuff aligns, well, then you let the dice roll. And from there, like, you just have to see how it plays out. PDT is so stupid. I'm literally in the green on 3 different positions and I cannot do anything with it. Oh, I agree with you. PDT, I just don't get it. I think it's a stupid rule. I think it's an archaic rule, and it's just another example of people who have, I guess, apparently less money being treated differently in the market than people with more money. I think it's really, really dumb. A Cobra didn't get Kai, but shout out. Trey said it for months. Appreciate you both. This is, I think people started to talk about the 4 test theory yesterday, and then I'm like obviously hearing more about it. But if that's the pattern that AMC follows through, very well. I've never counted the number of tests. The pattern I've noticed with AMC is it likes to come up to resistance and break above it. And then it comes back down and settles under it. It makes like a new base, and then like you get a real breakout from there. And now when I say real breakout, like who knows, maybe that's a pattern that it needs to do that like 4 distinct times before it really holds. But I've noticed that it likes to overshoot resistance, and then it quickly, like you get a pullback on it and the RSI cools off, you make a new base, and then it really starts moving from there. But I've never thought to count like how many times it needs to do that test before we have a true hold. Like listening to a trade live and you're thinking on how you go about it. Examples help the smooth brain ape. I appreciate that. If my reasoning, and obviously it's not a buy signal, it's not a sell signal, I just think it's good. Like as much as I'm talking about trading plans, I think it is useful to explain some of this stuff live, and then people can decide, be like, okay, like does it fit your personality? Am I even trading? Like, is it a good profitable trade? Do you agree with it? Do you disagree with it? It might work out, might not work out, but I think it is good. As much as I'm talking about, I want everyone to have a trading plan. This is an example of one. This is I would say more of a support resistance one. There's other ways to do it. You can be like, I want to be in this for 5 days. Let's see how long that goes. You could say, I want to be in this until the short percentage goes up this high, drops this low. There's so many different methodologies, and I figure why not just start talking about them and showing them and explaining them with a little bit more detail, because myself, I know I learn better with like actual examples. So I'm sure a lot of you listening right now, it might help you. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Like I hear it theoretically, but you want to see it live. You want to know like how it actually play out. Did FCUV unhalt? And then it halted again. So it shot up and then volatility halt the other way. Interesting. What's up with AMC? Nothing really too much. It sold off and now just sideways trading. Not the craziest thing that after 2 days of ripping, it needs a little bit of a breather. So if you go out, where is this? If you look at the bigger time frame, so let me zoom out on the 15. So we ripped. The RSI got really high, and now we sold off, and now the RSI is low. So the last time the RSI was this low, this kind of just, it opens up the ceiling for where the next move is going to be on a smaller time frame. But anyway, now that the RSI is super oversold, I mean, the last time we were at this level, AMC was trading at 40. So from 40, we went up $5. So if this is what has to happen, the RSI cools off. If this is what we need to get that push to 50, and then it takes a little bit of a breather from there, like I am game. Like you're not going to live in a world where the RSI is just overbought. There are natural ebbs and flows, and it looks like it's just after a great Monday and Tuesday, this seems to be a breather of a day, still hanging out above 45, which I think is awesome. Patience. Every day is not going to be a green, insane rip day. And I think people, maybe not intentionally, but as soon as it's ripping, they think that the next day will be exactly like that. And I think that's why sometimes people get in trouble with buying options that have way too close of an expiration date, and then they end up getting burned on those options. Remember, with rips, sometimes it is really tough to sustain that volume, and you get a thing that's called volume exhaustion. Yeah, I definitely feel like this community is like suffering from that. They see one crazy day and they're like, oh, cool, I need to buy options for this week because it's ripping. And it might be right. Of course you might be right. But I think people play a little bit too close in their time frame. Turned 168 into 75 shares of LCID yesterday. I bought 1850 put at 28, sold at 202, bought 75 shares at 1625. I love the stock market. Love the name, love the stock. Quick question, why can AMC move up or down 60 cents in pre-market on only 15K volume? Because the bid and the ask is very light. There's not much liquidity in pre and post market trading. Do you know what max pain is for options expiring out of the money on AMC for the sellers and the premium market maker to capitalize the most? I don't know it off the top of my head, but I believe you can get it on Stonko Tracker. Sold a couple hundred AMC, bought 2,000 BBIG, sold half my BBIG at 1168, bought back my couple hundred AMC and still have half my BBIG in play. Congratulations. I mean, that's a bit more risky. You took a risk, but it panned out. And that's what the stock market is anytime you engage in the stock market, you're taking some level of risk. Right there, like I'm not going to say that I'm the biggest fan of that risk. Like, I don't know if it's worthwhile to like offload AMC for a different stock. I don't know if I'm like the most supportive of that, but hey, it worked out for you. You basically ended up just getting BBIG for free. And now if BBIG runs, you're going to have more money to buy more AMC. What is the Russell 2000 doing today? Very good question. We're just seeing weird discrepancies across the market. Where is the RSI at? RSI pretty oversold, so I'd be looking for a bounce off of this 45 level. We have a key psychological level. It's around $45 flat, and the RSI is oversold. So let's see if some buyers are going to step in right here. All right. BBIG picking up. If it can hold out above 1030, maybe a reaction to 1050. But let's watch this 1090 level. They gonna keep trading sideways till power and then try to smack it down? Just my opinion. Maybe. But remember, we were in the low 30s really not that long ago. Here we have another one. Bots moving interest into pump and dumps. It's not a pump and dump. Why are people... I don't think they understand what a pump and dump is. If you're calling SPRT or BBIG a pump and dump, you need to literally take the time in your life to go Google pump and dump and realize what it is. SPRT, BBIG are legitimate swing plays based on a short squeeze. That's what it is. There is legitimacy to the play. And like people, they're so conspiratorial in this group, so incredibly conspiratorial of like, oh, I bet Citadel is just trying to get everyone to talk about SPRT so they lose interest in AMC. What? No one's losing interest in AMC. No one's losing interest in GME. People see other opportunity in BBIG, SPRT, and other plays out there that like I'm just not mentioning in this list. And they're making money on it. Some people, their tinfoil hat is a little bit too tight on their head. Just a little bit too tight. You might want to loosen up the tinfoil. I saw something where Citadel Insider revealed that algorithms were shorting as price rode up, causing massive panic. It's Citadel run by idiots. Well, shorting as it runs up is equivalent to buying as something sells off. So they're technically getting a better price. All right, looks like we are hopefully getting this bounce off of 45, oversold on the RSI. Let's see some follow through. I like that BBIG. It is holding above 1030 and it's been up there. I'd like a little bit more volume, but if it holds here, I'm watching 1090. At 1090, I'm going to take some of my profits. Actually, here's what I would do. Here's my current exit plan on BBIG. Taking some profits at 1090, some profits probably at 1150, 1160, 1170. We'll call it 1160. And then from there, I'll have covered my whole position, I would assume, and then I'll let the rest ride. FTD data is out. Interesting. FTD data is out. Reload. Is this gonna load? Hello? Oh, there we go. Fails to deliver right here. Not that. Oh, wait. Okay, so AMC as of August 13th had 1 million. So we've definitely seen way more, but it's interesting that it's picking up. We've kind of seen this before where
it does nothing, it picks up, then we have a lot, does nothing, then we have a lot. I wonder if this is indicative of it just growing. Like it, and this is one of the issues with FTD stuff is you don't have up to date. Like we just waited today, September 1st. Now we have data for August 13th. We're behind by half a month, but regardless, there shouldn't be these. Like even though that is what 1/500th of the outstanding shares and roughly the free float, you still shouldn't have that many. You shouldn't have FTDs. This is really indicative of something going on that shouldn't be going on, like this huge spike and a lot of them date back to back. But even with this, like we should not have FTDs, especially not ones that are this numerous. Like it doesn't make sense. Like if you were to look up another stock like Apple or Tesla, you're not going to see this. Like this is very strange and wrong. Like something is going on that shouldn't be going on to see those types of FTDs. How many do we have? We have 229,000. And previously, before this insanity on AMC or on GME, excuse me, we had like check these out. This is not good. Like the market should not be doing this. The plumbing, something is going wrong in the back end that we have that many FTDs. How many do we have now on GME? We have 230,000. How many are there on SPRT? Look at that. Huge spike. Oh, wait. SPRTs didn't update? I was looking. Sorry, I thought this was also updated, but this is from July 30th. So we have to, I guess, wait a little bit. Do I need a reload? FTD. Did it load in? There we go. How many do we have now? As of August 13th, there's 367,000 on SPRT. All right. BBIG still hanging out above 1030. AMC getting hit. It is definitely oversold right now, though. Watch this 44.75 area. FCUV is up over 350%. They had so many volatility halts, I can't count them. Hey, Matt, thoughts on proxy statement for BBIG? No, I guess, like in terms of what? Pump your enthusiasm. You seem depressed. I'm literally just waiting. Things are just sideways. There's not really much going on. Patience, patience, patience. You're enthusiastic when there's reasons to be enthusiastic. Right now, we just have to wait. This is a day of patience. And that's okay. That happens. It happens. It happens. It happens. This is a part of the market. IWM. Strong though. What's a good buy on BBIG? You're gonna want to rewind a little bit. I already explained it of like when I got in and my reasoning for getting in. Buy zone incoming hodl and buy in on weakness. People, Jorge. How do I get Fidelity to up my options trading level? Just more trades so far. All I can do is sell covered calls and buy rights. You apply for it. Matt, will you please stop making so much sense? It doesn't make it through the tinfoil. How do I bet against stocks on Robinhood app? You would buy puts. Bought a bunch of stock in Feb like plug at all times. I don't know if I should hold these to make back or cut losses. Advice. Like plug. So I know plugs in the EV sector. When did you get this? In Feb. Oh. Devin. This is why when you were getting there, you definitely should have had a bit more of a plan established. Well, I do think that there's hope. It's in the EV sector, and the EV sector, when it gets moving, it can really get moving. So you still would want to take it level by level, and at reasonable levels, you would want to potentially buy.
to lower your average, or you could sell covered calls if you don't want to buy more shares. Like that's a way you could help your position. But do I see a pathway in which it could get back up to these levels if you got in, I don't know, let's say around 60? Yeah, I think there is a pathway. I think it's going to take a while. Like it's not going to happen overnight. First thing, level by level. You want to take it over 30, then 35. We do have a gap fill that I would be interested in paying attention to at 40, whatever this is, 41 basically. So I would at least be watching that. You have this gap opportunity. See, when this was running, plug, this is a good example of both gaps. So you have this gap, a gap down in mid-March, I think is going to get filled. But in January, you had these gap ups that it took a bit, but they finally were filled when it started trading downward. What else do we have? 30, 28, 30, then watching 30 and 35. Plug, it's how do you feel, I guess, about the EV sector, but this one I think would take time. I'm not going to say, oh no, it's never going back up there, because I do see a pathway in which it could. It just might take time. But I am a fan of the EV sector. I'm a fan of the EV sector, the esports sector, the marijuana sector. I think are all strong sectors for the remainder of this decade. I love all the projection of sadness on you today. Listen, folks, therapy is a great tool for your trading toolbox. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but this is just a normal day. If things aren't moving, you just sit here. It's a normal day. Regarding AMC, wouldn't it make more sense to buy into the rips versus the dips? Helping the green candles rocket higher seems more productive than holding the line on the red candles. No, demand is demand. Demand is demand. It's that simple. I don't think like one's better than the other. I would argue that buying on the dips is better for you and your P&L and your risk to reward. But in terms of helping the mother of all short squeezes, demand is demand. So if demand's demand, and then if one of those is more optimal for your own portfolio, well, you should do the thing that's more optimal for your own portfolio. All right. AMC coming back above 45. Nice, nice, nice. Push it, push it. It is oversold on the RSI perspective. AMC currently trading at 44.83, but we are looking for this RSI bounce just from a technicals, looking at the RSI, MACD, all that stuff. It is oversold. So we're looking for that bounce and hopefully a follow through on the bounce. And AMC currently, it's down 5% on the day. GME is down 1.6% of the day, trading at 214.50. Just opened a weekly 45 strike on AMC. Wish me luck, Mark. I think I'm going to crush the bounce. I hope you do. Most REV, all hold, were my first buys. Yeah, I mean, I don't know your time frame, Devin, but from now until the end of the decade, I'm pretty bullish on EVs. Pretty bullish. Come on, BBIG. What is my BBIG at? Need some extra AMC. I'm somewhat tempted to just take all my profits right now and just buy the AMC dip. Is part of my temptation. This is it though. Like when your account is like fully tapped, that's some of the frustrating parts of it. Is like your plays aren't going to perfectly align. Like one's peak isn't exactly the other one's like dip. And sometimes that's where a lot of luck comes in. How long do you determine how to hold your options? If a longer term expiration is profitable early on, better to take profits or let it ride more? If you think the trend will continue, it'll be more profitable to ride it out. But if you think the trend's over, you're going to want to lock it in. So the way with like stock, when I'm like, okay, this support, this resistance, here's my goal. Options, you need even a little bit more of a trading plan, because you have to go to that next level of like, okay, if it does this early, I want to like behave this way. So it's still, that's your trading plan. And of course, because you don't know what the future beholds, you're not going to be able to necessarily trade it perfectly, but
you're still going to always be trying to employ your plan. But for options or stock, if you think the trend will continue, most of the time it will like benefit you to continue to hold and to keep that. But if you think the trend might be out, especially in an option where you care about time, well, then you might want to focus on like locking something in. The stock whisperer had a large 1.1 million print at 11:45 on BBAG, so bullish over 12. But if it's a large print, that means that someone sold a lot. Yes, someone bought a lot, but someone also sold a lot. Remember, with any print, buying is selling, selling is buying. The stock whisperer had a large 1.1 million print at 11:45. That the way I would look at that is if we remain below 11:45, that means it's bearish. Above 11:45 is bullish. But if you see a huge 1.1 million print, that means that someone bought a lot, but it also is telling you that someone sold a lot. Like someone actively traded at that level. There was appetite to sell, there was appetite to buy. And the way I would look at a large print is if you're below it, it's bearish. If you're above it, it's bullish. So right now we're below 11:45. So I very much would rather see BBIG actually get above it. Oh, hey, Mark. Did you miss your Kohrs Light account? I do. What's up with AMC? AMC just ripped for 2 days. It's taking a breather on a very small time frame. It's now oversold. So I'm on the 3-minute, it's oversold. So I'm definitely looking at some buyers stepping in. I think that's a reasonable assumption. And then even on the 15-minute here, hang on, let me get rid of the MACD. All right, SPRT, we don't need that anymore right there. Okay, if you look at the RSI, I'm just pointing this out that the RSI has values of 0 to 100. It's a momentum indicator. It's an oscillator. One of the most popular technical indicators out there. But anyway, anything, the higher it goes, that's more bullish momentum. Above 70 is a lot of bullish momentum, but it's also thought to be overbought. And then anything low, the lower it goes, that's the more bearish momentum. And below 30, which is a lot of bearish momentum, is thought to be oversold. So a lot of people like to use this as in, okay, it's time to revert. So for example, yesterday on AMC, see how the RSI spiked and then we took a dip? It was just a reversion. It was overbought for that period of time. So right now, we're actually seeing something that's referred to as bullish divergence. AMC has gone lower. If you look at these two relative valleys, the recent one at 44.65 and the one earlier today around 45.20, the stock has gone lower, but the RSI has gone higher. So what this means is that there's more bullish momentum, less bearish momentum now than there was previously. So that's a mismatch. You have a mismatch. The price is lower, but you have less bearish momentum. That's why it's called bullish divergence, because basically it's somewhat indicative, and not always, but it's indicative of the bears, the sellers, the supply running out of steam. So even though we've gone lower, the technicals, the under the hood, we're seeing something a bit different, as in people are finding more of an appetite to buy now than they did previously, and that's why it's indicative of at least a potential bounce. Nothing is ever guaranteed, but I think this is a good teaching opportunity of, okay, price goes lower, RSI goes higher. That mismatch, it's referred to as bullish divergence. And of course, on the opposite thing, you do have bearish divergence when a stock spikes again even higher, but the RSI doesn't go as high. That would be referred to in that scenario as bearish divergence. But once again, for AMC, what we're currently seeing, this is definitely bullish divergence. And a couple things are actually aligning. A couple things are aligning on AMC. So we're at this level of 45, which is just a psychological level. People like to trade at those round levels, buy and sell at like just round flat levels. So we have that. It's oversold. I wonder if this is just the RSI has had now enough time to cool off. I wonder if this is kind of like that
just the breather we were waiting for. So I'm interested to see if enough buyers actually step in at this level, produce enough demand to start pushing it back up. I see the community bring up SNDL a lot. What are your thoughts on that? I'm not a fan of that. I personally think that Tilray is a better play than SNDL. I still like the industry. Like, I think you can make money on SNDL. I think you can make more money on Tilray, though. IWM. What is IWM? I don't get this one. IWM looking strong. I wish we saw some of that strength pouring back over here into AMC. We go. Even GME is oversold now. So this might just be, I guess, hopefully we get the lunchtime bounce. Hopefully looking at that lunchtime bounce. Can we get some lemons or rockets on our graphs? Yeah, they'll be coming out. AMC. BBIG, potentially just like another weird cup and handle. It went from 1030, tried to get to 1030, but it got rejected at another nice psychological level, exactly 1050. But this time, and this is the tough part, because you don't know the next bars. Is this just like a breather for the RSI to cool off and it'll base and rip? Or is it just donezo? You don't know. And that's exactly why you have to have your risk. No one knows where BBIG is about to go. All you can do is know your risk, know your reward, and whatever one gets hit, you just go through with it. You either take your tendies or you take your loss and you move on to the next play. But right here, this could go in one of two ways. Everyone could be like, oh, this was such an obvious cup and handle. Look at it. It like went up. And in real time, you don't really know. Like I would say it's more likely to be a cup and handle if it recaptures 10. I think that's important. And then we could, that strengthens the argument. But it doesn't necessarily have to do this. This might not be a candle at all. It might just be an official breakdown and it sells off and the game's over. You do not know exactly why you need a trading plan. All right, AMC, some buyers stepping in at 45. It's at 45.04. We're seeing a bounce in the RSI. And then GME bouncing at 214. Josh Brown, SPRT is trash. Why do you think it's trash? People made a lot of money on it. A lot of money on it. I don't know if that's an interesting definition of trash when people make, many people made six figures on that. Oh, hey, Mark. Oh, hey, Mark. All right. So here I have my first target. Here's what I am currently watching. All right. Nice technical bounce off of 45, the oversold zone. Come on. Let's get that follow through. Did you already tell the squirrel story? I did. It'll probably get clipped and put onto the backup page though if you want to watch it, but I said it earlier today. Good looking out on Tiblio, finally buying some options, making money. This shit is legit. Matt Kohrs is solid, no doubt. Much love and respect. Shout out Nicholas Loda. Thank you. Very kind words. Patience. This is BBIG. I'd love to see some buyers actually step into this. But
with AMC, honestly, if you were all excited yesterday buying it at 47 and 48, I mean, if you bought it at those levels, you should love it at 45. If it's cheaper, it's still the same stock. You're still buying like the same share. You still have the same exposure, except you're saving yourself $2 a share. My $10 strike for RKLY is up 500%. What do you think about RKLY? Looks like it's just a runner. I don't know if there was news or I have no idea what's going on with it, but I don't think this will last. Huge run up. This is what we saw in BBIG this morning when I was like, I don't think it's worthwhile to chase. It might still go, but I'm not going to put my money into it. All right, there we go. AMC coming back up. Watch this trend line. Man, the Russell 2000 is cruising. Is the S&P 500 cruising? Not as much, but the S&P 500, it looks like it wants to break out. You're watching 452.70. But AMC catching some wind in its sail. I like that. Watch this top trend line. All right, keep going, keep going. Come on, AMC. I like it. I want to see this trend line test. I'm assuming it won't break on attempt one, but maybe if it goes up, comes back down, bounces off of 45.25 and then breaks, I'll be cool with that. And of course, I'd be cool if it just rips. But this, I mean, the way we were talking about a technical buy on BBIG, like this is what we had on AMC for people who like, they were asking of like, when should you get into it? Like, what's a good opportunity? I mean, right there, it was oversold. It like that was a good technical buy. Micah, what up? But Matt, why Tiblio not suggest AMC? Tiblio is like an algorithm that's just running on certain data. It's not like people just like, it's not someone's like coding it in and like, oh, I suggest this. It's they're running on data and market action. AMC will hit there if it hits all their like credentials for sure. BBIG was actually on Tiblio yesterday. What's on its list today? For those of you who are curious about Tiblio, it's an options picker service. If you want to check it out, it's in the description. I like to see where all the, yeah, right here. Tiblio is shouting out BBIG. So the way it works is Tiblio, when it's in the bull squeeze or bear squeeze, bull squeeze obviously bullish, bear squeeze obviously bearish. Remember, their suggestion is at the money 30 days out. That's like the options they're looking at. But what they look for is some sort of fundamental driver on top of crazy open interest in calls. And then obviously crazy open interest in puts for the bear squeeze. But anyone, I mean, look at the top four. These are all being highly discussed right now. BBIG, the most open interest, tons of money flowing into BBIG. SKLZ, a lot of people talking about that today. AI, people have been messaging me about ATER. It's a dual thing. You need a fundamental driver on top of a huge abnormal amount of calls. One of the thing with AMC right now of like why it might be harder to hit Tiblio's list is because it's so popular that there's a crazy amount of calls all the time. And it's like there has to be a weird relative increase, which could clearly happen still with AMC, but the numbers are like AMC kind of lives in a bloated state on its options chain. But I do find it interesting that BBIG, this has been called out now by Tiblio for a couple days. So pretty cool. I like this. It's a really cool tool, TIBLIO. In the description of this video, if you find Tiblio, it's under options picker, you will get a discount. And there's also a 30-day money back guarantee. So if you tried it out for a month and it's just like not your style and you don't enjoy it, okay, cool. No harm, no foul. What do you think about the bad press on AMC today? I didn't know AMC had bad press. Who was giving it bad press? I mean, if it's Motley Fool, like we could just accept that every single day.
What is AMC's volume at? 50 mil, 49 mil. So it seems like we're on track roughly to, I don't know, to hit what, about 90 mil, 80 mil on the day. Let's see how it plays out. For BBIG to be a cup and handle, you very much want it to get back above 10. 10 is incredibly important. The longer it hangs out below 10, the less good of a scenario it's going to be. So you want this back above. And then obviously you want the breakout of 1030 to 1050. SPY looks like it wants to get its breakout moving. 452.70. Moving. How's IWM? Is IWM still trucking along? It surely is. 227.50. Matt, would you use Bollinger Bands? I have used them. They're okay. Like I like MACD and RSI better. If I were to compare the two, I would definitely pick the MACD over it. But they just tell you, all these technical indicators tell you a slightly different, they offer a little different perspective, insight into the current technical situation. So I like to see where multiple indicators are all agreeing or disagreeing or something like that. I don't think that there's I would never say, oh, use this one indicator, it's the best one. No, the most success I've had is when I'm using a handful of indicators and they're all agreeing, or maybe some of them agree, like that type of a thing. The 1 hour chart is suggesting the first half of the candle. If we break back to 48.50 for the fourth retest, expect a call from Citadel. Mathis. Here we go. AMC looking to break out. What is this one? FCUV. This is why you don't chase people. It might turn around the way BBIG is attempting to turn around. You just don't be the bag holder. Don't be the person chasing a runner. AMC. All right. Let's see. RSI coming back. Is the MACD coming back? It is. Can you check out the look at the press release CFT tied link, but it didn't work. That was the bank swaps thing, right? House hours of family fund. If so, I need to look into it. People brought it to my attention during the stream, so I need to kind of dive into what it is or isn't. What do you think about DD? I'm naturally inclined to not like DD because that was one of the ones that Kramer was all about and trying to pump, and I just naturally think I always want to do the opposite of what Kramer says. All right, dingity ding ding ding.
Oh, brother, AMC got the technical breakout. Let's see if it can hold. And quick side note, BBIG trying to hold on to 980. Look at that push for $10. Russell 2000 ripping faces off. GameStop lagging a little bit behind, but we do see a cross in MACD. Let's see if the new momentum can hold.
All right, we are good. All in the hood. $45.60. Push. BBIG kind of stopped moving, got smacked at 10.50 and then fell about 60 cents. And now you have to wait. You never know which one is going to break. Nicholas Loda, don't do that. Well, that's not going to happen. I'm going to keep doing it. All right, come on. AMC looking good, trying to hold this breakout level. Yes, I care about 46. 46 is important, but I would say today, 46.33, I would argue, is a bit more pivotal.
When this is over, could we pull our money and have Kenny dropped in Antarctica and gets forced? All right, AMC flexing. What is this one? Why AMC is riskier investment in movie theaters fundamentals are nowhere near shares should be trading. Well, we know that. That's not. Oh, this is a story that I did a while ago with Benzinga. I saw someone that just said, "Oh, Macros, this is actually one of the first pieces of news that like our community really got." So shout out to Benzinga for being willing to do that interview. But like I said, that was way back. That was April, May. That was one of the first pieces of news. Yo, Big Matt, call up Trey. He went live at 8, but has been MIA on a screen for over an hour. I mean, he's probably at work, folks. I don't want to call him if he's at work. Look at Robinhood suggesting people buy AMC. Where Stonks Batman, where did they do that? That's crazy. Thanks for always being here and creating great content. Here's some money so you can eat something more than coffee and Cliff Bars. Shout out, Russell. Hey, Max, FWIW, marijuana is now an acceptable term. It has a negative connotation. FW is now an acceptable term as a negative connotation. It's linked to Latinx community. Please use cannabis. Much love. I can't use marijuana. Why can't I use marijuana? Is that truly a word that you're not allowed to use? I've never heard that you can't use the word marijuana. And it's a lot more fun to say marinara. Thoughts on Ortex on SPRT? Great stream. All the best to you. Yes, let's check out those numbers really quick. 83% short interest on SPRT. Heavily shorted today. Heavily shorted. Could be part of the reason why it's down 16% is because it's being sold so much. IWM going. Cannabis is preferred per the industry. Oh, if the industry, I guess I could use that. I just didn't know. I guess if industry insiders are saying that you should, I don't know. News to me. All right, IWM still pushing AMC. This is what we were talking about. I would have been a little bit surprised if it broke out on the first one. Obviously, that's what we could cheer for, but it would be nice if it kind of bases, swings, and then continues upward. LOL, that guy said Latinx, marijuana. What's Latinx? What's a what? Am I just being like, is this a joke that I'm like missing out on? I feel kind of stupid right now. That guy said, what's a Latinx? Is that a marijuana brand or a cannabis brand? Said Latin. I'm confused. I am confused. I feel like I'm being punked and I'm now the butt of a joke. Is Robinhood recommending AMC? There's fudgery afoot. Only thing to do is buy some more. Hypothetically, if the mother of all short squeezes does happen and we become overnight millionaires, what is the process of transferring our profits from our
apps to our banks. Will the government and banks get involved? I think you're allowed to take out like 50,000 a day. I don't know. That's where you're going to have more luck if you have like quote unquote more like legitimate brokerage, I guess is the best way to put it, where they actually let you transfer out more. Now I'm really confused about what's going on. Latinx is a gender neutral term. Wait, what does it have to do with the marijuana? I'm missing something, obviously. Wait, if it's a pronoun thing, what does it have to do with the marijuana industry? I am so lost. I'm not even in left field. I'm not even on the ballpark, apparently. I'm missing something. Don't listen to people who tell you how you can or can't speak. Same people who tell you how to spend your own money. All right, tweeted it. Robinhood has a 62% buy rating and a 38% hold and a 0% sell. And that's from Stonks Batman. Check out that. Here, let me find the Twitter. Stonks Batman. Is Hood really suggesting AMC now? So yeah, check out at Stonks Batman. 62% buy rating on AMC. Yeah, but okay, so it's not Robinhood, it's the analyst rating. So they're just pulling a data source. Brokers don't really typically make please stop using the word cannabis. Cannibals are offended. Hannibal Lecter has feelings. I don't know what's going on, folks. Thank you for... Well, this is weird because now I don't know if like they're joking more, if people are like trying to say... I don't get it. Maybe we should just take a couple steps back from this particular conversation before I like potentially offend. I feel like I'm either offending the... What was it? What was the term? Latinx. I feel like I'm either offending the Latinx community or I'm offending the marijuana community or the cannabis. I'm offended. I don't know. I feel like I should stop talking before I accidentally offend people I don't even know I'm offending. So that might be the best thing I might do is just put my foot in my mouth and stop. Can you look at Ethereum real quick? Ethereum is cooking. Ethereum is looking like a hot tamale. If it can hold this, and the RSI is probably really high right now, so it might need to take a breather, but my next target on Ethereum is 4,000. I like Ethereum. I think it's a great opportunity. Cardano's breaking out. I think it's on its trip to $3. Doge is breaking out. Bitcoin. Right now, crypto is hot. It's bouncing off of support. We're getting a breakout. If you want to get in on crypto, check out Voyager. It's right above me. Download the app. Put in the code MAT21. As soon as you trade $100 of any crypto, you'll get an extra $25 of Bitcoin. The code is MAT21, MAT21. It's an app. You download it. There's other options too. Gemini, Coinbase, Kraken, Gate, Uphold, Binance. I don't know. There's so many out there. KuCoin. They're all good. They all have their different pros and cons and that type of a thing. I find that Voyager is just really easy. Matt, knowing you don't like Robinhood long-term analysis. Well, Robinhood has like, not just because like I morally don't agree with Robinhood, they have a very big business problem. If payment for order flow is banned in the US, they don't have much revenue built out in other sectors. So it's a big fundamental risk to their business. Matt, thanks for all you do. My diamond hand names are Edie and Emma. My reasons for holding. Please give me my daughters a shout out. Edie and Emma, shout out. What's going on, Peter? Matt, why are you covering all these stocks? They're distractions. The real money maker. Who is this where we're all going? Keyboard warrior. I understand the frustration of missing out on rips. My money is all tied up in AMC, but I just look back on how far I've come. My AMC average is 1167. Congrats to those who caught the recent rips. CJ Floyd. Matt, cannabis was dubbed marijuana as part of a propaganda campaign in the beginning of the 1900s to frame it as a drug used by immigrants and therefore anti-American. Oh, the more you know. I didn't know about this. I'll use, I guess, the word cannabis. I don't know, folks. The more you know. Let's get some water in here. What else do we have? Thank you, Matt. Can you check ATR? Not financial advice, but your thoughts. ATR, let's check it out. It was on Tiblio's pick on that website, Tiblio. Looking, whoa, ATR might be on the move. 720. It did do a gap fill and it sold off for 2 days, but now it's showing strength, like kind of a strange cup and handle in a certain sense. But I kind of like it on the daily. I like that it got above yesterday's high at 644. I would risk yesterday's low, so that's a little bit of a wide risk, but you also might have a good profit margin on it. It got beat down when it missed on earnings, and now it's kind of fighting back. Despite all that, no one calls marijuana cannabis. All right, folks, I'll use the term I actually like the best. Jazz cabbage. I like to use jazz cabbage as a term and devil's lettuce. I think that's the most fun way to refer to it. Kang got in at 950. All right, hydration. Water. All right. AMC, very, very nice bounce off of 44.80. I like that it recaptured 45. The recent relative high was 45.58. It's right now at 45.26. This was the low from just past 10 this morning. So I want to see if it bounces here. And then if that gives us enough to like kind of bounce and rip back up above this trend line. Why are 75 per ape stoners? I don't know where you're getting that metric. Might be true, might not be true. Mark, the medical term in the Mexican community is mota. I feel like we're getting really, really, really deep into all these terms. All right, come on, AMC. Whatever term you do or don't want to use, whatever. We can make up new terms on the moon. Come on, AMC. BBIG getting smacked at 10 once again. 10 becoming an important pivot level for BBIG. You kids these days with your wacky tobacco. Wacky tobacco. I like that one. Hey, Mark. Mexicanos del Mundo. Interesting. I guess you learn something every day. Jimmy 215. I like it above that 217, 218 level, which is conveniently aligning with the trend line we have up here. So watching 218 on this AMC, we're looking for the bend back around from the early day low. And then we want to recapture of what is this one? What is this high? 45.65, but really 46, and really 46.30 is the region I'm particularly interested in. In my part of the woods, we call it zoinky poinky, only in caps. Zoinky poinky. Sorry, man, I got into ATR at 950 waiting. Oh, on ATR, so you're looking for that bounce back. Nice. Oh, it looks like it's traveling there. Peter Smith becoming an astronaut. Shout out. Ether is ripping. It certainly is. If you want in, I mean, Ethereum, I view crypto to be a long-term. Crypto is moving right now. Right now, live, you guys are seeing it. Nice dip buy opportunity on Bitcoin. It would have been better, obviously, the closer to 47,000. But you never know what the momentum will lead to. But I mean, crypto is looking alive and well. Opportunity. Matt, thanks for all the entertainment throughout the boring day in the cubicle. Can you please check MKTW? What is this one? Market-wise. I mean, for its price, its volume is very low. So it doesn't seem to be and it's a kind of a new IPO, not too long. Could get interesting if it gets above 10. You might see a nice bounce back up to 12, but watch for that 10 breakout. That's the closest resistance, in my humble opinion. Man, the Russell 2000 is just moving today. Look at that. Sold off this morning, and ever since 10, it's just higher and higher and higher. Oh, hey, Mark. We'll be growing moon spinach. I only use my brokerage accounts as my bank accounts. Have both debit and checking from TD and Fidelity. Any reason why I should open a bank account at all? Use my attendees as they clear. I guess if you have it set up that way, I don't think so. Maybe there's certain tax implications that you'll have to consider, but nothing strikes me as it being like obviously a wrong move. GME pushing 216. GME. All right, we're watching 218, then 220. Hang on a hot sec. One hot sec. YouTube. Do you think SPRT is a dead cat? Not necessarily. I just watch its reaction. If it goes below 26 and holds below 26, I think it's a very real chance it goes back down at 20. If it holds above 26, well, it's going to be above, and it could rip to 30, then 35. I'm for these plays, and you even see this in kind of AMC and Jimmy. I'm here to play from level to level. That's how I do my trading. I watch the levels, the closest major level of support, the closest major level of resistance. I let the stocks get to those levels, and then I pay attention to how they react to those levels. What do I think about MDVL? MDVL. Medical oh no, it's a $3 stock that's traded 200,000 shares. It's just no volume, no interest. Not a fan of it. OMG. Cardano will follow Ethereum, won't it? Doesn't have to. Cardano has its own little upcoming catalyst on September 12th, the Alonzo hard fork, where they go live with their smart contracts on the Cardano ADA right here. The Cardano blockchain is proof of stake, while Ethereum is currently proof of work. They are attempting to go to proof of stake, but so proof of stake is better than proof of work. It's more scalable, it's more secure. It is more environmentally friendly. But why Ethereum, even though it's proof of work, which is the worst one, people really, really like the smart contracts. That's what gives you all the DeFi applications. And like right now, for example, NFTs are super, super hot. Cardano, I think, will get a nice push if they can successfully pull off the Alonzo hard fork, because it has a better consensus model, i.e. proof of stake. But when you have that and on top of it, you also have the live contracts, which is the thing that really sets Ethereum apart. That, to me, makes Cardano a very, very strong competitor. I don't think it'll make it automatically the best, because Ethereum has a great head start. A lot of things are built out with Ethereum in mind. A lot of people like Ethereum. So for me, I am bullish on both. I own both. Very long on Ethereum, very long on Cardano, and I'm in no way actively trading them. Basically, I got them when I liked them. If I see any major dips, I buy more. But other than that, my view on crypto is pretty simple. If you fast forward a decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, whatever, if you fast forward a long time, crypto is going to be nowhere near where it currently is. It's either going to be exponentially higher or basically zero. And my bet is just that, okay, fast forward a decade, 2 decades, 3 decades. If they all rip, I become rich. It's that simple. So I'm just betting on the future of crypto, and I have no plans to really sell. Like, I don't want to actively trade it. I want to sit on my hands and just see how it all does. And I think there's a huge, huge amount of potential, and I hope I'm right, and I'll come back to it and we'll see. Have you seen the gas fees lately? Oh, they're so expensive. And that's because people are getting so crazy with these NFTs. Whenever there's the new minting drops, people are just like, the gas fees are just getting so juiced. So juiced. How do you feel about Matic? That's I'm in Bitcoin, Ethereum, Cardano, Dogecoin, Matic, Solana, Algorand, VeChain, Litecoin, and Hex. That's my crypto portfolio. How do you feel about the Elijah McLean situation? Do you feel it was justified? I don't know who Elijah McLean is. I'd have to Google it. And then obviously I don't have much of an opinion because I don't know who he is, and hence I don't know anything about the situation. Looks like it was did someone pass away in 2019? I think someone passed away. I'm not the person to, this isn't a political channel. I don't know the story. I don't know what's going on, so I can't have like an opinion about it. Two-part, did you pay taxes quarterly in tinfoil hat theory? If there are synthetics skewing supply, can the shorts close the 17% short interest and it shows the returns done in synthetics because the supply is screwed? Two-part, do you pay your taxes quarterly? Yes. Part 2, if there are synthetics skewing supply, can shorts close the 17% short interest and it shows as returns? Could it be done by buying synthetics because supply is so screwed? Yeah, it doesn't, like, buying is buying. Like, they just have to buy shares and return them to the original owner. And then that's what a return share is. No, shares out there are not marked as like real or synthetic or any like that. There's no mechanism like that. Like, a share is a share. And some shares are created inappropriately because of naked shorting, creating these synthetic shares. But whoever's short, if they do know or don't know if they have a naked short, which are created by market makers, and for hedge funds, it's more so the prime broker, all they know is that they're buying shares back to close their position. It's not like, oh, we're going to plan to buy synthetic shares, or like, the system isn't built out that way. It's not like shares are somehow denoted as being like real shares or counterfeit shares. It's just not how it works. They just buy and to close their short. That's what covering a short is buying stock back.
Thoughts on what's happening with Ford? What's happening with Ford? Ford having an okay day. It's not up that much. It's up 0.8%. So it's green, which is nice. You're waiting for it to get out of this bull flag. Take a top trend line, draw it, wait for the break, and then you might get some movement upward. I'll go as far to say that the word Latino is wrong to begin with. Hispanic is ethnically and historically more accurate. By the way, mota is a colloquial word, not a medical term. Marijuana. I feel like I'm probably pronouncing this wrong. Marijuana. Am I saying that right? Marijuana. I feel like Mexicanos Del Mundo is a good source on this. His super chats come in as as in pesos, and his name is Mexicanos Del Mundo. So I feel like he's probably a good source for this stuff. WPG. Not the biggest fan. It was recently a penny stock, which is just not my forte, but I do admit that it's looking somewhat strong. It's trying to break out, but super ugly chart. The more I zoom out on this one, the worse it gets. No, I just wouldn't mess with it. Looks like crap. Michelle, I still have a few shares on Robinhood. Did you say public was a good place to go? Yes. I have several hundred on Robinhood and several hundred on E-Trade. E-Trade's also good. If you want to keep them all in E-Trade, you could do that. I like public. Do you think the 200-day moving average would be a good stop loss on BBIG? No, because that's more like BBIG. I wouldn't use the 200-day moving average. BBIG is more of a short squeeze candidate. Those daily moving averages, I think, are better for like a stock that's having let me say, like a quote unquote like normal trend up or down. This BBIG, you're looking for that explosion for the shorts to cover, and right now it's not looking the best. Honestly, it needs to recapture 10. It tried to get up, but now we just have. This is not looking the best. I would watch this trend line. It could just be like some overall pennant, but it's just takes patience. But when I use those larger time frames moving averages, that's for a stock that I would say is like trending over a while. Like I would apply that to something like Microsoft, Apple, maybe Tesla, but not something like BBIG that I think is more of a shorter term like swing trade, short squeeze momentum play. MMAT, the Ortex data for MMAT is a little, to my understanding, kind of understating the situation, because MMAT itself doesn't have that many shorts. And someone out there, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it acquired TRCH, which did have shorts. So right now it's not being like almost, I guess, properly reflected. So the MMAT data on Ortex, or really anywhere, the short data, I don't think is like fair to really use for this situation. Check out BPro Crypto, great fundamentals, trade on KuCoin. Thanks for your insight. I have not heard of that one. I'll check it out. Not a fan of Sheeb coin. Apparently I own it. I think somehow, I don't know, Voyager must have done some sort of giveaway because I have like $50 or something of it in my Voyager account. But I don't see why Sheeb would do better than Doge. To me, it's kind of, they're attempting to target roughly like the same audience, and they have the same, roughly the same appeal. And Doge is already the leader in it. It's more known, it's more popular, there's more owners, it gets more press. I don't know, unless Sheeb does something different, I don't see why it would surpass or do better than Doge. But maybe I just don't know enough about it. But that's kind of like my initial reaction. All right. BBIG, you're looking for this trend line breakout and specifically a break above 10 followed by 1030. AMC attempting to hold on at 45. You want it back above that trend line, which is now roughly aligning with the earlier day low around 10:10 a.m. around 45.25. Matt and Ape Nation looking for a computer set for less than 2K. Non-gaming was looking for at a Dell all-in-one. Any advice would be appreciated. MACD just crossed on the AMC 3-minute. Shout out Soapy Gorilla. Can you ask is anyone else seeing major price discrepancies on Uphold? I lost 2K in the past hour because it shows prices dumped on BTC, ADA, and Doge, and XRP. Let me see what I have. Definitely not dumping. Crypto showing flexing. Wow, IWM. Talking about things flexing. What else do we have? In the... How many short squeezes have actually happened? Quite a few. Like if you just like, damn, I don't know, just Google short squeezes. Like there's some famous ones, but they're not like, it's not one of these things that like only like one happens a year. Like there's more than that. It's not like they necessarily happen day to day. And there's huge ones that like end up getting more press, but there's a decent amount. What's my view on fuel cell in the long run? Bullish on the EV sector. So I think fuel cell could do well. All right. It is one, folks. So here's what's going to go on. I am not going to turn this off. I'm going to put on some like lo-fi music, but I'm going to go get some lunch. Just so everyone knows. Hang on. Let me find this lo-fi. Where was it? Lo-fi. Why can't I find my lo-fi? Oh, here we go. All right. I guess before I get going with this, so it is 1 p.m. Eastern now. The latest I'll be back is 2 p.m. So latest I'll be back. If things get moving, I'll try to get here. I just need to do some like quick calls and take care of some stuff. But once again, not turning the stream off. I'll put on some music. Latest I'll be back is 2 p.m. If things get moving, I'll try to come back even earlier. But I do need to take care of just a little bit of work and some phone calls and that type of stuff. So I'm going to get some lunch. Like I said, I'll be back latest in 1 hour, 2 p.m. Eastern. Might be back earlier before that though. So here, enjoy some music while you're waiting. Moon gang, howdy. What did everyone let happen while I was gone? AMC, I guess it's just coming back. What was the retracement we're seeing? So the 50% retracement was at 44. Would have liked that bounce there. Man, check this out on the MACD. The trend ever since 6:30 this morning was just down, this momentum. But keep in mind that ever since, what was this, August 27th, so very recently, I mean, it ran 23%. And right now, it gave up 9, 10. Like, I mean, AMC, look at where we've been coming from. Like, we're still at $43.70. Like, it's the stock market, and I know it's frustrating. I get it. The ebb and flow. We just want green. I get it. But this is honestly how a lot of the time it works. You push up, and then you drift a little bit down. You make a new support, and you go up from there. Right where we're trading at, I would say between, what's this, 42.64, 44.40. Right here, we do see some interesting zone. AMC right now clearly being notably oversold. So it's days like today where on the next green day, you're going to be looking back and be like, why did I not buy that discount? Why did I not buy that discount? At least that's how I view it. You know, I can't guarantee wherever the stock's going to go. I just know on those days that it's ripping to 48, those rip days are not the days I'm like the biggest fan of buying. I like to buy on weakness. It's days like today that it makes more sense in my own mind. It's like I'd rather get shares at 43.68 than 48 if I'm giving the two. If I'm buying the same share, I'd rather buy more at a cheaper price. Seems a little bit smarter in my head. But Friday, was it the past, how many days have we been uptrending? Basically Monday, Tuesday. So Friday was the turn day. So we had a sell-off. Wednesday, Tuesday was awesome. Wednesday was a bit of a weird consolidation, start of a sell-off. Then we saw a sell-off. Pardon me. Excuse me. Kelly Ripa would never do that. We had a sell-off. Then on Friday, it tried to change the trend right here. And then Monday, Tuesday, really, really good. So we have just this giant U. And now we're almost seeing a potentially a cup and handle on just so many different time frames. So if you scroll out to the 4 hour, okay, cup, handle, explosion. Now we might even be on a smaller time frame, cup, handle. And as you see more and more in that, it kind of all does add up. Like, to me, it strengthens the thesis, but obviously that's the big if we could get the follow through back up to this 48 level. It really is all coming down to now at 48 of multiple cup and handles, multiple time frames. And with it, I'm there with you. Like, I mean, today it sucks. AMC, it's getting kicked in. It's getting its teeth kicked in. AMC is currently down 7.4%. GME is down 3.2%. But we've been here before. If you've been in AMC or GME for a while, these are just some of the days. These are just some of the days, and you have to be prepared for them, not only like emotionally to be able to handle it yourself, but also with your account, because it's days like this that I honestly think it's better to buy on days like this, because you're getting more shares at a better risk to reward ratio. And I get it. A lot of you have a lot of money at play. It means quite a bit. And if these are emotionally tough days, maybe it's just best that you kind of hang out and like not like really pay attention to it. Maybe this is one of those days that you just want to be like, okay, not that exciting. And if it has like some sort of overall arcing like negative impact on your emotional state, this might be one of those days that you just want to turn off the screen and maybe watch some Netflix or do something else, pay attention to some other stocks, just to, you know, this is in no way a sprint. This is a long marathon. It's a battle of attrition. So whatever you have to do for yourself to keep yourself, I don't know, like emotionally above water, to keep your head in the game, you got to do that. You got to take care of your own mentality, all of that stuff. But these red days, I see red and I just think discount. That's how my brain is wired in this current situation. I see red, I see discount. I say, all right, sweet. So we'll see how it plays out.
But remember, there's also 2 hours left in the day. We have seen AMC and GME both do crazy things in the past where like all day it sucks. And then for some reason, we see a giant amount of liquidity coming into the market at the end of the day. Could be a possibility. We can't take anything off the chance. The realm of possibility is still all very much there. Just we got to be patient, calm, cool, collected, patient. BBIG, I guess what, right when I left for lunch, it got smacked hard and then bought back. And now this level that I first got in back here, I entered in BBIG just before 11:30. And that level that I was watching, that 975 level, once again, that's still the important level of today. The important level of the day. Main 8, shout out. Cup and handle, BBIG, 15 and 20 minute. Hey, Matt, maybe I missed your response. Could you please tell how you identify support and resistance levels, periods to look up uptrend, downtrend? Support and resistance, it's pretty simple. It's literally previous price levels that the stock has bounced off of in the past or been rejected by. So you just kind of scroll out on whatever time frame you're looking at, and you just see where the action happens. That's how I have all these on BBIG on the bottom left here. That's all it was. It's like saying, okay, rejected here, or previously found support at 840, things like that. You're looking at the price levels previously where the stock has pulled some form of a U-turn, whether up or down. Matt, we all know why you're gone for so long. Poop gate for real though. AMC bear trap 15-minute day intraday. Moon by October 11th at latest. GOEV might rip soon. Just a little bit of lunch, and it takes. I had to schedule I have allergies, so I get those monthly allergy shots, and it's so difficult to schedule those. I called the scheduling, and I'm just on hold for half an hour. How can I watch Netflix when I'm busy buying calls? Trader Mike, I like it. I like it. Hang on, why is this not working? Hello. Sweet. What's going on? Olo Ashton. Learning Tower of Giza. Leaning Tower of Giza. Interesting name. Big Weezer, shout out. Shout out. Well, what do you guys want to learn about? We should do a quick teaching sesh. Why not? When in Rome. Thoughts on the weekly BTC chart. Giant reverse cup and handle 2.0 around the corner. Looks like sell the news to trap bears. Possible moon. Thoughts on weekly 2.0 around the corner. Right now, crypto's looking amazing. If you guys are trying to get in on this, the crypto game, I think one of the easiest ways you could do it is Voyager. You just download the app, throw in that code MAT21, and you'll get free Bitcoin when you start trading. You just have to trade $100. Crypto, I think, is looking very strong, very, very strong. Looked like it was maybe getting a little heavy, but now we're seeing it. I want to see BTC rip through 50,000, but first we have to take out just over 49,000. Ethereum is moving. I love Ethereum. I think it's on its road right now in the short to medium term to hitting 4K. Cardano, big fan of this, and we do have a catalyst coming up. September 12th is the Alonzo hard fork where they go live with their smart contracts. Once again, Alonzo hard fork, September 12th. That's a big mover for ADA, and Doge breaking out. Probably trying to make its run to, what is this, 30 cents, I would say, on Doge, if you're in that. What else do we have? How's Matic looking? I got into Matic at either $1.50, $1.55, so I'm a little underwater on it right now, but I'm looking for it to get above this previous high. All of crypto right now over the past, half day session is looking pretty strong. So if you're in crypto, congratulations. This is still the one I don't get. Hex. I don't get it whatsoever. But it's at 26 cents and I got in at 8 cents. I'm not really the biggest fan of I mean, I hesitate to call it a shitcoin because all these other people who are in it, they're like, it's not. All right, let's say less popular coin. Sometimes my red flags go up. I'm like, all right, do I really want to be in that? But this one made me quite a bit of money. What I think is hilarious is Hex Flex. So I've talked about this a little bit before. The community that is in Hex, they have their own little ticker thing, hashtag HexFlex. And what it is like whenever they buy something with their Hex earnings, they just show it off and it's hashtag HexFlex, all this crazy stuff. And I really think we need to make that for like AMC, GME community. They call themselves the Hexicans. And I just love this concept of HexFlex. I very much, with AMC and GME, I think we need to make something funny and rhymey that when you get the money from it, like it's just the equivalent to a HexFlex. But I think this is the creator right here, Richard Hartwin. I think that's a very expensive Ferrari or something. HexFlex. You successfully staked 26,000 Hex. It's just fun. So I think we should come up with one for the AMC and GME community equivalent to the HexFlex. So when people start showing off all their crazy gains, we could do that. What do the new FTDs look like for AMC? Percentage-wise, a considerable increase, but not as much as we saw at the end of June, but still obviously kind of a noteworthy amount of FTDs. I mean, there really shouldn't be any. And sometimes it happens for various mistakes, but that should be a very, very minimal amount then. And right now, like I said, not the same that we saw in the end of June where that was like just horrific, but still bad. And relative to, I guess, what it would be the first part of, what are we in? So we just got the first part of info for August. So for July, the August to July comparison, August definitely had an uptick, but still under the June numbers. Penny purchases my AMC hashtag vote. You see my AMC? Hey man, can you explain how I bought a call option on Thursday last week on BGFV 39.17 and on Monday it was worth 2K, then it hit 28.80, but now the price is higher today. It's worth less. Yeah, because remember when it comes to options, it's not just the price of the stock. When you come to options pricing, that premium is valued on, yes, three things. Yes, the price of the stock, the time until expiration. So you just said from Thursday to now, Thursday last week, so almost a full week has passed, like 4 trading days, so you're getting theta decay, and also the volatility of the stock is probably drying up. So if it goes less volatile, you're gonna lose value there. BGFE, yeah, I mean, it looks, wait, when did you get into it? So, I mean, the volatility was nice throughout the day, I suppose. Volatility drying up a little bit now, but then again, it's also 2 p.m. But your biggest issue probably on this one is theta decay. You don't just buy an option. An option isn't exclusively a bet on the price of a stock. It also involves volatility, and it also involves time. And you have to remember that. Totally understand what you're talking about regarding taking a step back and turning that stuff off. Patience is key. What's your opinion on FCUV? My opinion is probably not much different than before. I wouldn't chase it. Potentially interesting to get in here if you got in at 20, but I feel like I would have already missed that entry, so I'm not going to chase it. It's up 333%. Some sort of either it's not an, I don't think it's technically an IPO, but it just got listed on the NASDAQ. Previously, it was on the OTC market. So some craziness with that. But like, if you see something that is massively green, it's not good to think of that as like, oh, okay, I'm going to get in on that now. I would not say that's a good methodology. You want to be in before the move. There's a Yahoo article on your
and you're under GME ticker. Oh, that's cool. Whoa. BBIG coming up to my wrist point. This is where I would cut it. Sticking to my trading plan, folks. It's that simple. Whatever gets hit first, if your risk gets hit first, you're out. If your reward gets hit first, cool, you take your profits. It's very, I guess, systematic in the way of just like a conditional outcome. If one is hit, this happens. If that happened, like it's just, this is how I'm trading it. In fact, I might have to cut my BBIG. It's about 20 cents away from my risk. If it hits, okay. And I'm not saying that BBIG is done if you're in it. I'm not saying my plan. I am not saying I am a perfect trader. I'm just saying this was my established trading plan, and good plan or bad plan, I'm sticking to my plan. It's honestly that simple. Like nothing more, nothing less. And it looks like I'm going to take about an 18% hit. Not ideal. It sucks, but it happens. It also is just part of the game. You're going to have winning trades. You're going to have losing trades. But who knows? Maybe it'll reverse for me, but some people are starting to sell it. All day we just have these lower highs. Yep, I'm pulling the ripcord. BBIG. All right, I'm out. That's it. That's what you do when you have a trading plan, and you have to stick to it. Knowing my luck, it could bounce right here and rip right back, but that doesn't matter. There's a difference between being profitable and having a good trade or a bad trade, not necessarily always the same thing. Right there, I am happy I stuck to my plan. It's literally that simple. To me, that's a good trade. I define a good trade as, did you stick to your plan the entire time? This one I particularly did. I wish I took a little bit off at 10:30, and then I was like, all right, let's watch that 1090 level. So I like switched it up a little bit, but honestly, I lost on it. This was a losing trade for me, BBIG, but it was still a good trade in the sense that I had a well-established plan and I stuck to it. So I'm happy. And like I said, knowing my luck, this thing could rip back momentarily, and I'll be like, oh wow, I wish it. But see, with it, like, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Everyone like has that hindsight bias. Like right now, if BBIG were to absolutely plummet, I'd be like, hey man, good thing I stuck to my plan. Or it could just bounce and rip, and I'd be like, oh man, why didn't I just give it a little bit more leeway? You don't know what the next bar is gonna be. That's why you always stick to your plan. And people, they try to, I guess, reason, be like, hang on, if I give it a little bit more, this is going to be fine. Like, you don't know, because I don't want the loss to get worse. I lost 18% on that, 19%, something like that. Okay, I'm not happy about that. I'll be fine. I didn't take like the biggest bet. So 18%, I could bounce back from that. But like, what if I lost 100%? That would suck even more. The more and more you trade the game, you're going to realize it's much more about your capital preservation. Like, you're going to care. The winners are going to come. The profits, the P&L, the green trades come. It's more so be laser focused on your losers. Do not let one stock get too far out of hand. Trading is it's a game of attrition, and you need to be in the game, and to be in the game, you need capital. So to protect your capital, you should be way, way more laser focused on your big losers than you should be on your big winners. It's all about protecting those. Like, you are trying to minimize your big losers as much as you can. So for me, that was how much I was willing to risk on the trade, and it didn't pan out. Really though, it was like a small chunk of my like absurd SPRT gains from Friday. So I was willing to risk a small chunk. It didn't pan out. I took a shot, didn't work. Okay, on to the next trade. Someone just said SPRT taking, oh, it's below. SPRT getting smacked. I think SPRT does go to 20 at this point. Once it chopped below 25.50. So if you were paying attention to that and got in on some puts and you're playing it down to 20, congrats. Congrats. Man, That one, SPRT, I wasn't paying attention to it. I kind of took it, I forgot about it this morning, but I said below 26, watch for 20, and I still think SPRT flushes to 20. And it's this type of action why I'm happy. I stuck to my plan. With current prices, do you think it makes sense to buy GME over AMC? I want to buy some with all this discount, but I'm not sure which is best to buy. I don't know what's best. I believe right now I'm pretty sure I have more exposure to AMC than I do GME, but that's more so because of GME options are just so wildly expensive. So that's more of a psychology thing that for me, it's more fun to have like a bigger position in terms of like you see your contracts and shares and that type of stuff. But I don't know. I wouldn't say one is better or worse. They're completely different. Different short interest, different float, different community support. I like them both. I'm bullish on both of these, AMC and GME. They're both getting hit today a little bit. So I would say, okay, I like shopping on discount. But I wouldn't say, I don't see the comparison between these two. Bought SPRT calls last Wednesday, was up 1,800% by Friday. Didn't have a plan in place and sold them today at 300%. Similar with my BBIG calls. Plans are key. How crazy that we've been at it since February. It's nuts. Entered a position on FCUV for a quick day trade, and as soon as you came back to the stream, it went from 16 to 22, made 700 nicks. BBIG just exercised 6.9 million warrants at $9. Talk about tendies. Great move by them. So it sounds like they're just raising capital. All right, hang on. How do I... This is such a pain. Such a pain. All right. I think SPRT is going to keep going down in my humble opinion. So I attempted to pick up puts, but I didn't get a fill. Shoot. Well, I'm just going to let the order sit there. But my thesis on SPRT is the exact same. Below 26, and now we're hanging out below it. I think it sets up a gap fill to 20. The gap I'm talking about. SPRT... To me, you can see it easier in the daily chart right here. It shot up, came down on Friday, and then it was trying to consolidate, deciding what way it wanted to go. Then it came down. We know it's being shorted, but right now, the next legitimate, it's just, we have this gap. It's kind of actually an easier play. Check out this gap. Whatever this high is, 19.99, that is my target on SPRT. It's a gap fill. I'm here all the time talking about gap fills, and they're very, very common, and the edge is in your favor. So if I can make some extra money on it, you could play stocks both ways. And honestly, at these levels on AMC and GME, if I can make some extra little trades, 10% here, 10% here, 10% here, and just it gets me more and more AMC and GME shares, of course I'm going to take advantage of that. I'm more of a active trader. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily a day trader, but I think my best thing is probably like kind of like a multi-day swing. And I know that's very different for AMC and GME because we've been in this one for a while. But for something like SPRT, it was probably
just money to be made in like a multi-day swing if necessary. I guess at this point, I'm just watching this 20 level. That's my target right here, is this gap fill. And then from there, who knows? Maybe it bounces, we go long, and it goes back up. That's a possibility. But this is, I would say, closer to my normal trading style of where I'm like, okay, gonna get in, gonna get out. And on this one, so that's my target. You guys know my target right now of $20, and my risk is gonna be a little bit over 26. We'll call it 26, 26.50. If I see strength and it starts coming back around and it gets above 26, might just get stomped out. Might be another losing trade. Or if it flushes to 20 the way I think it will, it'll be a nice little bonus. All right, what else do we have going on? Did you see CNBC article about Netflix wants to put its movies in theaters? So much for streaming killing theaters. Is MMAT being squeezed? You're a savage. MMAT. So I don't know if it's being squeezed, but I do know it's being discussed by many, many people within the community. It's definitely not being squeezed today, but the reason people are talking about it is if you look up the Ortex data on MMAT, not going to be much there in all reality. People are focusing on it as like kind of a strange play in terms of they acquired a different company, ticker symbol TRCH, I think it was Torchlight, and then that one had quite a bit of a short. So it's like kind of a hidden short squeeze play to my understanding, but I don't have any MMAT, I don't have any TRCH or anything like that. Not everyone has 25K in one account to be able to day trade. You don't have to have 25K in your account to day trade. It just means that you could do 3 day trades per rolling 5 days, but I'm not the biggest fan of day trading. Like I said, I like a multi-day swing is kind of my bread and butter. If I could hold it 2 or 3 days, get some nice range, like hold the trend out for a couple days, that's kind of where my bread and butter, like trading ideas and methodology is at. All right, BBIG. But once again, I don't know who is saying this, but you can day trade with less than 25K. It's just you are limited to the amount of day trades you can actually do. Nice bounce off of 43 on AMC. Oh, brother. Hey, man, I have 2 options. Same company, 1 week difference, and only by 2 cents difference, but one is up 600, the other is 60. How? Because of the time you got them, the volatility is going to be priced differently for different expiration dates. You might as well think of them as only loosely correlated positions based on the price, but you have 2 different thetas going on there. Is BBIG in a pennant on the day chart? BBIG. No, not really. Let me look up the 30-minute. No, not a pennant. We have technically higher highs and higher lows. And it seems like it's trying to find support at, what is this, 830, which is where it had some resistance in the pre-market today and some consolidation in the pre-market 2-3 days ago, something like that. BBIG. I hope it bounces. I hope for everyone's sake who's in it, I want it to bounce. Like, I'm in no way rooting it for it to go down. It's just, that was my trading plan. Are you in BBIG? Not anymore. Oh, can you look at RAD daily chart? Looks like it's forming a cup and handle, filling up at the same time. RAD daily chart. Yeah, I like this. Like the way we're talking about an SPRT gap fill to the downside. RAD, right aid, looks like it has a gap fill coming to the upside at 1962. It's a little bit chasey. Like, I would have preferred to get in here between like 15, 16, 1650, like somewhere back here. So it's chasey because, like, what are you going to risk? $16? You're going to risk $2.25 to make $1.50. The risk reward's not there. It is a bullish looking chart. I just don't think the risk reward is there.
Matt, I wasn't here for the early morning ticker breakdowns. Mind giving your thoughts on BBO or text? I have 110 AMC options and 118 BB. BB, what is the short interest on BB? I haven't really been tracking BB. No, BB is not a short squeeze play. BB has a short interest of 7%, which is more than average, like in terms of the stock market. But even if it starts to move, it's not going to have that much like gusto behind it. So if you like BB, you should probably like it for the fact that like you like the technicals or the fundamentals, but I would not say that BB is a short squeeze play. All right. This AMC catching a little bit of enthusiasm. This bounce makes sense. I mean, $43. It's a key psychological level. Nice round dollar. If you look at the RSI, reversion right there. You're seeing just look how oversold it was. Pretty easy to kind of spot this. Went below the oversold line, and when you did that, and it's kind of culminating with the fact that you're at a nice round dollar value, a lot of people are going to be slapping in buy orders, and to the point that they actually front ran it a little bit. It only hit 43.05. So that's one way you could use the RSI tool, is like saying, okay, downside, downside, downside. When it broke, and now you're kind of checking it with 43. Let's just see if it can actually follow through on it. It's the big question. Weeble gave me a good faith violation when I sold stock and bought something else. I think it's T2, but a couple warnings will shut me down. Sounds right. Yeah, that's so you have a cash account, not a margin account. And yeah, you have a good faith violation. So you're basically trading with you're an iPhone's AMC newsfeed in the stock app. Interesting. You were trading too much with unsettled funds. Just started using TradingView, and there's a freaking magic wand emoji. What the heck are you doing? Deploy the emojis. What's going on, Matt? Sorry to ask you. My theta is 0.0558 with implied volatility for beta. Which one is killing me? Well, theta, you're going to battle theta every single day. That theta that you're seeing, what theta is, and you're also going to hear the terminology theta decay. It's how much your option loses value if everything else is held constant. So if the price and the volatility are the exact same and you were to hold it to the next day, that theta value is how much value your contract will lose. And your implied volatility, I see the percentage you just sent in, but it's the change. If the implied volatility is dropping, that's hurting you. You want the implied volatility to go up. Shout out, Senor Tukey. All right. Actually, I feel like I need to, I don't know, create some log. I think this could be really helpful. Let me start writing down the exact trades, profit or loss, and then we could all laugh at me or get happy with me. Orders. All right. Let me start tracking these down. BBIG, what was this percentage? BBIG. I got in at 4. Out at $1.70. So how much, what was that percentage drop? $224.70, 54 cents, 54 cents. All right, I lost 24% on that trade. Minus 24%. All right, let's start tracking. Not the reason I had a little bit more leeway on that one is because I took a smaller size bet. So
When I know that my percentages are going to be a bit wider, obviously I scale down my bet size. And that's like one way to kind of control your risk in the current situation. So for my portfolio, if I'm going to take a bigger bet, I'm going to be keeping a tighter percentage gain or loss. And if I'm taking a smaller magnitude bet, I'll leave the risk and reward a bit wider. Just one potential like risk management tool. All right, BBIG battling it out at this trend line. SPRT, I would love for it to hold on to, I mean, just a dollar, any dollar. Hold on to 44 after that, 45 after that, 46 after that, 47. Currently trading at 43.68 on AMC, and GME's trading at 209.74. How much? So we're about 30 minutes out, a little less, about 25 minutes on the start of Power Hour. Power Hour. Power Hour. There we go, GME. Hey, I see you. GME has that interesting region between 212 and 215. All right, would love to see it. And then after that, we could watch that 217, 218, a recent rejection level. But this is an interesting zone of supply and demand, depending on what side you are on it with GME, that 212 to 215. So let's check that out. AMC fighting its way back to 44. Also very oversold on GME. Kind of makes sense that this is bouncing right now. These are the 5-minute charts, by the way. The RSI will change based on the time frame you're on, because it's taking into account the previous typically 10 or 14. I think 14 is more common, probably, bars. So depending on your time frame, that's a different set of bars, obviously. All right, I think I'm up to date there, and I think I'm up to date here. What's going on? All right, let's see if we can recapture this 44. I would actually love to see this 44.65. All right. This is my region of interest on AMC today. Would love to see a test and a breakout of that before the market close, just to maybe build up some momentum coming into tomorrow. Can you check what SPRT short interest is? Yeah, it's around 80%. What else do we have? BBIG showing some strength. Just so everyone knows, I am flat currently on BBIG. It hit my risk of 870 and I just pulled the ripcord on it, but I very much hope it does bounce for you and kind of go back up to this 980 level, the $10 level. BBIG, strong potential, right? Has short interest. If it gets enough demand, this thing can move. Obviously, that's the question, though, is like, is the demand there? There's a lot of people who inappropriately think just because something has short interest, it has to go up. Short interest does not mean a stock has to go up. It means that it could go up, but you need some sort of abnormal demand to start putting pressure on the shorts. And right now with BBIG, they're exercising warrants to raise money, and that's smart. When you have runs like this, why would you not want to raise money for the company? We saw GME do that. We saw AMC do that. I'm sure SPRT wishes they could have done that at whatever those levels were, like pretty much the $60 level, 55, 59.
Nikhil, let's kick him out of here. We have a Greg, you're a paper hand. Dude, you don't know anything about trading. The ones that I am going to diamond hand because of the narrative supporting them are AMC and GME. I don't really... Do these other ones have potential to do stuff? Yeah, but you cannot put another stock currently in the world in the same league of AMC and GME. And when I'm talking about the same league, I'm talking about that same concept of diamond handing it because there's such an immense amount of community support. Do people like BBIG? Do they like SPRT? Do they have potential? Without a doubt. I'm in no way arguing with that. But when you see a breakdown of technicals and a breakdown of support levels, if you don't have that community, the massive community coming back in to buy it, you could get in serious trouble. So with it, that's trading, folks. Like, not all of trading is like you going around yelling, diamond hand this, diamond hand that, diamond hand that. No. Some stocks that's appropriate for. I think it's most appropriate for AMC and GME. And I just put nothing else in that realm right now. It could change. Maybe over the next couple weeks, next couple months, we see an entire like community grow and love BBIG and SPRT, and then the narrative on it would change. But at this moment in time, on September 1st, BBIG and SPRT, I look at them as nice like volatility momentum swing plays. And you could ride it both ways, up, down. I have no special loyalty to these companies, BBIG and SPRT. AMC and GME, I definitely do. And it's different, and that's important. You have to know what's going on with it. What is raising warrants in stocks? Warrants are something that you don't, I guess, raise warrants. They had warrants at a certain level, and then like depending on the warrant, it could like convert over to stock, or they're selling, or warrants can all be a little bit different and depends on how the warrant's written, but it's basically warrants are being executed and for money, exchange of money, and then you're getting stocks filled at a certain value, yada, yada, yada. How do I feel about SafeMoon? Doesn't even make my list of my top 10 favorite cryptos. Not even close. Sorry, I'm such a rookie. I keep hearing about a cash account. Are these bad and have... When going long on AMC, mother of all short squeezes, how do I know if I have one? No, they're not bad. It's just there's two major types of brokerage accounts. You have a cash account and a margin account. And it has to do with a margin account. Let's say that your margin account is above 25,000. You can just trade endlessly. Even if if you get in and out of a trade, you could take that money and trade it again. And in a weird way, they're like loaning you money because like the trade technically hasn't settled until 2 days later. So when you think of a margin account, think of basically your brokerage like loaning you money because you're continuing to trade when you technically don't have the settled funds. And in a cash account, but with a margin account, if you're under 25K, you're battling with PDT, and of course you can get margin called and that type of stuff. Then with a cash account, you're not going to get margin called because you're not using margin, but you can only use your settled funds to trade. And it doesn't have PDT, but it has other things such as a good faith violation. So they both just have like two different sets of rules, and depending on your trading style and the amount of money in your account, one could be more flexible for what you do or don't want to do. But I don't think one's better or worse. It's just your style and your money. Matt, now that you've exited your SPRT position, share position, could you do a full video on your timed entries and exits and percentage position scaling? Would love, thanks. So I actually did a recap right when that happened on Friday. And just to clarify, right now I have puts on SPRT. I bought puts when I saw this weakness, the breakdown of 25. I wish I got in at the breakdown of 26 because that's the level I've been watching. So I was a little bit chasing on it, but I think the risk of my risk point is basically 26.50, and the reward of it dropping to 20 is worth it in my eyes. SPRT in no way to me is like some diamond-handed ape play. It's a good trade. It was a good trade on the upside. I'm thinking it's going to be a good trade on the downside, and maybe I'm wrong. If you want to go long on SPRT, go for it. We'll see who's right. Like,
no one can tell you the future. You're just taking bets, like optimal bets in optimal scenarios. And for me, I think the optimal bet on SPRT over the next day or two is basically a bearish bet to a gap fill at 20. It hits 20, that might be support, and we might bounce off of it. And then I might switch from being bearish to bullish. It's an active trade. I'm an active trader. The ones I don't really actively trade are AMC and GME. Like, these are the ones that I think it's worthwhile to diamond hand, but I'm not a person who just diamond hands every single stock I'm in. I don't want to do that. You should have like a business Greg of the month. I made prank calls to the floor yelling, I'm long on tulips. They were very confused and kept saying, you mean roses? I said AMC to the moon and hung up. What do you think about SPRT at 20 for a bounce? I think there's a really good chance SPRT bounces at 20, but I'm still watching 20. That's not like currently changing my thesis on it. We already went over the AMC FTDs. We already did that, team. Relative increase to July, but still lower than June. And if you want, I could put the FTDs in the update video for AMC and GME. What else do we have? What do we have? Because of the huge 30% swing from red to green yesterday in BBIG, I'm chilling. Oh, yeah. I mean, BBIG, if it's proven anything, it definitely can swing back. But for me, it's easier to let the swings happen when you have a super good entry. My BBIG, it was a little too close to chasing. And when you're a little bit too close to chasing, if you're chasing on something, that's not then the time to be like, oh, okay, I'm going to have a very, very wide risk. Honestly, I would feel better about BBIG and like holding it and seeing how it plays out if I can create a position closer to $8. You want to create your core positions as low as possible at very strong support. And if like you're a little bit chasing on things and like it just doesn't go your way, you have to respect your risk because you don't want to get blown out of your position. I've blown up enough accounts in my like the start of my trading career to know like if I'm doing something that is like risking me blowing up an account and I don't want to lose like, I mean, I had calls. So if I want to lose 100% on my calls, like and just burn all that premium? That seems really, really silly to me. Was discussing this with a comic Amos Gill last night. There's a zeitgeist now out this bubble looking for the next big thing. There's only the current thing, in my opinion. Help apes be too big to fail, then the next thing to be continued. GTA V Online would be the perfect game for us apes to join up, have fun, race cars, and make money. We can even have a gang name, Hideout Business. Yeah, so on Twitch, I've been playing a little bit more of, just for fun, just as something to do in the evenings, Assassin's Creed. And I plan on playing that game until that, what's the new game coming out that people are talking about? New Age. Or is it New World? New Age. I think it's New Age. That Amazon game, I think it comes out at the end of this month, the end of September. And I'm told that like a lot of people can play together. So if you happen to be a gamer or interested in that specific game, I think it could be fun as like a big community if we're all playing together. I am longer on GME, AMC, and BB than Mormons are on condos. BB is a sleeping giant. Is there any reason SPRT would need to cover shorts before the merger? What's your opinion on the stock price after merger? Well, I think it's the shorts would have to cover before the merger. They're buying out Greenwich, right? So if that's the way it's going, I don't think they would necessarily have to cover. I'd have to look into a little bit more of the deals, the specifics of that merger with Greenwich. But also, even that's happening September 10th. I believe that's happening September 10th. Yeah, September 10th is the merger vote, at least. So the merger might be happening like after. Like we're gonna find out more info as that comes. But that still gives us what, 9 days of stuff that could happen and trades that we could make in the meantime. will be obvious. Newer apes, check out the narrative economics that check out the narrative of us and how we came to be. Then you'll understand. TBC. PS5 or Xbox. PC. PC. Definitely on the PC here. I don't own a gaming console. All right. Let's see if AMC, the target, first target in the short term, 44. And then after that, 44. Let's just call it 50, this region that I have marked out. All right, GME 210, AMC 4350, BBIG getting hit with that warrant stuff right now, hanging out at 870. All right. 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 I think what I need to do, and maybe this could be fun, and back in my Tesla trading days, I kind of came up with this one. I wonder how I would do this. I think maybe there's a fun way where I could do like some sort of challenge. Like I'm thinking like take $1,000 and what I'll do is use that $1,000 and just see how far I can push it with 10% trades. Like, so take the 1,000, bet it all, and go for a 10% gain. And then if I hit that one, it's 1,100. Take all that money and then bet it all again and go for another 10% gain. So basically just like compounding 10%, and eventually it's going to lose. But I wonder how high I could get it of repetitive bets on that $1,000 over and over again, just always betting the entire thing, looking for a 10% gain. So basically in what, like 9 trades, probably, I don't know, whatever that compound would be, it would like double up. And then like you just keep doing it over and over and over again. I think that could be fun just to see how much it could like actually get pushed. Sorry, I know you explained this before. This must be a confusing question. I understand that open interest is an option, but you mentioned yesterday as the hedge funds, as a stock moves up each dollar, and the higher the open interest at each stock, the better. I'm a little confused. Who's doing the hedging and why do they have to hedge as the price moves up? Sorry if this doesn't make sense. Just ignore me. No, it makes sense. So the people who are doing the hedging are the people who sold the premium, and anyone could sell premium. Most premium is sold by market makers, but the people doing the hedging in the case of a gamma squeeze is all because of premium sellers. And the reason they would want to hedge is because they don't want to get blown out of their position. Depending on how they did it, they might have potentially infinite risk if they did it as like a naked call or a naked put, something like that. So the people hedging when it comes to a gamma squeeze are the people who sold the premium. Typically market makers, but it could be anyone. It could be a retail trader. It could be a hedge fund. It could be an institution, a bank. Anyone's allowed to sell premium. It just so happens that most premium is sold by market makers. And their premium sellers are the ones that would hedge when the thing that they sold goes from out of the money to in the money. And they don't necessarily have to hedge on the entire open interest. They would hedge on their net position, because you could hedge other ways by buying some calls back, and then your net exposure isn't as much. So people who hedge in the options market, in terms of the premium sellers, they hedge on the net, not the pure open interest. FUD emails being sent by supposed ape communities learning to sell never gave me information out to anyone other than share, count, vote, and Robinhood with this email. Weird. I don't know where they would have gotten it. I haven't received any emails like that. Matex, check it. Huge upward potential. Only 15 shares to borrow, and following the gathering on Twitter and stock twits. Hey, Matt, check out SLQT and KPLT. I saw a couple of people mention in chat trying to make some money for AMC attendees. I'm not the biggest fan.
Well, excuse me, Mr. PC. What's going on? Not a hedge fund. SLQT. Let's check it out. SLQT. Gap fill potential. I like that. I would have preferred to get in at 9, but honestly, your risk isn't that bad. I'd be looking for 1370, this gap fill. I don't know much about it. I don't know if it's a shorted stock, but I do like the technical play on it. SLQT. And how is KPLT doing? Not much. If KPLT gets up to 6, I'd like that. And then it could be a potential gap fill up to 930. But remember, both of these gap down probably because of like a fundamental reason. So you might want to look into the reason and see if it's accurate or if it's a market overreaction. All right. AMC. Maybe getting out of this. It's just been a downtrend all day. Like we have been suffering ever since 940. All this stock has done is sell. And now we might be finally seeing a turnaround as we kick off Power Hour. Power Hour starts in about 3 minutes. Looking for it to get over 44 as my first target. My major target is right here. I have this between 44.44 and 44.65. And then after that, a push back up to 45. Matt, did you tell the dorm squirrel story? Yeah. And I think it's already clipped and posted on the Matt Kohrs clips page if you want to check that out. Can you explain what warrants are and why it's a bad thing for BBIG? It's not, you'd have to see the specific warrant, but it's kind of in the realm of just like them selling stock. Like I'm trying to think of the easiest way to connect it to like what we all know about in this community. In a way, it could be thought of as like a quasi dilution. It doesn't necessarily have to be bad. It's just like sometimes warrants get triggered at certain levels after certain things happen and then more shares come in. So it's like, that's not the best explanation of it, but like for what you probably know about AMC and Jimmy, it's like similar, I guess. I was trying to do the same thing with $1,000, trying to get 2% a day. After 1 year, it would have been 175K. Then I got on AMC and holding. Derek. Quick TA on AMD. This is one that I've been public about. I got in at 110 a while ago, so now I've been holding it. AMD is going to be a longer term hold for me. I like AMD. I like NVIDIA. All these semiconductors, these GPU creators, I'm bullish on this sector. I think AMD is a good one. I think NVIDIA is a good one. Intel is a good one. I do like NVIDIA the best. I'm bullish on all of them. I like NVIDIA the best and I like AMD the second best. Will the massive FTD on AMC at 100 affect the price? It's, wait, no. 1,088 was the relative increase. We've seen more FTDs. Look at the magnitude. That headline was kind of written in a weird way. I saw that report too, but they're looking at the July to August increase, and it was a huge increase, but it's still under the numbers that we saw in June. But still, to be very clear about this FTD thing, there shouldn't be any. Fail to deliver. We shouldn't be seeing those, and if we do, it should be very minuscule. So at the magnitude of all these FTD reports as it relates to AMC and Jimmy is not good. It shows that something in the stock market plumbing is happening that should not be happening. Good time for a lime. Oh, hey, Mark. Been holding since January. Shout out to all the other landscapers out there that cut grass and slap ask. Hey, Matt, long-time listener, new time Discorder. I literally wake up and listen to stream all day from 6 a.m. PST till market close. Just reaching out to say thanks for all you do. Honestly, if I were you, making Red Days fun, I'd be losing my mind watching the battle we've been in for over 6 months. The 10% trade is very similar to what I did, but it was 10% on stocks and I'm pulling out, but the amount 10% on options, letting the rest ride until either expiration or 500%, whichever was first. I tried it with about 5K and was up to about 75K when I stopped tracking and started moving to long-term investment. Interesting. Sir Loki, I mean, you crush it. 5K into 75K. That's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. This is the FTD thing that people are talking about. AMC fails to deliver up 1,088%. They're using, wait, What? I don't actually know how they came up with that number. Does this 1,000, how do they get it? I mean, here are the FTDs. You could see it. Let me show you the FTD right here. Failed to deliver. How did they get that 1,000 number? So the current number is 916,000 as of August 30th. Okay, yeah, they're comparing it exclusively to this number right here on July 30th. So it went from 160,000 all the way up to 916. Is that how they're doing the math? It's kind of this is a very poor way to present the data. Very poor. And I mean, I don't know what this website is. This seems like maybe not the best website. It might be fine. I don't know. But I'm just saying, I think what they're doing is comparing the most recent report, which would have been July 30th. This number is 160,000. Is that the 10x increase? Hang on. Let me see. So the new number is 916. 916 divided by, what was the number on July 30th? 160. That's a increase, but it's 500%. I don't know what data point they're using, but my point in bringing this to your attention is there was way more at the end of June. So yes, is there a relative increase recently? Yes, true. And we shouldn't see these at all. All these yellow bars, that's not good, especially the amount, especially repetitively, the sheer magnitude, the repetitive nature, its growing nature. None of that is good. Not good whatsoever. You have an article on Entrepreneur that just came out. Whoa. An article on Entrepreneur that just came out. Entrepreneur. Matt Kohrs. Thank you, Adam. News. How do I find it? What's the website? Let me see if I could track this down. I wonder if it was good or bad. Hopefully, fingers crossed for good. I guess if I just search Matt Kohrs, it should come up, right? If it's news. If I'm newsworthy. Oh, that's cool. Story. It looks like it hit Yahoo. So it's on pennystocks.com and also Yahoo Finance. Matt Kohrs, the rise of AMC, GME, and meme stocks Moon Gang is just the beginning. With hundreds of thousands of followers on social media, Matt Kohrs has become a leading voice of the ape movement. Interesting. Very cool. It can be found on pennystocks.com, and it also just got posted on Yahoo Finance. And I guess it's also on Entrepreneur. That's kind of wild. I don't see it on Entrepreneur, though. I see it on Yahoo and on pennystocks.com. Apes. All right, Jamie looks like it wants to make its test of 212, and then AMC at 43.64 getting its support, and then resistance at 44. Look for it to overcome that, but this is the zone I'm specifically watching, 44.44 to 44.65. So we could just roughly call it 44.50. Right here,
SPRT on an intraday basis. That's all I'm talking about. I'm looking at the 5-minute chart from the start of the day till the end of the day. It looks weak to me. All I see is selling. I don't really see buyers stepping in, and I'm just looking for this gap filled to 20 basically. And I think it could bounce off of that. We'll find out if I'm right. CEO, entrepreneur, born in 2004, Matthew Kohrs. Close, born 1994. CEO, entrepreneur, born 1994, Matthew. That Bo Burnham song is hilarious. I wonder, how did they come up, back to the AMC FTDs, how did they come up with the 1,088? I don't understand. I don't know. Something about this website that is, I mean, okay, I know, like, is this not suspicious to you? Like, if this seems like a website that just never got out of the MySpace era. And also, this is, where are they getting this 1,088% increase? Like, this is a poor way to express data, like just in general. Like, I don't know what they're basing, like, what, the start of, did they literally just base August? Now I'm just intrigued of how they got this number. Did they literally just do 77,000 to the current number of 900? Is that what they did? That would be crazy. Okay, August 7th was 77,000. All right, 916. Let me see if this is the math that they did. 916091 divided by what's the first one in July 30th, August? I guess 77,080 divided by 77,088. Almost. Like, even that's not the right math. Like, that's close. That's a 1,188% increase. I don't know how they did it. This one, that website, I don't know. I think, I'm not saying that this person's spreading FUD or anything. I'm saying it's a very weird way to present data. This is a very sketchy website to me. But overall, what you need to know is, yes, there are still FTDs. FTDs should not be happening. Naked shorting is a type of FTD. All naked shorts are FTDs, but not all FTDs are naked shorts. The numbers we're seeing, we're at almost 1 million. That's not good. We shouldn't have that many. It's growing. Not good. Not bueno. It's not as much as we saw in June. Like, this was horrific at the end of June. That's when everyone was talking about it being on the threshold list and all that stuff. This was a very bad period. This growth was insane. We shouldn't be seeing these. So I'm not like taking, like, I don't know. I'm not saying that website doesn't seem trustworthy to me, but I think the ethos of what they're saying is still accurate. David becoming an astronaut. My second option trade successful, puts up 30% today. Saint Matt of the Kohrs, you are the man. Maybe they FTD'd the FTDs. I got to go do other stuff for a few weeks. By the way, sending you new funny guys soon. I think you'll like and trust them as a source a whole lot. That okay? Go for it, Burns. Go for it. Go for it. This is going to be the best George W. of the day. Go Apes. Can I day trade as many times as I want if I have 25K or more? Yes, on a margin account. Worth repeating, gamesters spotted an Easter egg. Trained professionals from other fields started trading during lockdown. Acutely aware of FUD, they figured out the movement was assembling before new one. You have an article in Entrepreneur that came out. Shout out, Adam. Hey, man, hope you're having a good one. Thanks for all you do. The daily streams again lately. Shout out, Lucas. Shout out, Brambles. Warrants are similar to options, 1-to-1, all at equals a strike. Yeah, so warrants, it's like a contract that ends up executing at a certain price level. And warrants are a big thing in the world of penny stock trading. That's why I know a little bit about them, just from when I tried to trade penny stocks. I was never that successful at it. But warrants, a lot of these penny stock companies have warrants at certain levels, and you have to pay attention to those a lot. I just remember it being way important there. Can you please do an Ortex check on SPRT and see if you covered what the FTDs are? Thank you. Here's an Ortex check on SPRT, short interest of 85%, and FTD failed to deliver. Do I need to reload this page? Short interest on SPRT is 85.69%. And the recent one, not, well, relative to its float, it's very bad. 367,000 relative to a float of 9 million. That's pretty sizable. I mean, SPRT is on the threshold list. We know it's been on the threshold list. I believe so is BBIG. Both are on the threshold list on the NASDAQ, and that's not good. I believe SPRT has been on the threshold list for over a month now, which is just insane. It's absolutely insane. Is there any news about market SPY dumping hard? What's the SPY doing? BBIG pushing $9 yen. Where's the SPY at? Whoa. Is there any news? News. Anything going on here? TSA airport screenings dropped to lowest since May as travel fares fall. FTC bars alleged stalkerware company and its CEO from the surveillance business. I'm not seeing any like crazy news of what's going on with the market. Nothing like too obvious. Yo, Michael Kohrs, longtime viewer, going to be joining the Discord soon. Have you looked at the BlackRock IPO ECAT coming at the end of the month? No. With like IPOs and that stuff, I very much try to avoid them. The only one that I'm going to break my rule of that I know of as now is Elon Musk's Starlink. I just think whoever successfully pulls off giving internet to the entire world will probably rapidly become like a trillionaire. Like to me, that's a multi-trillion-dollar business if you could pull it off. And if someone's going to pull something off like that, I think a safe bet is Elon Musk. So that's why I'm particularly interested in that company. So for this one, the ECAT, no, that's not going to be anything really particularly special to me. All right, I think I'm up to date there. I think we are up to date there. Also up to date. CEO, entrepreneur. All right. SPRT. I'm watching 2450 and I guess 2550. AMC still bouncing off of 43. I like that. It's trading at 43.80. Watch 44. Thus far, double rejection. And right after this, we have this trend line with the resistance at 44.50. I would love to overtake 44.50 and close above it. We have about 45 minutes left in the trading day. Shout out to my girl, Ripa for life. Kelly Ripa. How is Texas Roadhouse doing? TXRH. Whoa. Texas Roadhouse fighting back on the day. Up a blistering 0.78%. You know what's funny is Texas Roadhouse, I don't own any. I wish I did.
It's actually kind of a good trade right now for a gap fill up to 98.50. A little bit chasey. The zone to get in was right here, closer to 92, because you have to risk kind of 88. But man, this thing, I think Texas Roadhouse comes back. Texas Roadhouse, undervalued. It's undervalued by a rate of undervalued by a rate of like a bazillion. My friend did some math. If you agree, could you shout her out? How FTDs? What's the date though? Okay. Yeah, so they just who is this? KCE Ginger. Doing some math but even with that, that's such a weird way to present FTD data. It's a very, very strange way to present it. It's right, and I think Casey Ginger's math is here showing how it's the 1,088. I didn't know the starting point or the ending point. So I think the math is right. I think Ginger got it right. It's just like that. I've never seen it presented that way, and I don't know if that's like a good way to like look at FTD data. Message retracted. CIA. Clubfoot Billy, what's going on? Hang on. I think I dropped this over here. Jeffrey Bezos. CEO, entrepreneur, born 1964. The CIA is like, we can't talk about this anymore. All right. GME pushing this 212. We've been talking about the 212 to 215. What's kind of weird is we've seen pops above it and then it gets rejected at 217, 218 roughly. So I'm still watching this region, but I like how it's kind of interesting that the 215, the top of this region, is aligning now with the trend line. Shout out Chris Weber. Is there any scenario at all that the hedge funds win this AMC battle? Yeah, there is. Anyone that's telling you anything is guaranteed in the stock market, that's just like, that's Looney Tunes, man. Nothing is guaranteed. There is risk in everything you're doing. If you are engaging in the stock market, you are taking risk. Is there any scenario that the hedge funds win this AMC battle? Yeah, there is. And we're fighting day in and day out to try to not, like, we don't want them to win, obviously. And I think recently the momentum's clearly shifted in our favor for this thing playing out. But I mean, it's Wall Street, man. If you think like all of a sudden the manipulation and the corruption is just going to stop, well, I don't know. Like, I think that's a bit naive. The threshold list updates every day, Michael. Can you explain your thoughts on SPRT puts? Yeah, it's as simple as a gap fill down to 20. My reasoning for SPRT puts is like actually super, super basic. I see a gap fill to the high from August 26th. I see weakness. It shoots up like a ball. It starts coming back down. And I'm literally just looking for this gap fill play at $19.99. So $20 flat is what I'm watching. Headline, Texas Roadhouse share price explodes on rumors Matt Kohrs will acquire company. That's what I want to do. Everyone's like, Matt, what are you going to do with like your money after the like mother of all short squeezes? I don't want to just buy a Texas Roadhouse anymore. I think I was thinking too small. I want to just buy the company, which, yes, that does mean that I need to come up with $6.68 billion. So let's just round that up to like $7 billion to, I guess, like, I don't know, give them a sweet offer.
That's what I would do. I need $7 billion. People are like, oh, like what would be your price to get bought out by Citadel to like stop streaming and stop talking about what's going on? That's my number. $7 billion. I want to be able to acquire all of Texas, the entire company. I want it. So my line right now is 6.68 B with a billion. And I'll just round that up to 7 billion because like I want to be like, hey, like let's do this. Please don't say Looney Tunes. It has negative connotations towards the Apex community, but I still love you. Is that true? Or is everyone like getting pulled 6.9 billion? Good point. I'm buying Wendy's. I wonder how much Wendy's could go for. Maybe I could do a Texas Roadhouse Wendy's combo, like merge the two companies. What else do we have? What else do we have? Trey wants to buy Subway. That would be so funny. So that would be hilarious. I'd have to talk about Trey with it, but I'll pitch him that idea. I'll be like, okay, well, Trey can buy all Subway. I'll buy all Texas Roadhouse, and we'll just do some sort of crazy crossover. This is insane. Kelly Ripa just tweeted that she will live stream with Matt once AMC Mother of All Short Squeezes happens. Matt, why do you think AMC and Jimmy are trending down today? Because more people are selling than there are buying. There's more selling pressure. There's more selling aggression than there is buying aggression. But remember, we're up. If you look at this week, we're still positive on the week. AMC and Jimmy are trending downward after two very, very good trading days to kick the week off. It's kind of like the midday slump BS thing that we've seen a lot. When a stock trends down or up, the answer of why is pretty simple. If it goes up, that means there's more demand than there is supply. If it goes down, that means there's more supply than there is demand. Of course, that statement in itself is a bit of a it's a can of worms that you could open, because like then there's the argument of like, okay, the supply is being illegally bloated by synthetic shares, or maybe the demand is being hampered by this methodology or that methodology. There's, like I said, you can really open the can of worms on all of that, but really at its most like inherent core value, the core axiom, I should say, of the stock market is the price is always the equilibrium of the supply and demand. First Subway ever was in B-Port CT, a mile down from the road where I grew up in Trumbull. Oh, that's awesome. What's going on in Devon's Law? We need a Wendy's Roadhouse. I could use a drive-through bloomin' onion. Wendy's Roadhouse. I like it. Big things coming. Big things coming to the food franchise industry. All right, where are we at? Jamie, back in that region. GME showing some strength, bouncing off of 208 up to 212 currently, and then AMC is bouncing off of 43 up to 43.80. I'm looking for the takeout of 44, 44.50, then 45. BBIG going sideways currently around that $9 mark. What else do we have? I plan on buying Taylor, the ice cream machine company. I'm going to make the I like that. Mickey D's machines work finally. MCD machines, the Taylor ice cream company. I like it. Really swinging for the fences on that one, Clubfoot Billy. Changing the world for the better. I think that's respectable. Your thoughts on BBIG? My thoughts are it needs buyers. It needs demand to come back in. The warrant thing caused, basically, we hit a certain price level. They executed the warrant. So I'm assuming there's now more shares. All right. AMC, ding, ding, ding. Over 44, setting up a test of the trend line, then 44.50. We could do it. We have about 35 minutes left. Now the question is, the golden question is, where the hell is my portfolio? Huh. SPRT on those puts I bought, even though it's a week right now, I'm actually break even. I thought it'd be up a bit more. Oh wait, did that just take forever to load? What's going on? I'm confused on how this is reporting it. All right, AMC, watch this trend line test, 44.25. Seems a 1 minute view during power hour would be best. Not when there's low volume. It's too choppy. Like there's not going to be trades every single minute. All right, let me kick this guy out. Oh, he's already kicked. What else do we have going on? All right, AMC showing some strength. GME showing some strength. BBIG maybe about to show some strength. SPRT just made a new intraday low at 23.26. Matt, look at the week before Memorial Day holding in Wilmington, NC. Yep, I've made a couple of videos pointing out of how there are just a lot of similarities in the cup and handle setup, especially when we were going into Memorial Day. And next week is Labor Day. There we go. There's some AMC buying. Please do not forget that. Don't forget. Next week is a shortened trading week. The market will be closed on Monday for Labor Day. So you don't have to get up as early on Monday if you're doing that trading stuff. All right. Let's see. We're right at the trend line. We've been at this trend ever since 10:40 this morning. Let's see if we can get this breakout and follow through. Let's go. GME looking hot. Shout out Robert. What's my expiration date for SPRT? This month, the 17th, the September. Come on, AMC. GME looking good. GME coming up to its trend line, which was a bit farther away. So watch this. I mean, it's perfectly aligning with the 215 mark. BGFE started ripping. Do I know why? Started ripping. It's up 7%. It's having a good day. I don't know what's going on with it. I know people have started to watch it. I believe Charles Payne talked about it, and then people noticed it had a higher short interest as well, I believe. Any book to help learn fundamental trading? Yeah, you could check out some of my book recommendations in the description of the video.
Can you explain the wash rule? I took a 10K loss on SPRT, and if it dips more, I was going to try to jump back in and recoup some losses. Wash rule, and this is something you're going to want to talk to a tax person about, but in my experience, so if you lose money trading, you can write off to a certain amount in a year. And once again, this is my own experience, and it's going to change based on your country, and if you're in the US, potentially even the state, but you can write off a certain amount. But what you can't do is sell something for a loss, try to write that off, and then like buy it back immediately. I think there's like a 30-day window where you can't like rebuy it back for the whole like tax part of it. Stop covering Wendy's Roadhouse. It's a distraction from AMC. I bet you sold your AMC shares to go all in on Wendy's Roadhouse. All right. Right there, AMC getting smacked at 44. SPRT. I mean, if it doesn't hold here, this is you definitely need it to start swinging back around. You don't want it to like look this heavy for much longer. BBIG waking up. It's at 916. Trying to get above this like 920 area. AMC is at 44. Well, really 43.95, very close. And GME just chugging along, chugging ever since it bounced off of 208. With Thrush. FREY. This, I don't know. I wouldn't care about this stock. Its volume is way too low. It's a $9 stock and it's not even traded 500,000 shares. I wouldn't. It's just, there's not much interest in this stock. Did you look into the CFTC tweet? No, since I've been streaming, I usually like do my like research and stuff after stream. There we go, BBIG waking up. Waking up. Maybe you should add AMC to your watch list. I don't know who said this. Slick Daddy trade sold. No, he didn't sell. Where do people come up with this bullshit? Like this, like all this random stuff. Like as soon as someone like sees it on the internet, people just like assume it's true. Folks, it is the internet. You're going to see random things like people saying Trey sold, people saying I trade. Like, where are they coming up with this? No, no. Trey is long on AMC. I am long on AMC. Like, people just put up random things of like this crap, and it's just all bogus. Don't worry about it. It is so just patently false. It's crazy that people like even in the slightest believe it. And honestly, would it matter? Like, would it change your position? If you heard that some random Redditor or Twitch person or Twitter person or YouTube, if they sold, do you care? Do you like, are you like legitimately saying that like your trade is based on just someone else holding? That's like one of the most poor ways to trade. I'm looking for an SPRT gap fill and hopefully bounce NFA. Just one man's opinion. That's kind of what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this gap fill. It would actually be a healthier chart if it did do a gap fill to 20 and then bounce off of that. Would love to see this thing return to the high 50s where it was. That'd be pretty cool. BBIG will test 10 again. Very well could. First has to get over 980. All right, what else do we have? AMC still hanging out at 44. AMC is currently down 6.272% on the day. GME is currently down 2% on the day. BBIG is up 14.3%. BGFV is up 8.2%. SPRT is down 25%. CRSR is down 1.5%. Robinhood's up 1%. Roblox is up 3.3%. Cardano is looking great. Ethereum is looking amazing. Still Ethereum, wow. Still hanging out at 3,700. ETH is killing it. ETH is crushing it. Tell them in the voice, Matt. Missed the opportunity. Thoughts on Camber Energy CEI? It's up 30% on no news. It's located in Louisiana. CEI. It is up 32% as we speak. Interesting. I feel like there has to be. It's a penny stock, so I really I wouldn't want to mess with it. I'm okay with trading the oil and gas industry, but a penny stock on a, like, look how crappy this chart looks. It's just, it spikes and goes down. Pumps, dumps, pumps, dumps. So, and that's fine. Just be prepared for the type of trade that it actually is. Don't get too greedy with it. If you have some nice gains, it doesn't seem like this stock ever really holds on to its gains for long. It shoots up, sells off, shoots up, sells off. So locked in your gains on the shoot up if you're in it, but I wouldn't take a position. Not because I dislike, it's just not really my style. I like to trade the stocks that I like to trade, and this one would not meet my criteria. All right, let's go back to this. SPRT is looking heavy, but who knows? Sometimes things look heavy and then they bounce right from there. But I'm thinking if it goes sub 23, you're going to see bigger bars like you previously sold at like 2 p.m. I think there's a lot of people that probably have their stops at the dollar values, 23, 22, 21. So like kind of some stop loss hunting crap. We have BBIG bouncing back right now. Mr. Angry Face, maybe. I mean, that's up to you. I'm a fan of Lucid, but I like it more as like a long-term investment in the US EV industry. Can I please name your light sphere ball thing torn between diamond for diamond balls and Camille because it changes colors? Thoughts? Vote. I like Camille, Jeremy. I think that's, we could call it like Camille, Pascal, something like that. Would I consider DDS a meme stock? No, probably not. All right, people are asking for the Ortex numbers. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. AMC, they've borrowed 1.62 million against it, and there's been a net return of 215,000. Short interest is 16.87%. GME net return of 200,000 with a borrow of 95. The short interest is 12.42%. SPRT, they've borrowed 2.23 million against it with a net borrow of 1.16. The short interest is almost 86%. BBIG, they have borrowed 3 million with a net of 2.44, and the short interest is 41%. Those are the quick Ortex numbers. BBIG is on the move. And these are the times for me that like you're like, crap. And this is like the hindsight bias of BBIG. You're like, shoot, if I just like waited a little bit, would I have like held on to this 870 and then it would have ripped? And right now I would already be positive again on the trade. And that's that's trading. You can't beat yourself up for like some of these things that go down. CFTC, Government Regulatory Agency, is granting temporary till October 23rd relief of reporting swaps. Why would anyone need relief in reporting? It does seem weird. But also, that seems strange in general, but is in terms of AMC, GME, or any of these, BBIG, SPRT, I'm not really hearing much happening with the swaps anyway. So, like, will that really change much on it? All right, AMC hanging out at 44. I really like this. GME pushing 214. Would love to see a push of 215 in the remaining 20 minutes. And obviously, the higher, the better. All right, we're seeing a little bit of a flush on SPRT below 23. I'm surprised the volatility is not getting a little bit more whippy. BBIG, I admit it, looks strong right now. SPRT now down 27% on the day. What else do we have? Fortress, thank you for the follow. DJ D's, thank you for the follow. N Different 44, shout out for those bits. Just so a couple, whatever, just housekeeping things, just so everyone knows, I am now a multi-platform podcaster. This is all on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. So if you like one of those platforms better than the other ones, just so you know, I am on all three, so you could watch it on all three. If one is better for your like phone or your audio or something like that. I like it just because it's a little bit more safe. I mean, I've previously had my YouTube ripped away from me 2 times, so it'll be nice to have a bit of a like, I guess, a fail-safe built in. So big fan of being on all three at the moment. Yeah, just quick reminder for all that. What does this mean? BBIG recent 8K shows enter warrant exercise deal with accredited investor for exercisable warrants for 6.9 million. So warrants are kind of like an if-then thing. If it hits a certain price, they have the option to exercise the warrant, and they did exercise it. And in this, it looks like they were basically sold an additional 6.9 million shares. So the float increased. It's an article on Webull. What's an article on Webull? The bank swaps are to spread around the liabilities that they incurred while allowing Forex leveraging that was immediately abused by those bad actors. Citadel. Interesting. I wonder, why would you ever be like, hang on, you don't need to do report? Like, that seems, maybe we're missing some of the nuances of it. But like, when would you ever be like, we don't need you to do reporting? That just seems insane when we're talking about our economy and the Wall Street. Like, no matter what it is. And like I said, maybe we're missing a part of the story and something else is going on. But just on the most surface level, that sounds ridiculous. When you're like, yeah, nah, don't worry about that reporting thing. That is wild. All right, SPRT battling it out at 23. AMC coming up to its trendline breakout test, like the umpteenth test of the day. Would love for this to get going in the remaining, 17 minutes. How do you decide whether or not to buy SPRT at 20? What I would be looking for at SPRT at 20 is basically, are there other buyers? Like, it's one thing if it gets to it and then just like breaks down below it, but like if it starts like dancing around there, you could buy and then use like something close as your risk. Like be like, okay, like if it goes below 1950, maybe you'll want to cut it there, 1975. So you could buy it at that level, and it's just like it's a more optimal risk to reward setup. If you're wrong, you can keep your loss very, very small by cutting it quickly if it continues to sell, or if it bounces there, you're awesome. Like, you're looking good. BBIG cup and handle. Let's see. Kind of a weird cup and handle, but you could still probably call it that. The cup, the hand, yeah, kind of. Close enough. Let's round up and just say yeah. What index is GME in? It's currently in the S&P 400 mid cap, but there are murmurs on the street that it might get moved into the S&P 500. That's a good question, though, about the SPRT 20 buy. Of course, you haven't heard about swaps in relation to AMC and GME. Last swap reported by the CTFC was October 2020. Oh, so it's been a minute. However, given the spikes happen every 90 days or thus along with the swap's closing extension period, coincidences with it, some people are digging into it. Interesting. What else do we have? Vinny, what's going on? Once you and Trey buy Texas Roadhouse and Subway, you could work out a deal with Butcher Box to supply all the meat. $7 bill for Texas Roadhouse? You son of a bitch, I'm in. BBIG showing some strength. Flexing in the final 15 minutes. Hey, Matt. I'm slightly in the red today as I had no faith in any plays that are popping at the moment, but I'm also happy my fellow apes are crushing it. Shout out Mikey. There's not really much chart analysis to do on AMC. We're watching this trend line for a breakout. It's been following this trend line ever since 10:40 this morning. So we're seeing if it could reverse course and just kind of break above it. There's nothing really special to be done. Someone just said Big DD done on quarterly swap on Reddit. So if you want to dive more into these bank swap things, you might want to, I'm assuming it's either on Superstock or AMC stock subreddit. They report yearly, I believe. That's why they want to not report this year or next year. That's so insane. Just got back from a Scottsdale bachelor party. Highly recommend. Been watching this BBIG option I chased all day. Did not help the hangover. Well, you might be getting lucky at the end of the day here. It's like it is showing strength as we get closer to market close. Let me know. I'm curious. In chat, if you're in one or both, let me know your thoughts on Ethereum and Cardano, these two guys. Let me know, because like I would like to make more crypto stuff, but I'm not going to do it if no one here has like the appetite for it. Obviously, I only want to make content that you guys like want to hear about. So let me know your thoughts on like some weekend crypto videos or just crypto updates or crypto news, something like that. Mario, to get that $25 Bitcoin bonus, you have to trade $100 of any crypto, and then Voyager will deposit to your account. It does take a couple days. Rumor, Peeps and Moon Gang apparel eat free at Texas Roadhouse. All right, we're seeing some Cardano, both, neither, Cardano, both, Cardano, ADA, both. Cardano. Sweet. Okay. Definitely seems to be some like appetite. Ethereum 20x by 10 years. That would be amazing. ETH to own. Turd Ferguson. Yes. What else do we have? Right. Kind of a very, very quiet close. Quiet. Yeah, I was just talking about those two. I know people are in other ones such as Ripple, Cardano. I was just curious with those two because they're the two that are competing for smart contracts. That's why I was asking about them. And I think it's interesting that people, in a certain way, like be like, oh, they're competitors. But really, I feel like people who are in one are, like a lot of people are in both, which I think is kind of interesting. SPRT recaptured 23. It's at 2350. All right. Alrighty. SPRT. More settings. There we go. All right. How are we going to close today out? We have about 10 minutes to go. Let's do some quick review to see where everything's at. SPRT, I still think it looks pretty heavy. I don't see the bullishness in it. I think it could revert at 20. SPY hit a new all-time high today, but did not hold. That's the overall market. The Russell 2000 looking pretty strong. Hey, Twisted, thank you. Very kind, super emote. Russell 2000 looking strong. Looks like it wants to kind of slowly melt up to 232. AMC, I mean, we're building out this cup and handle. We wanted a quick reversion, almost kind of a barcode day of yesterday, just undoing what we gained yesterday. GME, kind of a similar situation. This is more of a bullish pennant, got smacked at the previous high. We want to follow through there. BBIG, honestly, it shoots up, coming back. The fact that we're over 834, the fact that we're over that kind of makes me like it. BGFV, strong day. It's at resistance. I would be watching 33 next on BGFV. SPRT, we did that. Corsair looking a little bit weak, but kind of like a nothing day. Robinhood, screw that stock. Roblox, strong. I like Roblox as a long-term investment. Cardano, strong. Bitcoin, strong. Doge, strong. Ethereum, stupidly strong. Ethereum is at resistance right now, and after this I would watch 4,000, and then after 4,000 the current all-time high of 4,300. All right, AMC struggling at this trend line, but battling it out at 44. All right, hang on, very quickly back to AMC. When it comes to AMC, don't forget that on the 27th, not that long ago, we were literally sub $40. We hit $39.39. When in doubt, zoom out. Like literally, if you just go back 1, 2, 3, 4 trading days, we were trading $4 less. And if you go all the way back to literally not even a month ago, we were sub 30. Do not let one red day like shake you. You're gonna have red days. Even in previous run-ups, there were red days on previous run-ups. Like right smack dab in the middle of a run-up, we had a red day. Don't let a red day freak you out. You just can't. It's just how the stock happens to move. It's not like it's continuous green. The daily momentum is still bullish right here. The MACD still very bullish. It's in that territory. It's just one red day. You can't let it shake your resolve. When in doubt, zoom out. GME at 212 and then AMC at 43.80. BBIG trying to get moving above this 980. Trying. BBIG has 300 million. Wow, that's a huge amount of volume on BBIG. 300 million shares were traded. That's crazy. AMC at 80 million and GME at 4.3 million. GME's volume is pretty nice today. What else do we have? So Trey and I both reapplied to try to get verified today. You can apply, and if you get denied, you have to like wait a month or something like that. So Trey and I have been applying for verification on Twitter and Instagram, and I find it so absurdly insane that we're not being confirmed or verified on Twitter and on Instagram. There are so many scam accounts. You would think that the people doing these reviews just to protect their own
like our reasoning is like when you fill it out, you give like reasoning, blah, blah, blah. The reasoning is there's so many fake accounts trying to scam other people, stealing their money. And you would think that the people who control the verification process are like, okay, yeah, maybe we should protect our community, because if the question is like your perceived relevance, obviously Trey and I have enough relevance. There are people on both of these platforms who have been verified that like have like a minute amount of the relevance that Trey and I do. So it's not a relevance thing. I just feel like they like literally just don't like us. They don't like our community. But I find it weird because if they're representing their own social media like company, big tech company, you would think that you would want to protect them from scammers. There are so many scammers on both of them, on Twitter, on Instagram. It blows my mind. Trey and I have both applied various times, and we just keep trying with like whatever, like new information. And I don't know. It says we both applied today, and apparently we'll find out by the end of the month for this go round if it's going to go through or not. But I don't know. I'm not holding my breath on it. But they're so strange about who they pick. So strange. All right, BBIG smacked at 980. Wait, what I wanted to conclude with that is please don't get scammed. Double check. There's a lot of people, I guess, on Instagram saying that there's fake Matt Kohrs accounts, like DMing them. There's always going to be fake Matt Kohrs accounts on Twitter, just because I'm bigger on Twitter than I am on Instagram. Please be careful. I am not WhatsApping you. I'm not Telegramming you. I'm not asking you to email me for some investment opportunity. I am Matt_Kohrs. If you look up to the top of the screen, Matt_Kohrs, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram. That's my account. Please do not get scammed. If it sounds too good to be true or some like weird thing, it probably is. Please be extra careful. If you think you're DMing me, if you think you're DMing Trey, go out of your way to confirm it. Double check the name, search the account, check that it's the right check that it's the right name. I could speak definitely. I know Trey would agree with all this. Double check. There's way too many scam accounts. Verified or not, what's the difference? The difference is that people can easily check, because right now, since we're not verified, they'll use the name. Like, is it Matt_Kohrs or Matt Kohrs? But with the verified, you say, okay, just look for the check mark. It's easier to spot the scammers. It like breaks my heart, but I've gotten multiple DMs of people like pissed off at me. They're like, I sent you money. I was like, wait, what are you talking about? And then they send me screenshots of a DM conversation with someone else that stole their money. And then you look into it and like, there's not much that could really be done, because like a lot of these scams are run offshore. So it's not like the US like policing government system can look into it. It's a huge pain, and especially in the finance sector, there's a lot of scammers. They're basically just hawking hope. They're like, oh, I'll do this and I'll give you like 300% gains in a week. It's always way too good to be true. So verified or not, the entire point is to stop scammers. It's to fight back against the scammers. So you didn't get that 10,000 I sent you. I hope you didn't send anyone 10,000. All right, where are we at? Oh, market. Time flies. All right, minute and a half. This is your 90-second warning. The only reason I'm giving this is I know a lot of people are on margin accounts and they're currently battling with PDT. So if that happens to be you, if you're a person that battles with PDT and you need to make a trade before tomorrow, you probably have like a minute left to do that. What kind of idiot would get scammed by a fake Matt and Trey account? There's a lot of scammers out there. I mean, and it's also a game of numbers for them. People it's that concept of like, okay, you're looking for hope. They're selling hope. So sometimes even if you have a red flag going off in your head, you kind of like stomp it out because you're like, you just want it to be true. So I think they're taking advantage of people in situations where, like I said, they're just selling hope, and like that puts people's defenses down, and they don't think to look into it because they want it to be true. And it's a game of numbers. Like you'll see them on YouTube, all those like pinned by Matt Kohrs accounts. That's not me.
And if they message 10,000 people and 5 people end up doing it, well, for them, it's a lot of bot accounts. Like once they write the bot, that's all the work they need to do. And then they just spam that message. And if they get a couple people, like they're basically going fishing. And if they get a couple people to like bite the line and steal their money, that's what they're looking for. All right.
Attention, attention. The market is closing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, ding, ding. Dingity, ding, 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 ding. The casino is closed.
The casino is closed, folk. What a day, what a day. Obviously, it's not as exciting as it was for the past 2 days, but hey, there is always tomorrow. When in doubt, zoom out. Do not focus on one day's gain. Do not focus on one day's loss. Focus on the bigger picture, especially if you've been swinging it for days, weeks, months. If you've been in it for months, you don't care about one day's gains, one day's loss. It doesn't think about the bigger picture. So here is the dealio. I will be posting an update video tonight. AMC, GME, I'll go over the technicals, the short interest numbers, the FTDs, all that good jazz. And then tomorrow, Thursday, I will be streaming. I will start streaming at 9 a.m. bright and early, crack of dawn, and I'll see all of you there. So overall, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was a good day. You guys make it a little bit more enjoyable when the markets are a bit red, but hey, this play is still 100% alive, at least in my mind. So I'm excited to really see what this can become. But update video tonight, streaming once again, 9 a.m. tomorrow. If I do get enough of my own work done, I just need to do a bunch of administrative stuff. If I get enough done, I will be on Twitch tonight playing some Assassin's Creed if you want to hang out and relax. But overall, thank you for all the support, and I will catch you tomorrow at the latest.